Chapter 47. The Charm of the Destiny Villain, Becoming His Right Hand. As the sun rose high. Last night, the gunfire was intense in other cities, and the gunfire in Jiang Chen was equally fierce. Looking at Su Qingge, who tightly clung to him without a care, her delicate face still marked by two faint tear streaks, Jiang Chen slowly revealed a hint of amusement. One must say, Su Qingge had a charm that was different from its Sijin and Ram Yaoing. There was a touch of obedience mixed with her own little thoughts, and Su Qingge handled these little thoughts with great finesse. Everything was well within his allowance. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, as if sensing Jiang Chen's awakening. Su Qingge slowly opened her eyes. When her clear gaze met Jiang Chen's, a captivating blush continuously appeared on her enchanting face. Recalling the events of last night, Su Qingge felt an overwhelming shyness. Even she couldn't believe how bold she had been. Young master. She lightly bit her lip, gently moving her delicate body that pressed against Jiang Chen's chest. In an instant, she felt Jiang Chen's reaction. Her clear eyes once again became as moist as water. The dragon still lurked deep in the quiet pond. Even the slightest change could send ripples through her heart. Jiang Chen glanced out the window. The sun had yet to rise after the apocalypse. It was still early, so Jiang Chen pulled the blanket over himself. He rolled over again. An hour later, Su Qingge's long legs were faintly trembling as she helped Jiang Chen put on his clothes. At this moment, she could have easily refrained from exerting herself. After all, outside the room, there were already maids waiting. But Su Qingge insisted on getting up, personally serving Jiang Chen to complete this task. After all, he was her first man and would be her only man in the future. Regarding Su Qingge's little thoughts, Jiang Chen was completely oblivious. For him, such experiences had been too many. Watching Jiang Chen, dressed in a deep black suit under her service, with that exceptionally handsome face, he looked mysterious, noble, and transcendent, as if crafted by the hands of God. Even angels would be unable to resist wanting to kiss him. Recalling everything that had happened with him last night, even Su Qingge was somewhat entranced at this moment. She finally understood why, before the apocalypse, so many women, knowing that Jiang Chen was a notorious playboy, still rushed forward without hesitation. Even after being rejected by him, they continued to speak in his favor, all just to see the chat box during every holiday, aside from the room number, filled with blessings. Because for women, this man was truly too much of a violation of rules. His one night was like a soul-devouring poison to any woman. Once tasted, it was impossible to escape. Noticing Su Qingge's infatuated gaze fixed on him, Jiang Chen's eyes were deep. He reached out to touch Su Qingge's face, gently caressing it, and then slowly moved down, touching her jaw, then her slender neck, finally resting on her collarbone. What do you think I should do with you? Should I have you be like Sijin and Miaoing, a carefree glass vase? Or do you have a better idea? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingge's heart tightened. She was about to speak, but took a deep breath, obediently gazing at Jiang Chen. Qingge will follow young master's arrangements. Whatever young master asks me to do, I will do. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He moved his hand away from Su Qingge's collarbone, turning to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the still foggy sky outside, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Su Qingge looked at Jiang Chen's silhouette. At this moment, Su Qingge's heart was very complicated. She absolutely did not want to be a pawn, but she knew that she had to follow Jiang Chen's will. Whatever Jiang Chen wanted her to do, that was what she had to do. However, now she could vaguely sense that she couldn't perceive Jiang Chen's thoughts, and she also did not dare to observe his inner feelings. However, soon, a determined look appeared on Su Qingge's face. She stepped closer to Jiang Chen and slowly wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her enchanting face against his back. It was as if she was listening to his inner desires. Su Qingge maintained this position without speaking, but her actions had already expressed everything to Jiang Chen. There are already 2 pawns. That's enough for now. Finally, Jiang Chen's words made Suchinga breathe a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. Moreover, with your extraordinary abilities, it would be too wasteful to be a pawn. Jiang Chen turned around, pinching her fair, jade-like chin, lifting her face to make her look up at him, and with a smile on his face, he said, I will always follow your will, young master. Suchinga spoke as if she were making a vow, her gaze extremely serious as she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked at her, and in her eyes, he saw two words, loyalty, and this loyalty belonged solely to him. She was very clever and, at the same time, ambitious. However, wasn't that exactly what he valued? But it wasn't enough. Jiang Chen had personally prepared a test for her. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Young master. The voice was very familiar, and Suchinga had a deep impression of its owner. Come in, Jiang Chen said quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, the headmaid opened the door and walked in, her long, graceful legs wrapped in black stockings, not inferior in beauty to Suchinga. Upon entering the room, Fifth Night first glanced at Jiang Chen, and only after a second did she look at Suchinga. She wasn't surprised to see Suchinga in Jiang Chen's room. After all, no one could escape her eyes when entering this villa. Young master, the new law has officially been promulgated and has now been announced throughout the entire divine capital city. As you expected, within just a few hours, thousands of people have taken to the streets to protest against the new law. Fifth Night handed the document in her hand to Jiang Chen, her voice calm. Looking at the contents of the document, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, and a hint of interest flickered in his eyes. As Fifth Night said, all of this had long been within Jiang Chen's expectations. What do you think should be done about this matter? Jiang Chen turned to look at Suchinga, smiling slightly. Upon hearing this, Suchinga fell silent for a moment, then looked at Jiang Chen with pure eyes. I will provide the solution that will satisfy you, young master. Hearing Suchinga's words, Jiang Chen's smile grew more pronounced. Fifth Night shot her a glance. All right, I will leave this matter to you. I hope that before nightfall today, the new law can be implemented on every citizen of the divine capital. Jiang Chen handed the document in his hand to Suchinga. Suchinga accepted the document without any hesitation. Fifth Night cooperate fully with Chinga. Yes, young master. Fifth Night nodded, the shadows of her pupils glimmering with a flickering light. By the window, Jiang Chen swirled the red wine in his glass, watching the figures of Suchinga and Fifth Night leave. A meaningful smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The new law was the test he had prepared for Suchinga, and her performance in this test would be crucial for Jiang Chen to decide whether she could become his right hand. Oh, and I forgot to mention, before this, Fifth Night had always been referred to as his left hand. Chapter 48, The Awakener. At the same time, Shenzhen City, in a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the old city. No, Tangwan. It was as if he had awakened from a nightmare. The emaciated man sat up straight in bed, trembling. His eyes were filled with panic as he looked around. Where is this? Gazing at the familiar surroundings that seemed to reflect his soul, the young man's expression of shock slowly turned into a dazed look. Brother. At that moment, a 15-year-old girl ran in from outside the door. Seeing the girl in front of him, the young man's body shook violently, and disbelief filled his eyes. A little Qian? Brother, you finally woke up. The girl rushed to the bedside and instantly threw herself into the young man's arms, tears streaming down her face. The young man instinctively reached out to gently pat the girl's shoulder, comforting her. Meanwhile, his mind was in turmoil. Didn't I die at the hands of the shadow martial artist? What's going on here? And little Qian is not dead. She's still alive. Wait, what's the date now? Little Qian, what year and day is it today? The young man quickly asked the girl in his arms. What's the creation era? The girl lifted her head from his embrace. Although her appearance wasn't particularly striking, the tear marks on her face made her look pitiful, stirring the young man's heart. Today is the year 20XX, September 2nd. Brother, you have been in a coma for a week. If you hadn't still been breathing, we would have suspected you. As she spoke, the girl began to cry again. 20XX, September 2nd. Hearing this date, the young man's pupils contracted sharply, but in the next second, he suddenly focused. A shock surged within him. September 2nd, 20XX. Isn't this the day before the apocalypse? The very second day of the creation era? Wait, I've traveled through time. I've traveled to the beginning of the creation era. At that moment, the confusion in the young man's heart vanished, replaced by excitement. The beginning of the creation era. I actually traveled to the very beginning of the creation era. Haha. Jiang Chen. Jiang family. Fifth night. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Not only am I alive, but I've also traveled back. Heaven has given me this opportunity, given me a chance to start over. This time, I must avenge my past life. I will overturn your devilish family. Fengshua's gaze turned as cold as ice. Every time he recalled how the Jiang family hunted him down in his past life, how they exterminated his family, an uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. In his previous life, the Jiang family was powerful, even with comrades who shared his ambitions, willing to risk their lives to overthrow the Jiang family's rule. The outcome was ultimately tragic. But this time is different. He has a foresight 5 years ahead of everyone in the world. He is confident he can gather his like-minded companions from his past life. Moreover, he will take advantage of the various opportunities that arise after the new era dawns, turning this generation of the Freedom Army into a force capable of rivaling the Jiang family, even capable of overthrowing their cruel rule. By the way, little Qian, where are our parents? Fengshua quickly asked. In his past life, he could only watch as his family perished under the Jiang family's slaughter. This time, he vowed to protect his family. Our parents went out. Just this morning, Shenzhen announced a new law. According to the law, our family will now be classified as dust under the new laws of the apocalypse, Feng Qian said worriedly. Hearing this from his sister, Fengshua was taken aback. New law of the apocalypse? Wait, this is only the second day after the apocalypse has begun? The new law shouldn't be announced until a month later, once the zombie crisis in the city has been basically controlled, right? Brother, the zombie crisis in the city was already pacified yesterday. Look outside. There are still many soldiers maintaining order. Feng Qian patiently explained to her brother. Fengshua felt uneasy in his heart. He quickly moved to the window. Sure enough, outside on the street, a large number of Shunjing new army soldiers were patrolling. Seeing this scene, Fengshua felt lost. This is different from the memories in his mind. In his past life, although the Jiang family reacted quickly to the sudden apocalypse, they still paid a heavy price to barely control the zombies a month later. Yet this time, the Jiang family managed to suppress the zombie crisis in just one day. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. He has more important things to do. Get his parents back. Fengshua quickly got out of bed. Now, he is even weaker than his past self. Although he has a head full of ideas he wants to implement, at this moment, what's more important is to develop cautiously. He absolutely cannot rebel against the Jiang family now. Otherwise, the tragic events of his past life will replay before his eyes. Brother, I'll go with you. Little Qian, stay home. Be good. I'll find our parents and come back right away. With that, Fengshua opened the door and quickly ran outside. I must hurry. Fengshua gritted his teeth. Chapter 49. Jiang Chen's Unexpected Gains. Soon, Fengshua arrived on the street, observing the bustling crowd around him. He exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of stale air. This was a world where the apocalypse had descended, a world where order had collapsed, and the Jiang family was the Jiang family after the apocalypse. He knew this all too well. But now, there were hardly any people in the crowd who understood this point. They naively believed that as long as they applied some pressure on the Jiang family without causing chaos, the Jiang family wouldn't dare retaliate against them. However, at that moment, as Fengshua looked at the bustling crowd, especially noticing the increasingly indifferent gazes of the military officers, a chill ran through his heart. These people did not understand the Jiang family. They did not comprehend the forces behind the Jiang family. They had no idea what this apocalyptic world was like. Thinking of this, Feng felt his hands and feet grow cold. He couldn't waste any more time. He had to find his parents quickly and get them out of here. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the Jiang family began to take action in this place. By then, it would truly be too late to save anyone. Dad, Mom, where are you? Dad, it's Feng Zhua. If you can hear me, please respond. Mom, it's Feng Zhua. Where are you? If you hear me, please answer. Feng Zhua rushed into the crowd, shouting loudly around him. But there were too many people, and the noise was overwhelming. His voice couldn't carry, and he couldn't hear any responses. What to do? Feng Zhua gritted his teeth. In the next moment, he dashed out of the crowd and quickly ran toward the front. Before long, he reached the very front of the crowd. Panting, he spread his arms wide to block the oncoming throng. Stop! Everyone stop! However, the people merely glanced at him before bypassing him and continuing to push forward, shouting and clamoring. Feng Zhua's expression darkened, but immediately he steeled himself, picked up a steel pipe from the ground, and ran back to the front. Before the crowd could react, he swung the steel pipe and struck one person on the head. Ah! A scream pierced the air. This action immediately caused an uproar among the people around. Hey, what are you doing? You've got some nerve. In a crowd like this, you dare to attack someone. Looking at the person who was struck down and now curled up on the ground, wailing, the surrounding crowd was astonished. I said stop. Feng Zhua shouted. Why should we stop? You brat. Whose child are you? Forget that, just grab him. Several middle-aged men immediately rushed toward Feng Zhua. But Feng Zhua had fought against zombies, mutants, and even extraordinary beings in his past life. Although his current body was still weak, facing these ordinary people, he could still handle them with ease thanks to his combat skills from his previous life. Dad, Mom, can you hear me? Dad, Mom. While dealing with those people, Feng Zhua shouted loudly into the crowd. His intention was to attract attention, hoping his parents would notice him. However, unbeknownst to him, his parents were not paying attention to him at that moment. Instead, they were in front of a tall building ahead. A handsome man in a black suit, holding a glass of red wine, watched Feng Zhua's figure through the floor-to-ceiling window. His deep, mysterious eyes, resembling the cosmic starry sky, revealed a hint of intrigue. Ding! Detected the aura of a protagonist. Analyzing. Ding! Analysis complete. Name. Feng Zhua. Extraordinary ability. None. Extraordinary level. None. Killing/capturing the protagonist Feng Zhua will reward a divine treasure chest. I didn't expect to come for a show and discover such a surprise. He drank the red wine in his glass and waved his hand behind him. Bodyguard. A bodyguard in black immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Find a few clever people and keep an eye on him. Understood, young master, the bodyguard replied, nodding. Also, tell the head maid that the Jiang family needs a large plot of land to build an industrial center, and the black wall construction will require a significant amount of building materials and manpower. I think that area in the old city is quite suitable. Jiang Chen set down his goblet, looking at the large number of Jiang family soldiers pouring toward the crowd, and gently smiled as he spoke. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the bodyguard felt a chill in his heart. I will inform the head maid immediately. Do it. Understood. The bodyguard bowed and left the room. The 3-month period of descent is indeed long. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the edge of the city outside, the corners of his mouth curving into a meaningful smile. Chapter 50. Suppression. At this moment, Feng Zhua was completely unaware that he had already caught Jiang Chen's attention. He was still loudly calling for his parents in the crowd. Everyone, let's all go. Catch this kid. We can't let him keep causing trouble. Seeing that they couldn't catch Feng Zhua, the crowd became anxious. The soldiers nearby had no intention of helping them. At that moment, a voice called out, Zhua, you, how could you be here? Hearing this voice, Feng quickly turned to look. When he saw two familiar figures pushing through the crowd, a sense of kinship surged through his veins. He couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Dad! Mom!" It had been 5 years. He had thought he would never see his parents again, but now, heaven had given him this opportunity. "This kid is your son." The crowd, which had just tried to catch Feng suddenly frowned as they looked at his parents. Some even approached Feng Zhu's mother with unfriendly expressions. Seeing this, Feng Zhu's mother felt scared. They hadn't expected this situation. They had been caught up in the crowd, trying to see what was going on, and to their shock, they discovered their son was at the front, fighting with the crowd. This left them completely bewildered. "Get away! Who dares to touch my parents?" At this moment, seeing those people trying to trouble his parents, Feng Zhu raised the steel pipe in his hand and rushed forward, positioning himself in front of his parents with a grim expression. What is going on here?" Feng Zhu's parents were utterly confused. Wasn't their son unconscious at home? Why was he suddenly here and fighting with these people? "Mother, Dad, now is not the time to explain. You must come home with me immediately." Feng Zhu grabbed his parents and tried to leave. He felt that only by getting out of there would he find peace. However, before he could take a few steps with his parents, the crowd surrounded them, blocking their way. "Kid, you think you can just leave after hitting someone? It's not that easy. If you don't give us an explanation today, you're not going anywhere." "That's right. Who gets to just run away after hitting someone? Your parents are here too. You two should say something. Your son attacked people for no reason and now wants to leave? That's not how it works." "Exactly. You need to give us an explanation for this matter." Feng Zhu's mother was at a loss upon hearing the crowd's accusations. They had always been at the bottom of society, cautious and careful not to offend anyone. They had never encountered such a situation. Seeing this scene, Feng Zhu's expression also darkened. He felt a sense of urgency. Being trapped here would lead to trouble. He had to get his parents away as soon as possible. Looking around at the crowd, he gritted his teeth. In the next second, his expression hardened. He raised the steel pipe in his hand and, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, struck his own head. With a loud bang, blood flowed down from his head. Seeing Feng Zhu's action, his mother was shocked. Once she regained her senses, she hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe his wound. However, Feng Zhu stopped his mother's actions. Enough now. Enduring the intense pain radiating from his head, he looked at the surrounding crowd, blood streaming down his face, and said in a deep voice. Without waiting for their response, he pulled his mother and began to leave. This time, seeing the blood on Feng Zhu's face, the crowd didn't stop them. After all, in his current situation, they didn't dare to intervene. If something really happened, it would be troublesome for them. Furthermore, they didn't want to pursue the matter any further. The parade was more important. Just as they were about to continue moving forward, the commotion ahead made Feng Zhu's face change. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent, as if he hadn't noticed the scene, and continued pulling his parents forward. Before he could walk a few steps, he found his path blocked again. Chapter 51. The Transcendent. That's who they are. At this moment at the forefront, Suchinga and Fifth Knight appeared before the crowd. However, at this moment, the onlookers had no time to admire the two stunning women. They were all looking at them in terror, at the new recruits of the Jiang family behind them. They were looking at the several transcendents on standby, trembling in fear. At this very moment, they were afraid, terrified, and the bravado they had in wanting the Jiang family to submit had undoubtedly crumbled. I know that in your hearts, you are very unconvinced. Why can the transcendents become the people of honor while you are reduced to the dust beneath? Now, I will tell you the answer. Suchinga looked to the crowd below. With a wave of her hand, two trucks soon drove over. In the bewildered eyes of the crowd, the cargo compartments of the trucks opened. Roar! The next second, a terrifying roar came from the cargo compartments at the back of the trucks. Hearing this sound, the crowd below revealed their fear. Just yesterday, the entire capital city was filled with this sound, and they were fortunate that most of them only heard the sound but did not see the source of it. At this moment, as the cargo compartments opened, they were presented with. Inside the cargo compartments of the two trucks were actually two cages containing dozens of rotting, silent zombies, which were like nightmares in their minds. As these zombies looked at the crowd below, it was as if they saw a feast, and they crazily crashed against the cages, trying to pounce on the crowd. The cages were rattling from their impacts. Those standing at the forefront, even though they were over 10 meters away, felt uncontrollable fear and began to back away. Even the crowd was stirred into a small panic, fearing that these zombies might break free. Feng Zhua, in the crowd, silently observed the reactions of those around him. Compared to the previous life, the ordinary people in this life seemed too fragile. After all, the Jiang family and the capital had protected them too well when the apocalypse descended. Suchinga looked at the reactions of these people with an indifferent expression. Now, I give you an opportunity. I allow you to form a team of over 50 people to enter this cage and fight the zombies. As long as you can kill even half of the zombies in the cage, I will make an exception and grant you the status of the people of honor. As soon as Suchinga finished speaking, the people around, including the military, looked at her in shock. Some of the Jiang family's new recruits were eager to try, but unfortunately, this opportunity did not seem to include them. Thinking of this, these new recruits of the Jiang family looked enviously at the crowd below. However, utterly unrelated to them, the crowd below was currently retreating, and not a single person dared to step forward to challenge. No one? If no one, then I will randomly choose 45 people, Suchinga said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd below turned pale. They were constantly praying in their hearts not to be chosen. After all, although there were only a dozen zombies in the cage, they were still zombies. How could they be something they could handle? Very quickly, under Suchinga's finger, 45 healthy men and women were selected. Those not chosen felt fortunate, while those chosen, No, I don't want to go. Help, let go of me. Let go of me. I don't want to face these zombies. The selected individuals screamed in terror. But against the Jiang family's recruits dragging them, they could not struggle at all. They were cruelly thrown into the cage. The next second, roar. Get away. Get away. Let go of me. Spare me. Don't eat me. The screams echoed, and the scene inside the cage was extremely bloody. Those outside watching this scene all turned pale, their limbs cold, their pupils trembling. Since the apocalypse began, at this moment, they truly felt how close the apocalypse was to them. Soon, in just half an hour, the cage became silent. The zombies were all alive, enjoying a bloody feast. Humans were all annihilated, turned into a meal in the zombies' mouths. And Suchinga did not stop there. The next second, she instructed the crane to dump the zombies from the two cages into one. More than 20 zombies were all gathered in one cage. Then, a transcendent directly jumped into the cage in front of the dazed gazes of the crowd. The next second, the 20-plus zombies roared and lunged at him. But facing this scene, the transcendent snorted coldly. The next second, a rich glow emanated from his body. His muscles instantly enlarged several times. His skin radiated a hard luster. With a punch, a zombie lunging at him was smashed into a pulp. Not done yet. He grabbed a zombie's head with his other hand. Bang! That zombie's head was instantly crushed. Watching this scene, the crowd below was dumbfounded. But soon, following that, the 20-plus zombies directly buried him, just as everyone thought this transcendent would be buried in the zombies' mouths. The next second, the transcendent actually charged out, covered in blood. Yet even so, he still resembled a war god, tearing apart the surrounding zombies. In less than 10 minutes, under the dazed gazes of the crowd, the 20-plus zombies were all crushed by him. Silence, tranquility, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Suchinga looked at them, her tone indifferent as she said, "Now, do you think he has the qualification to stand above you? And do you think you are worthy to stand alongside him?" Chapter 52. I am proud to be a commoner. Suchinga's cold voice resonated through the extraordinary power, reaching the ears of every person on the street. Not only here, but even many who hadn't come out of their homes were watching this scene through the echoes in the city's broadcasts and the live coverage on television. In the face of Suchinga's words, the demonstration of tens of thousands of people on the street fell almost completely silent at that moment. They didn't know how to respond. Silence, tranquility, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At that moment, an invisible tension pressed down upon them, suffocating their hearts and making it hard for them to breathe. Their gazes became confused. Indeed, why should they think they were worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with these extraordinary beings? Did they think they could eat their fill? Could they single-handedly feed a zombie? While others, the extraordinary beings, could kill zombies that were dozens of times their size, what about them, the ordinary people, facing zombies that were fewer in number than them? They didn't even have the power to fight back. They had never thought about this level before. In fact, they hadn't even considered the factor of zombies at all, because in their eyes, zombies were simply not something they had to worry about. The reason for such thinking was that the capital and the Jiang family had protected them too well during the apocalypse, so well that they had never faced the front line of confronting zombies. They knew that there were zombies in this world, and even in the capital city, there were zombies. But how many of them had ever faced a zombie directly? They didn't understand, nor did they want to understand, because to them, zombies were like nightmares. They would subjectively, objectively, and instinctively ignore them. They still kept their thoughts rooted in the pre-apocalyptic world, even going so far as to keep society in the state it was before the apocalypse. They believed in the ancient truth that all men are created equal in the old world. Yet they did not know that in such a chaotic world, equality? What nonsense! So when Suchinga presented the most direct image of the apocalypse, zombies before them, even allowing them to see what happened to some unfortunate souls facing zombies firsthand. Fear, panic, helplessness, confusion, hesitation filled them completely at that moment. Some even began to enter a state of self-doubt, and not a single one of them noticed that the emotions within them had already been stirred. Suchinga stood on the platform, looking down at the crowd, her clear eyes shining with a barely perceptible extraordinary light. Beside her, the fifth knight gazed at her figure with a somewhat melancholic look, his cold pupils for the first time showing a fluctuation towards the person named Suchinga. Even so, we may not be able to be the upper class, but we should still be able to be the basic common people, right? At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the originally confused crowd suddenly brightened their eyes. Yes, we admit we are not as good as those extraordinary beings. We can acknowledge that we are in a lower position than them. But we want to be common people. That shouldn't be a problem, right? That's right. We can exist under the extraordinary beings, but we want to be common people to enjoy the most basic rights. Common people. Common people. We want to be common people. At this moment, the crowd found their goal again, shouting passionately. It was as if they had grasped their lifeline, expressing the rights they wished to obtain. However, at this very moment, they failed to notice that the troops surrounding them had grown increasingly cold after hearing their demands, their gazes towards them becoming even more frigid. And on the platform, Suchinga faced the crowd that was boiling with fervor, her expression showing no change whatsoever. In fact, in a moment of extreme carelessness, a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out again, but this time the bullets were not aimed at the crowd below. Instead, it was a warning shot, causing the boiling crowd to quiet down like startled birds. New people? Do you think it's an easy thing to become a new person? Suchinga's cold voice echoed through their ears as she stood on the platform. Why not? Aren't they all new people? They're just like us, all mortals. Why can they become new people while we cannot? Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. That he referred to were the soldiers surrounding them. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the soldiers grew even darker. However, soon, with Suchinga's next words, the soldiers began to feel proud, while the civilians fell silent once more. Why? simply because when the apocalypse descended, they stood against the raging tide of corpses with their flesh and blood. Simply because most of them are still stationed on the outskirts of the capital city, using their lives to fend off the assault of the external zombie tide. Do you really think that your ability to stand here and protest is a chance given to you by heaven? If they hadn't been stationed on the front lines to fend off the external zombie tide against the capital city, if they hadn't held back the hordes of corpses outside the city, would you still have the chance to stand here and protest? Suchinga said coldly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent again. Suchinga did not stop there and continued. You may not know what the outside world is like right now, but I can tell you. Cities like the capital that still maintain order are now few and far between. All the other cities in the world have completely fallen under the tide of corpses. Those civilians like you, who used to live peacefully, are no longer able to stand on the streets protesting. They don't even have a safe place to seek refuge. The length of their lives now depends on which street corner they encounter a zombie. As soon as Suchinga finished speaking, the next moment, a projection appeared in front of everyone. The images displayed the current state of other cities neighboring the capital. Many people recognized these cities because they had visited them before the apocalypse descended. Although they were not as prosperous as the capital, bolstered by the capital, these cities had developed quite well. But now, looking at the ruins, dilapidated buildings, and the zombies running rampant in the urban areas, along with the countless bloody corpses gnawed by zombies on the ground, the terrified voices of humanity echoed in the city, and the zombies' howls sounded like cheers. These scenes deeply stimulated the hearts of the vast majority of people in the capital city. Imagine if there were no leadership from the Jiang family, no protection from the extraordinary powers, no assistance from the military. What would the capital city look like now? And what would the majority of you be like? Would you be one of the surviving few fleeing in terror in those ruined cities? Or would you be one of the corpses that have been gnawed to pieces? Or perhaps one of those attacking humans, a mindless zombie? Suchinga's words echoed in the hearts of everyone watching this scene. The cold voice and the chilling images outside made many people unable to stop trembling. Yes, without the Jiang family, without extraordinary powers, without the military, what would the capital city look like now? And what would they become? Survivors? Corpses? Zombies? In such cities, any of these three outcomes seem to make no difference. The only difference might be the timing of their demise. And now, in the capital city, they were alive, able to face the fear of zombies without panic, still having a safe place to call home. What more could they ask for? Upper people? New people? Lower people? If those civilians in the cities ravaged by the tide of corpses were given a choice, not to mention lower people, even if they were offered the status of a lowly person to enter the capital, they would agree without hesitation. And they, currently being lower people compared to the outside world, didn't seem so bad. But was that the end of it? Not yet. Suchinga's goals were far from over. She needed to provide Jiang Chen, the Jiang family, and the capital city with a perfect solution, a one-time, permanent solution. Her next words would let these people know that their ability to become lower people was their fortune. It was a blessing given to them by the Jiang family. Chapter 53. You are worthless. You are all burdens. At this moment, Jiang Chen was patiently watching Suchinga's performance from a building. Young master, Su has started. A black-clad bodyguard walked in and respectfully reported to Jiang Chen. Behind him was Suchinga's father, Subai. Greetings, young master. Subai entered the office and bowed respectfully upon seeing Jiang Chen, his tone extremely deferential. Hee, Su uncle is being too polite. Jiang Chen turned his gaze from the window and smiled, waving his hand at Subai. I wonder what instructions the young master has for me. Subai asked cautiously. Is there anything you would like to discuss? Nothing much. I just wanted to chat with Su uncle. Jiang Chen replied as he picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea. Seeing this, Subai hurried over and took the tea Jiang Chen offered with both hands. In his peripheral vision, he also glanced at the parade below and at his obedient daughter at the forefront of the procession. Subai observed Jiang Chen again and noticed that his gaze was mostly focused on the scene outside. He gradually understood the situation in his heart. At home, he had been paying close attention to this matter. Regarding his daughter's actions, he felt a mix of emotions. He was well aware of the true purpose behind his daughter's actions. "Su uncle, you should feel honored to have such a daughter," Jiang Chen said with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Su Bai's face. If he could, he would not want his daughter to become like this. But he understood that to survive in such a world, it had to be this way. "Yes, I feel honored for Chinga." Su Bai sighed and nodded. He looked out at Su Chinga's figure, his eyes showing a complex expression. He had also heard what Su Chinga said earlier. In summary, Su Chinga was using a combination of truth and lies to deeply strike at the hearts of these people. As for what was real and what was false, that no longer mattered. What was important was that Su Chinga had achieved her goal. She had made those commoners deeply understand that the position granted to them by the capital was the most suitable position. Logically speaking, at this point, Su Chinga had completed her mission. However, she had not finished. She had completed her task, but her ultimate goal had yet to be achieved. She was thinking further and thinking more. She was using this opportunity to establish an invisible system, one that could even forever weigh down on the heads of those belonging to the commoners' tier. Below, under Su Chinga's barrage of words, all the commoners, even Feng Zhua, who was hidden among the crowd, would have felt confused and started to doubt their own self-awareness had it not been for his memories and knowledge from past life. He looked at Su Chinga on the stage, his eyes filled with astonishment. Her words seemed to contain a kind of magic, capable of impacting the deepest parts of his heart. Moreover, her words were all true. This made it easier for those listening to be moved. As a result, the crowd began to accept their positions as the lowest class commoners. But it was not over yet. Su Chinga would let them know that being a commoner was an honor. She looked at a figure in the crowd who appeared confused, her pupils locking onto him. A supernormal power began to reveal itself. Soon, that figure looked up, gazing at Su Chinga. The confusion in her eyes had created an incomprehensible gap in her self-perception. What is our value in existence? Is our value in existence merely as commoners? What do we mean to the capital? Hearing this question, everyone turned to Su Chinga. At this moment, under Su Chinga's guidance, they had fully realized their self-awareness. Now, they needed to understand what they were to the capital, what kind of existence they were in its eyes. In response, Su Chinga looked at them calmly and spoke words that elicited various reactions from everyone, including Su Bai and Jiang Chen. "You are burdens to the capital. You have no value whatsoever. Without you, the capital would be better off." Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils trembling violently, their brains momentarily stalling due to Su Chinga's words. Some wanted to shout back in protest, but Su Chinga did not give them a chance. In today's world, your existence is a drain on the capital. You consume food every day. You consume various resources every day. In fact, your current protest is consuming the lives of those brave soldiers fighting on the front lines. In today's world, we cannot rely on others. We can only rely on ourselves. All kinds of materials, all kinds of food are in short supply, and each item is one less. The soldiers and extraordinary individuals consume these precious materials and food to fight against zombies. And you consume far more food and water than they do. What have you done? You have done nothing, and you are wasting the resources that you have, coming here to protest and waste even more. Listening to Su Chinga's words, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim, pale, and powerless. And Su Chinga continued, "According to logic, many of you should have already died. You should have become sacrifices to the apocalypse. After you die, various food and resources would not be so scarce. That is the arrangement of the apocalypse. But the Jiang family, the capital, could not bear to see you die. They snatched your worthless, mindlessly consuming lives from the hands of death. But what about you? You group of worthless people. Look at what you have done. As Suchinga spoke, her tone grew increasingly cold, almost as if she were about to directly label them all as worthless. Her words resonated within the hearts of the crowd like a divine sound. They were worthless, they were burdens, they were ungrateful people. At this moment, all the commoners in the capital began to doubt the meaning of their existence. Moreover, this was not enough. The next word from Suchinga would truly make them feel the terror of their own insignificance, make them feel their complete lack of value, and feel that they could easily be replaced by something greater. Some of you may be unconvinced, believing that your irreplaceable existence is the most important part of the Xinjiang society. I can tell you very clearly, your existence is like the garbage on the ground. Having one more will make people feel disgusted, while having one less will bring comfort. As the stable situation in Xinjiang gradually spreads to the outside world, believe it or not, in less than a month, countless outsiders will dream of entering Xinjiang. They have been baptized by zombies and have gone through the apocalypse. They understand this world better than you do, and they are willing to offer everything for the chance to stay in Xinjiang. And what about you? Ha! Suchinga's final cold laugh was like the finishing touch on a painting. She did not need to say the last words. Everyone trembled with fear, knowing what Suchinga's next words would be. The outsiders would replace them, and they would be eliminated by those newcomers. Compared to the outsiders, they were utterly worthless. In fact, they were a burden. At that time, who would Xinjiang choose? It goes without saying. Suchinga's words were cold, indifferent, and ruthless. But they were very real, very direct. Like a bullet, they exploded inside their hearts. No, I don't want to be replaced. I am willing to be a commoner. I am willing. Please let me be a commoner. I am willing to give everything. I am willing to give everything for Xinjiang. What should we do? What should we do? No matter what method, as long as I can contribute to Xinjiang, I am willing. At this moment, the crowd completely collapsed, all of them screaming in despair. They looked at Suchinga, their eyes filled with plea. They didn't want to be a burden to Xinjiang. They didn't want to be worthless. They didn't want to be replaced by outsiders. Watching this scene, Suchinga smiled. This was the result she wanted. With the enhancement of her psychic ability, although this ability was minimal for so many people, Suchinga only needed to imbue her voice with it. No conscious transmission occurred. It was precisely this slight psychological disturbance under her words that struck the deepest, most vulnerable part of their hearts, that completely shattered their inner selves. It made them realize their worthlessness. Only by offering everything, even their lives, for Xinjiang could they feel the meaning of being alive and existing. If at first they were worthless and merely a burden, that was just a push, just a build-up. Then, the final revelation that they were as replaceable as goods. This was the last cannonball that broke down their mental defenses, because this was something that made them acutely aware of the urgent crisis. Moreover, they clearly understood that Suchinga's words were not just to scare them. This was something that was highly possible, even absolutely likely to happen. Suchinga knew it. It was almost time. When despair reached its deepest point, she only needed to give them a glimmer of hope, and that would be enough to make them grateful to the point of tears, willing to give everything for it. You are very lucky. Suchinga spoke, and this time, her voice was no longer cold. Instead, it carried a hint of warmth. This little warmth was like an incredibly brilliant light, allowing those who had lost all value in their existence to feel a wave of hope approaching. Their restless hearts calmed down. They looked at Suchinga with anticipation. Because you are locals of Xinjiang, compared to those who are still struggling for survival in the mouths of zombies and foreign species, you have an incomparable advantage. You don't have to face zombies because the extraordinary ones and the military are blocking them for you. You don't need to worry about survival because the Jiang family of Xinjiang is your backing. And what you can do now is to devote yourselves to the construction of Xinjiang. Contribute everything you have. The military needs various military supplies, materials, and food, and you and your families also need it. However, Xinjiang no longer has extra land to build factories. Xinjiang needs to build high walls to protect the entire Xinjiang, but there are no extra materials, nor so many workers. Suchinga looked at them and said lightly. And just at that moment she spoke, I am willing to give my house and my land. I can also give myself. I just ask that Xinjiang give me a place to sleep. I am willing to. Our whole family. We can all become workers. We only ask for a place to sleep, to have 3 meals a day. No, at least 2 meals a day. And me, I am also willing to contribute. As soon as Suchinga finished her words, over 100 people rushed out of the crowd, their eyes filled with fervor. Seeing these hundreds of people, Suchinga waved her hand. You will be the first batch of the ascended pure citizens. Wow! As soon as Suchinga's words fell, the crowd erupted in exclamations, especially those designated by Suchinga. All of them cried out in surprise and joy. This made a sense of overwhelming recognition rise in their hearts. They were recognized by Xinjiang, and those who were a step too late were filled with immense regret. Soon, Suchinga's next words drove them into madness again. And as for the rest of you, as long as you contribute everything in the construction of the Black Wall in Xinjiang, there will also be opportunities to be promoted to pure citizens. This is the family's grace to you. It is also your honor. As her words fell, in that instant, the excited shouts echoed through the clouds. Long live the Jiang family. Long live Xinjiang. They could contribute to Xinjiang. Does that not mean that they are valuable to Xinjiang? At least, there were no longer burdens. And it wasn't enough. They still needed to continue to strive with all their might. Only in this way could they demonstrate their value even more. Let those outsiders know. This place is the Xinjiang of the Xinjiang people. And this thought was also a bomb that Suchinga planted in them, one that would never allow the bottom layer to unite. Chapter 54, for the family. Contribution. Asterisk asterisk. Clap clap clap. In a high-rise building, Jiang Chen's appreciative applause echoed in the room. Without a doubt, he was quite satisfied with Suchinga's completion of the test. If the full score was 100 points, he would definitely give her 99 points. The remaining 1 point would need to be personally collected by Suchinga tonight. Meanwhile, Su Bai's expression was hard to describe. Pride? Sighing? Disappointment? And so on. It was all difficult to articulate. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Su Bai truly felt that his daughter had grown up. Uncle Su, I still say this, you should be proud and honored for Chinga. Jiang Chen turned to Su Bai and said with a smile. As someone with an SS-level ability and a mind controller, Jiang Chen could clearly perceive Su Bai's innermost thoughts at this moment. He understood better than Su Bai himself what he was proud of, what he was sighing about, and what he was disappointed in. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Bai sighed deeply and nodded. You're right. I was overthinking it. Chinga has achieved this level. I should be proud. However, young master, based on the way Chinga is doing things, it might indeed bring short-term benefits to the divine capital and greatly improve its efficiency. However, if this continues for a long time, Su Bai didn't continue speaking because he knew that Jiang Chen would definitely understand the hidden dangers of this approach. However, upon hearing Su Bai's words, Jiang Chen merely smiled. Uncle Su, your daughter is not foolish. What we see, she sees too, and she still insists on doing it this way. Do you know why? Su Bai fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Because she is an extraordinary person. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Bai's pupils widened in surprise. I know what Uncle Su is worried about, and Chinga also knows what you are concerned about. However, the current world is different. The existence of extraordinary people has broken the long-standing flaw that previous dynasties could never escape. The short lifespan of rulers. The lifespan of ordinary people is only a few decades, while extraordinary people do not age in the same way. As long as one can become an extraordinary person, they can live for hundreds of years. Even for powerful extraordinary people, existing for several centuries is not a problem. Moreover, in this new era of infinite possibilities, with the future development of technology, it is not impossible for ordinary people to have lifespans comparable to extraordinary people. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at Su Bai and said, "Furthermore, extraordinary people have an incomparable advantage, that is, one person can become an army. As long as extraordinary people continue to exist, as long as their will remains unchanged, everything can be safe and sound. The common people will not rise up in rebellion against an opponent they know they cannot defeat. They only need to maintain the minimum living security. As long as they can survive, they will feel satisfied. Moreover, the future world is vast, and the common people's class will continuously undergo change. Even if they have grievances and seeds of rebellion in their hearts, they will ultimately be replaced by another group of common people before they can take action." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Bai stared blankly at him. At this moment, even cold sweat was dripping down his back. Although Su Bai was intelligent and had a clear understanding of the situation, he still felt a profound shock from Jiang Chen's words that touched his very soul. Just as Jiang Chen said, the emergence of extraordinary people has broken the shackles of history. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Su Bai perceived an all-encompassing ambition in Jiang Chen's words. Not just the divine capital, not just Zhongzhou, not just Longhua, but perhaps even the entire Blue Star. It's still too early to say these things, however. I believe that when the time comes, Uncle Su, you will definitely witness it with your own eyes. Jiang Chen raised his teacup and toasted Su Bai from afar. Once Su Bai reacted, he quickly bowed in respect to Jiang Chen. Will he be able to witness it? At this moment, in Su Bai's heart, which had been calm, a wave of emotions rose unexpectedly after hearing Jiang Chen's words, reminiscent of the long-lost ripples after the apocalypse. He had a premonition that when that day came, the divine capital might no longer be called the divine capital, and Jiang Chen would become an existence that was difficult to fathom. At this time, in the old city area of the divine capital, "Dad, Mom, do we really have to donate all our houses and land to the upper level? If we donate to them, where will we live?" After returning home, even before Feng Qian could celebrate, her father and mother had already taken out the property deeds and other documents. Claiming that it was a donation to the family without compensation, this shocked Feng Qian to the point where she could hardly speak. Meanwhile, Feng Zhuo watched this scene in silence, unable to calm the turmoil in his heart. Despite having the souls of two individuals in him from his past life, he could still hear Su Qingge's words echoing in his mind, words powerful enough to inspire a person to sacrifice everything for their cause. His mother's influence on him was even deeper and more inescapable. "Xiao Qian, the place we're going to live in will be assigned to us temporarily. Our first priority now is to contribute to the capital. We cannot be a burden to the capital. We must not let outsiders take what belongs to our city." "That's right. Xiao Qian, let's endure some hardship now. Once we become new citizens later, we will be able to live a good life." Faced with her parents' words, Feng Qian's expression was blank. She looked at her brother, but at that moment, Feng Zhuo sighed. Listen to Mom and Dad. There was nothing he could do. He knew that the Jiang family in the capital would never do something so generous, but the current situation was beyond their individual power to change. Not just their family, but even their neighbors and the entire old district were hastily processing the necessary paperwork. In a day or two, this place would no longer belong to them. Bang! At that moment, a sudden gunshot rang out, startling the Feng family into hiding. However, it was just a single shot. Feng Zhuo cautiously peeked his head out to look outside. He saw people discussing something on the street. Listening to the chatter from the street, Feng Zhuo fell silent. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the front door was suddenly knocked on. Feng Zhuo's relative opened the door, and when he saw a few uniformed individuals standing outside, he was taken aback. Why, Your Excellency, this is Feng Zhuo's house. Why, yes, I am Feng Zhuo. I am his relative, named Feng Fu. Feng Zhuo's relative quickly said, This is your family's work order. After you move out, you and Feng Zhuo will be sent to build the Black Wall. Your wife and daughter will be involved in producing various food and supplies. This work order must be kept safe. Your future contribution points will be recorded in it, which can be exchanged for various other resources and used to spend points to upgrade to new citizens. The worker said, "Yes, yes." Hearing this, Feng Fu's eyes widened, and he quickly took the 4 work orders, his hands trembling. The excitement on his face was evident. Regardless of how hard the work may be, at least now there was hope and a goal for their lives. Watching his relative excitedly hand him the work orders, Feng Zhuo remained silent. Building the Black Wall. Thankfully, his mother and Xiao Qian were not assigned there. He was well aware that the construction of the Black Wall was a miracle. In 3 months, a black wall over 100 meters high would encircle the entire capital, protecting it within. But this miracle was forged with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. In his previous life, he had met his like-minded companions during the construction of the Black Wall. And this time, Feng Zhuo clenched the work order tightly in his hand. Although events had diverged significantly from his memories, the essence of the Jiang family in the capital remained brutal, violent, and bloody. This Jiang family in the capital, he must overthrow them. This was the regret of his previous life, and in this life, he would fulfill it. He would take revenge. Chapter 55, February Plan Launch. Jiang Family Mansion ***. Young Master, all the land has been fully requisitioned. The various construction materials needed for the Black Wall have also been gathered after dismantling a large number of houses in the Old City area. The new business district is being constructed on the land of the Old City at the fastest speed. The machinery and equipment transported from various places before the apocalypse have already begun to operate. As long as we extend the working hours to 16 hours a day, within 2 months, the vast majority of the preliminary projects can be completed. At the latest, in 2.5 months, the new construction plan in Xinjiang can be announced as finished. In the office, Su Qinggo wore a sharp white suit, paired with a black silk pencil skirt, perfectly showcasing her tall and curvy figure. Her movements, as she lightly played with her wind chime-like curly hair by her ear, unintentionally emanated a hint of seduction. Jiang Chen sat in a leather chair, listening to Su Qinggo's report, and nodded. 2.5 months is about right. By the time the new construction plan is completed, it will just catch up with the first pioneering plan. Jiang Chen held a teacup and said, "By the way, how is the arrangement for the progenitor stone going?" The progenitor stone refers to the massive meteorite that fell from the sky when the apocalypse arrived. After investigation, it was found that this meteorite was not just an ordinary meteorite. It bore incomprehensible, mysterious symbols. Even the most experienced researchers in Xinjiang, known for their profound insights into ancient texts worldwide, could only decipher a few characters from it after consulting various ancient texts and pictographic inscriptions. Among those few characters was the name of the mysterious meteorite, progenitor stone. Jiang Chen suspected that the symbols on that stone were absolutely related to alien civilizations, as he had come across information about the progenitor stone in the forbidden ancient texts obtained from the system. However, the information was scarce, only stating that the progenitor stone contained ancient civilization mechanisms related to the forbidders. Young Master, rest assured, the area within 400 square miles around the progenitor stone has now been designated as a no-man's land, guarded by an elite military unit, with extraordinary beings as sentinels around it. Following your orders, the Human Evolution Research Institute has been established right next to the progenitor stone. Su Qinggo reported to Jiang Chen in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen felt very assured with Su Qinggo's work. He placed the teacup on the desk, narrowed his eyes slightly, and leaned back in his chair. Seeing this, Su Qinggo placed the documents in her hands on the desk, stepped over to Jiang Chen's side, and began to massage him. As she continued to massage, Su Qinggo inadvertently found herself nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace. Feeling Jiang Chen's hand beginning to roam over her black silk thigh, a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Soon, with a soft gasp escaping from Suchinga's lips, the shadows of the two on the carpet began to sway irregularly under the light. Half an hour later, with a knock at the door, Suchinga, blushing, stepped out, her eyes shimmering with moisture. As she brushed past Dia, Suchinga didn't dare to look at her expression. But even if she did, it wouldn't matter. After all, Dia had seen such scenes many times before and felt no ripples in her heart. Entering the office, Jiang Chen had already tidied everything up with Suchinga's assistance. Yet, Dia still caught the unusual scent lingering in the room. "Young master, it's time to change the air freshener in here." Dia approached Jiang Chen and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled. Then, in the next moment, he took Dia's hand, gently pulling her closer, creating an added softness in his embrace. Such a scene caused even Dia's cool demeanor to betray a hint of blush. "Why do I smell a hint of vinegar?" Jiang Chen looked at the maid beside him and smiled. To this, Dia responded naturally. "If I were to be jealous, I would have suffocated from it long ago." Hee. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and patted Dia's bottom. That tingling sensation made Dia's face flush even deeper. "Young master, you asked me to monitor someone named Fengjua. I've already arranged it." Dia took a deep breath, choosing to hide her shyness behind official matters. "In your eyes, how is he?" Jiang Chen, while enjoying the smoothness of Dia's black silk thigh, lightly inhaled the fragrance from her neck. It was a completely different kind of enjoyment compared to Suchinga. Dia bit her red lip, her clear eyes already showing some ripples. Facing Jiang Chen's actions, she instinctively turned her head away. Her actions meant that she had let down her defenses even more. I don't know why you would choose to monitor him. To me, he seems like an ordinary mortal." "Mortal he indeed is a mortal right now," Jiang Chen said, opening his mouth to gently bite on Dia's now pink earlobe. This made her delicate body tremble involuntarily. "Soon, you will transform from a mortal into a hero." Dia. At this moment, she didn't dare to speak, fearing her voice would turn strange. Yet Jiang Chen seemed oblivious to this. From her earlobe, he continued to move to her graceful neck, teasing her gently. "You just need to watch over him. Record everything he does, and everyone he interacts with understand." "Yes, I understand him." Just as that strange sound escaped from her throat, Jiang Chen smiled at her. That gaze caused Dia to become even more flustered, lowering her eyes. Slowly, under Jiang Chen's gentle actions, she leaned her hands on the desk. As the tea in the cup on the desk gently rippled, the room was now filled with a different kind of scent. Chapter 56. The Tyrant of Shenyang, Jiang Chen. 2.5 months have passed since the apocalypse descended. In these 2 months, the situation in the outside world has gradually become more clear. In a word, tragic. The sudden apocalyptic disaster has overturned all human regimes on Blue Star. Countless humans have died in this apocalypse. According to rough estimates, the original population of 10 billion on Blue Star has now dwindled to merely 15 billion. The 75 billion who have fallen have all risen from the cold ground, rotting and becoming the walking dead, viewed as nightmarish demons by the remaining 15 billion survivors. Not only are there zombies, there are also various mutated plants and animals. Even insects. They have occupied vast lands and cities once ruled by humans, becoming the new masters. They regard humans as food, hunting them at will. Faced with these demons, humanity's strength is fundamentally unable to resist. The despair of impending extinction has begun to spread among the survivors. At this critical moment of life and death, the chosen ones have stepped forward. They appear before the survivors as saviors. They control water and fire, command thunder and fierce winds. Ordinary zombies and mutants are no match for them. They proclaim themselves as extraordinary beings, favored by fate, rulers of a new era. They lead the remaining survivors to build shelters. They wage wars against the zombies, aiming to reclaim their former homes. However, one extraordinary person can stop 10 zombies, 100 zombies, and even the top extraordinary beings can single-handedly slay thousands of zombies. But every city they face has over millions of zombies. Even the extraordinary must retreat in the face of such a tide of corpses, let alone ordinary people. Moreover, as the apocalypse drags on, various supplies are no longer effectively replenished, and limited resources are being consumed rapidly. In the most difficult times, those who once fought side by side against the zombies, even those who shared life and death bonds, under the shadow of hunger and despair, would turn against each other for a piece of moldy bread. Even more so, in order to hoard more food, they would resort to despicable schemes to send former companions to the zombies. After all, the more that die, the more food remains. They can survive a little longer. In such an environment, the strong gradually dominate the survivor groups, especially the extraordinary beings. They no longer show humility. The brutal reality has taught them that only strength is the truth in this world. They begin to use harsh methods to control the remaining survivors, dominate all remaining resources, and dictate their lives. They no longer think of launching assaults on cities occupied by zombies. After all, why bother to fight desperately against zombies when they can enjoy the privileges of being extraordinary, reveling in their power over ordinary people? Most importantly, they can't win. There's no need. Instead of exhausting themselves, why not comfortably enjoy their status as extraordinary beings, becoming local tyrants? Thus, except for a few regions where shelters have more extraordinary beings and are still waging war against the zombies, most shelters in other areas gradually become complacent, tending to their own small plots of land, while those ordinary people still threatened by zombies. Who cares? Let them be. They don't have the time. But it must be said, this kind of neglect has slowed the previously rapid decline in population numbers. After all, sometimes slow death is less painful than direct demise. Shenyang. After more than 2 months of rapid recovery, today's Shenyang has changed dramatically from 2 months ago. On the outskirts of Shenyang City, a pitch-black city wall, over 100 meters high and several meters wide, stretches across the path of anyone trying to enter Shenyang. This black wall runs east and west, protecting the entire Shenyang city within. It's hard to imagine that such a massive and magnificent wall was built in just over 2 months. This achievement is nothing short of a miracle. However, standing atop the wall, with skin tan from the sun, Feng Zhuan knows all too well. Beneath this massive wall lie not fewer than 300,000 corpses. They're the Shenyang citizens who work day and night, ultimately working themselves to death. Brother Feng, why do you think we're working ourselves to the bone for this? A young man of similar age stands next to him, looking at the gradually setting sun in the distance, sighing. To survive, Feng Zhuo replies calmly. To survive this kind of suffocating existence. If it weren't for my mother and little sister back home, I'd really want to just end it all. The young man's eyes lack any light as he forces a bitter smile. Feng Zhuo remains silent. He watches a group of people in the distance, terrified and running toward Shenyang. Behind them, dozens of zombies are pursuing them. They wave their hands frantically toward Shenyang. But before they can reach the shooting range of the Shenyang City Army, the zombies catch up to them. A bloody scene begins to unfold before their eyes. Yet, Feng Zhuo and the young man show no sign of reaction. In these 2 months, they have seen too much of this kind of scene. Death is so simple and so frequent in this world. Just like this, Feng Zhuo, would not admit defeat. Why should he endure silently, working himself to the bone on the black wall for 2 months? He was waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity, it was about to arrive. Chung Hao, do you believe me? He turned to look at the young man, his gaze extremely serious. Hearing Feng Zhuo's words, the young man was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly nodded. I believe you, Brother Feng. Upon hearing this response, A smile appeared on Feng Zhuo's face. In his previous life, Cheng Hao was his closest friend. They had gone through countless hardships together, and later, when they joined the resistance organization, they became the closest of comrades. In the end, Cheng Hao had died at the hands of the Jiang family's assassins while trying to save him. This time, he wanted to take this good brother with him to overthrow the Jiang family and become the masters of this capital city. You too. Worker numbers 9527 and 9528. What are you still doing on the city wall? Hurry up and get down. At that moment, a few men dressed in neat uniforms approached. They yelled at Feng Zhuo and Cheng Hao through a loudspeaker. Fisk, stupid foreman. It's not even time for the new citizens yet, and he's already so arrogant. Hearing this voice, Cheng Hao couldn't help but curse. Feng Zhuo glanced at the now empty city wall, then looked at the ceremonial platform set up in the center of the wall, and finally at the last gold brick on that platform. For the black wall they had worked so hard to build over the past 2 months at the cost of their lives, it would no longer belong to the common people who built it. From this moment on, only new citizens and above would be allowed to step on it. The builders, the common people, were not worthy. Feng Zhuo turned and walked down the wall. Let's go down. This current situation won't last long. It will change soon. Hearing Feng Zhuo say this, Cheng Hao was taken aback, somewhat confused about what he meant. Looking at Feng Zhuo going down, he hurriedly followed. After Feng Zhuo and Cheng Hao left, they didn't notice that not far away, a figure hiding in the shadows was watching them leave, slowly disappearing. Walking down from the black wall below, groups of emaciated common people could clearly see their ribs, looking up with hope at the towering black wall in front of them. Zhuo, come here quickly. At that moment, an old man in thin clothes waved at Feng Zhuo. Like the other common people here, his face was filled with hope. Today was the inauguration ceremony of the Black Wall. Soon, the young master of the Jiang family, the highest CEO of the capital city, the most noble person, he would personally come here to lay the last gold brick of the Black Wall and officially announce its successful completion. Grandpa, walking up to the old man, looking at his messy hair and his face that seemed to have aged 20 years in just 2 months, Feng Zhuo felt his heart tremble. Yet, he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Grandpa was still alive. As long as he was alive, Brother Feng, I'll go to the other side first. You chat with Uncle. Cheng Hao said. Feng Zhuo nodded, watching Cheng Hao leave. Zhuo, check your work hard to see if the contribution points have been credited. Feng Fu hurriedly asked. Feng Zhuo took out his work card from his pocket and looked at the numbers that had increased. It's credited. That's good. I calculated yesterday. The contribution points earned by our family of 4 over the past 2 months. We could buy a limited new citizen identity prepared specifically for us by the capital. Feng Fu said excitedly. Although they could only buy one, he was still satisfied. The most important thing was that this limited new citizen identity was being offered at a discount of a full 10%. However, there were only 10,000 spots available. They would have to rush to exchange them to have a chance. I've already got your sister and your mother's cards. I'll transfer the contribution points from our 3 cards to your card now. You need to be quick. You must exchange for the new citizen identity at the first opportunity. Do you understand? Feng Fu said earnestly to Feng Zhuo. I understand. Feng Zhuo nodded. With 10,000 spots available, he was confident he could exchange for it as long as he acted quickly. Beep beep. At that moment, a series of car horn sounds came from behind. Following, there were squads of fully armed soldiers rushing over to secure the surroundings. Even the new citizens who usually looked down on them, and even the extraordinary upper citizens, were slowly bowing their heads to the approaching car. Seeing this scene, Feng Zhuo's heart began to race. The person in that car, a person with such a presence. In the entire capital, there was only one person who could make such an entrance. The tyrant of the capital, Jiang Chen. In this life, he would finally meet this tyrant, Jiang Chen. Chapter 57. The beginning of the expansion era. Amidst the gaze of countless spectators, A luxurious armored limousine came to a stop before everyone. Elite soldiers clad in special operations combat uniforms rushed down from the transport vehicles behind. These individuals were completely different from the surrounding soldiers. They were stronger, and the black combat suits they wore gleamed with a metallic sheen. The weapons in their hands were also specially manufactured, resembling the super soldiers seen in sci-fi movies from before the apocalypse. They were on high alert, their cold gazes emanating from the helmets emblazoned with dark dragon claw patterns. Anyone who met their eyes felt an involuntary sense of pressure welling up within them. The Punisher Corps. This was the first super soldier organization established through the analysis of the precursor stones and the biological technology obtained by Jiang Chen from the Superplanetary Enlightenment, Level 1.3 Planetary Technology USB, in the archives of the organization. Of course, the Punisher Corps was still just in its embryonic stage. Although they were called super soldiers, they were only a few times stronger than ordinary soldiers. They were still far from truly entering the ranks of super soldiers. However, the Human Evolution Research Institute was rapidly making breakthroughs in this area. Several elite military units, as well as special groups selected from the capital and the outside world, were conducting related biological experiments. All these experiments were paving the way for Jiang Chen's proposed God's Prohibitor project, which was based on the cultivation methods of the prohibitors obtained from the ancient archives of the Forbidden. Since Jiang Chen personally led this project, it had kicked off over a month ago. Now, after expending a significant amount of manpower and resources, the God's Prohibitor project was beginning to show results and had made some progress. "Welcome, young master." As a voice imbued with extraordinary power resonated, the commoners, the lower-class citizens, and the upper-class individuals around all shouted in unison, "Welcome, young master." Amidst the chorus of greetings, a transcendent being stood by the rear door of the car and respectfully opened it. In the next moment, under countless reverent gazes, a man who was so perfect he seemed almost inhuman stepped out of the vehicle. His features were flawless, his stature impeccable, and his demeanor exuded perfection. Every aspect of him embodied the word perfection. He was like the most prized masterpiece of the Creator. His existence seemed destined to draw everyone's attention from the moment he was born, and he was meant to be revered by all. Even the brilliance of the three stunning women, and Si Jin, Ran Miaoyin, and Su Qingge, who followed him, was overshadowed by his presence. Jiang Chen, a person cloaked in nobility and brilliance. In the capital, he was also referred to by the people as the God-admired man. Even the gods envied his existence. He was the highest embodiment of the Jiang family's will in the capital. Even the older generation of Jiang family members could not compare to him. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on him, and even some individuals felt a sense of inferiority just by looking at him. That was the feeling of an inferior product gazing up at a perfect object. It was not surprising. Even Feng Zhuo, who was hidden among the crowd, felt a surge of inferiority when he gazed upon Jiang Chen at that moment. His eyes were filled with confusion. It should be noted that in the previous encounter, while Jiang Chen was also quite perfect compared to this moment, he was simply far inferior. This was not merely a gap in material aspects, but rather a disparity in spiritual and temperamental aspects. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's existence seemed to shine with a divine brilliance. Even in the darkest night, his light would ignite the stars. Was this really the Jiang Chen he knew? Such a question arose in Feng Zhuo's mind. Just then, whether by chance or intention, Jiang Chen's deep, star-like gaze swept over the crowd, and Feng Zhuo felt as if Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on him for half a second. In that instant, Feng Zhuo actually felt as though his soul was completely scrutinized. This made his heart tighten suddenly, and every pore in his body felt as if it had opened at that moment. The feeling was like a bucket of cold water suddenly splashed over you in the dead of winter. It was chilling to the bone. It was as if even the right to breathe had been frozen. But fortunately, it was only for half a second longer. Once Jiang Chen's gaze retracted, Feng Zhua immediately started gasping for breath, like a drowning person who could finally breathe air again. Zhuo, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Feng Zhua's father, Feng Fu, asked in a low voice, looking at his son's appearance with concern. No. It just feels like I've been looked at by a demon. Feng Zhua deeply exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze lowered, avoiding the figure that belonged to Jiang Chen. Right now, he was far from being on par with Jiang Chen. It's important to note that Jiang Chen had awakened an SS-level superpower, gravitational control. In front of him, the gap between an ordinary transcendent and Jiang Chen was like the gap between a mortal and a transcendent being, and it was even greater. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen lift an entire small mountain with his bare hands. His power was like that of a deity, far beyond what an ordinary person like him could compare to. But this situation wouldn't last long. Soon, he would have the opportunity to turn the tables. At that time, even Jiang Chen would be someone he could face calmly. Thinking of this, a sense of impatience rose in Feng Zhua's heart. The exploration war of the divine capital. It was his opportunity, and just as Feng Zhua was thinking this, he did not notice that after Jiang Chen glanced at him, a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips. So it turns out he's a transmigrate? Interesting. Jiang Chen remained silent, his face adorned with a gentle and elegant smile, captivating those around him. Under the protection of the Punisher Corps and dozens of extraordinary guardians, Jiang Chen stepped toward the Black Wall. The citizens of glory and the pure new citizens followed in his footsteps, walking up the Black Wall together. Meanwhile, the countless dust people could only look up at their existence from below. As Jiang Chen walked to the top of the altar, he accepted the reverent gazes of the crowd, akin to worship. He then looked toward the outskirts of the divine capital. He gazed at the faintly visible ruins of the city in the distance. He saw the sunset, seemingly stained with blood. It seemed he could hear the wails of humanity echoing from those abandoned cities, and saw the crazed zombies chasing and slaughtering humans. Oh, humble survivors, the chaos is about to end. The brilliance of the divine capital will once again bring order to you, and I shall become your only salvation. He picked up the golden brick in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he placed it into the last gap at the top of the Black Wall. And at that moment, boom, 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 a series of cannon blasts instantly echoed through the sky. They transformed into countless crimson lights. Like meteors, they fell toward the distance. Even the ground in the distance seemed to be turned upside down at this moment. And some survivors who had finally arrived from other cities, their hopes and excitement not yet faded, were caught up in the flames alongside the zombies chasing them from behind. This is the war cry of the divine capital. It also proclaims the end of the arrival period. From now on, the exploration period has officially begun. The divine capital, the lighthouse of humanity, the city blessed by the gods, is about to extend its sharpest claws and fangs towards all directions, whether it be zombies or humans seeking to resist the divine capital. In the name of the great Jiang family of the divine capital, we declare your end. Chapter 58, Assassination. Tangwan. The city-building ceremony has concluded. The Black Wall, amidst the roar of cannon fire, officially becomes the shield of the divine capital. Anyone who dares to cross this wall will have to pay with blood and death. This Black Wall will, in the future, become an incomprehensible existence. It will forever transform into the wall of the divine capital and even the wall of humanity. It will eternally guard this race. Amidst the gaze of thousands, Jiang Chen descended from the Black Wall. At this moment, everyone was silent, only watching him with respectful eyes. His existence was becoming increasingly noble and mysterious. But at that moment, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to board his vehicle, and the surrounding Punishers and Transcendents had relaxed their guard, "Bastard! D!" A shout rang out. A figure shot out from the crowd towards Jiang Chen. They were brimming with an intense, extraordinary aura. With a speed that mere mortals could not perceive, they almost instantly lunged in front of Jiang Chen. In that instant, even the surrounding transcendents had no time to react. Their faces were still contorted with fury. The dagger, made from special materials, was less than a meter from Jiang Chen's neck. Seeing this, the women beside Jiang Chen, Ran Miaoying, and Si Jin, and Su Qingge, screamed in horror, wanting to shield him. But they were already too late. The dagger was about to plunge into Jiang Chen's neck. In many people's minds, the scene of Jiang Chen bleeding out at this event had already subconsciously emerged. However, in that instant, it was as if a ripple was suddenly released from the void, spreading outward. Everyone froze in place. Even their expressions did not change. Everything around seemed to have come to a halt. Only Jiang Chen remained. He slowly turned his head to look at the figure hovering in front of him, holding the dagger, dressed in black cloth, revealing cold, blood-red eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! In the next second, the previously stagnant world erupted. It was like a tidal wave. A powerful force emanated from Jiang Chen, spreading in all directions. The residual force even caused the surrounding transcendents to stagger back. As for the assassin facing Jiang Chen, they were caught in an overwhelming repulsive force. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and even the dagger fell from their grasp, sent flying away. Clearly, this individual had prepared for this. The moment they were blasted away by Jiang Chen, they endured the excruciating pain of their internal organs, feeling as if they were shattered, and shot a final glance at Jiang Chen before swiftly escaping into the distance. Before anyone could react, Feng's face was already filled with shock and delight. That voice, the assassin's voice just now, it was definitely her. It had to be her. He would never be mistaken. Feng gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the chaos, dashed into a nearby alley to pursue her. Zhuo, where are you going? Feng Fu shouted urgently. Father, I have something very important to take care of. I'll be back soon. Feng, Zhuo replied. Zhuo, you. Before Feng Fu could continue shouting, Feng Zhuo had already disappeared from his sight. Seeing this, Feng Fu contemplated chasing after Feng Zhuo, but soon they were surrounded by soldiers. Young master. At this moment, many transcendents and the Punisher unit finally reacted. They hurriedly looked at Jiang Chen. What are you all standing there for? The assassin has already escaped. Hurry up and pursue her. Su Qingge's cold voice echoed in their ears, causing even the transcendents to tremble. Yes, in an instant, a majority of the transcendents and Punishers rushed in the direction the assassin had fled. Meanwhile, the remaining civilians, as well as the new citizens, were surrounded by the military. Upon witnessing this scene, these new citizens and civilians were filled with fear and immediately knelt to the ground, frantically pleading for mercy, claiming they knew nothing of this. Young master, how should we deal with them? A transcendent approached Jiang Chen and asked respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the dagger on the ground with a hint of interest in his eyes. Raising a finger, the dagger slowly floated into his hand. His gloved hand gently traced the blade, observing the black residue left behind and the sharp edge. Interesting. Take this to the Evolution Research Institute and let them analyze the materials on it. Jiang Chen handed the dagger to a nearby transcendent. The transcendent quickly took out a box and placed the dagger inside. Then, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the terrified civilians and new citizens surrounding him. If I remember correctly, the assassin just charged out from this direction, right? Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the thousands of civilians in front of him. Yes, young master, a Punisher nodded. Since that's the case, kill them all. After saying this, Jiang Chen turned and boarded his vehicle, completely disregarding the terrified pleas behind him. Accompanied by a series of gunshots, the surviving civilians watched as over 1,000 bodies fell into pools of blood. Their faces displayed a pale terror. Over 1,000 people. Even among them, there were many companions who had been working together on the Black Wall just yesterday. Just like that, it's over. However, after a brief moment of panic, their fear quickly dissipated, because they had long since gotten used to death. And indeed, that assassin had come from a direction they hadn't detected in advance. Being executed was not someone else's fault. Moreover, from their perspective, it was already fortunate that young Master Jiang didn't execute them all together. So, rather than sympathizing with these people, it was better to think about themselves. Soon, with the announcement of another matter, the surviving commoners began to cheer for the fact that those guys were dead, because it was a recognition of their family's efforts in building the Black Wall. 10,000 newly designated citizen identities, about to be exchanged. Let me tell you, these 10,000 slots are worth over 20 times less than the original price. For them, this was a tremendous opportunity, and with over 1,000 people dead, they now had 1,000 fewer competitors. After all, how could they be said to be dead? But among them, when Feng Fu heard this news, his heart was filled with panic, because their family's contribution points were still with Feng Zhua. The exchange for new citizen identities was about to begin. Feng Zhua, hurry up and come here. Feng Fu was so anxious that he paced back and forth, glancing repeatedly towards the direction where Feng Zhua had left. But there was no sign of Feng Zhua returning. He waited for Feng Zhua, but the time for exchanging new citizen identities would not wait for him. In just over 10 minutes, when Feng Fu still hadn't seen Feng Zhua, despair overtook him. The exchange for new citizen identities began. Tens of thousands of commoners went crazy, pushing forward with all their might. Seeing this scene, Feng Fu fell helpless. Feng Zhua, where are you? Unable to wait any longer for Feng Zhua, Feng Fu lost his footing. He rushed into the crowd, regardless of everything. In the process, he didn't know how many times he had been shoved or how many punches he had taken. He even suspected his bones might fall apart. Yet despite this, Feng Fu continued to charge into the crowd. And finally, with a bruised face, he finally reached the front desk for exchanges. He stood at the very front of the crowd, shouting loudly, his voice full of excitement. I want a new citizen identity. I want one. Behind him, those who hadn't made it through the crowd looked at Feng Fu with envy. They thought, such a skinny old man can actually get here. Another new citizen identity would be wasted on him. The staff member at the front desk looked at Feng Fu and displayed a polite smile. Although currently, Feng Fu was just a commoner. As long as he could exchange for the identity, he would become a new citizen, different from commoners. The new citizen class is the healthiest class in the capital, even healthier than the upper class. Among new citizens, there is a basic human quality of goodness. They are loyal, they are united, they help each other, they are educated, and they are the backbone of the capital. They are the fundamental component of all departments in the capital. This is also the kind of new citizens that the upper echelons of the capital hope to see. After all, the new citizens directly serve the upper class. Every person who becomes a new citizen will be instilled with this kind of thought. But of course, the goodwill shown by new citizens will only be directed towards their own class and the upper class, as well as the Jiang family itself. As for the lower class, they are the ones dominated by the new citizens. Naturally, it is impossible for them to extend any goodwill to them. Sir, please wait. Please pay your contribution points, the front desk staff member said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Fu instinctively took out his contribution card and placed it on the card reader. But when the front desk staff member saw the numbers on the card, his expression gradually changed from a smile to a neutral demeanor. Sir, your contribution points are insufficient to exchange for new citizen identity. At that moment, Feng Fu also came to his senses. Just now, in the crowd, he had been punched a few times by someone and his head was spinning. He quickly pleaded, My son has enough contribution points. Can you hold one identity for me? My son will be here soon. In response, the front desk staff member gave him a rather impolite smile. Next, wait. Sir, give me a chance. Give me a... But before he could finish, he was shoved out by several hands from behind. Old man, no contribution points, and you still rushing so fast. Wasting my time. Hey, sir, I'll take that new citizen identity. Contribution points deducted. Next. Congratulations. You have become an honorable new citizen. The last thing Feng Fu heard as he was thrown out was this voice. He fell to the ground, looking at the crowded exchange line in front of him. Tears could no longer be held back. Such misfortune. Such misfortune. Feng Zhua, where on earth are you? Cough. Before he could finish this sentence, a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips, and at that moment, Feng Fu's complexion turned extremely pale. His gaze became dazed. The world in his vision began to spin. Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng. Someone. Quickly, someone. In the end, all he saw was a small figure rushing over, shouting in panic. Then everything turned dark. Chapter 59. Tang Wan, the Resistance Organization. At this moment on the other side, as Feng Zhua continued to run forward, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if something very important was slipping away from him. Rationality told him that he should turn back. But, looking at the distant figures of the enforcers still searching, Feng Zhua hesitated for a moment, but continued to forge ahead. Sir, the bloodstains disappear from here. An enforcer reported to a transcendent. The transcendent, with the glow of extraordinary power in his eyes, walked over to the last bloodstain and scanned the surroundings again. Under his gaze, even the smallest movement was detectable. However, despite checking several times, he found no trace. Did she really escape? The transcendent frowned. Just as he finished speaking, the pursuing transcendents returned. What happened? We lost track of her. Her extraordinary ability seems to be related to stealth. The returning transcendents shook their heads. Oomph. This time, she's lucky. Having lost their target, the transcendents no longer continued their futile efforts. After instructing the enforcer squad to continue searching a few more times, they left. Once they withdrew, Feng Zhua emerged from his hiding place. He cautiously walked into the empty room that the transcendents had just searched, carefully avoiding anything that might make noise. Looking at the disordered room, his eyes swept around. Finally, he focused on a wall. With a flicker of his gaze, he moved closer. Just at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the wall, grabbing Feng Zhua by the throat. As he felt the grip tightening, Feng Zhua quickly shouted a name. Tang Wan. Upon hearing this name, the figure that seemed to blend into the wall shuddered. The motion to break Feng Zhua's neck came to a halt. Yet, she still tightly grasped his throat. Who are you? A low voice reached Feng Zhua's ears. I'm someone who can help you. Feng Zhua hurriedly replied. Help me? Just by you, a mere mortal? The woman still did not reveal her true appearance, and her voice was cold, as if she could snap Feng Zhua's neck at any moment. In response, Feng Zhua showed no fear. He looked at her with a gentle gaze. That gaze caused the woman's previously concealed eyebrows to furrow. I may currently just be a mortal, but soon I will become a transcendent like you. Feng Zhua said earnestly. However, the moment he finished speaking, the hand gripping his throat tightened suddenly. In that instant, Feng Zhua almost suffocated. Rise for freedom. Start with faith. Overthrow tyranny. Humanity endures. Just as Tang Wan was about to crush this arrogant fool to death, Feng Zhua's hoarse shout of 10 words made her expression change. The hand that was about to tighten also loosened. Feng Zhua collapsed to the floor. He gasped for air. At this moment, Tang Wan revealed her figure from her concealment. Dressed in black, her tall and graceful figure was wrapped snugly, with long black hair framing her exquisite and cool features, giving off an air of icy elegance. Especially her eyes, which were crimson, contained a chilling aura that sent shivers to anyone who met her gaze. She coldly looked down at Feng Zhua, who was gasping for breath on the floor, her eyes reflecting a barely noticeable shock. For Feng Zhua's previous words with a rallying cry of their free resistance. Currently, it is known that the number of people who understand this slogan will definitely not exceed 5. At this moment, this ordinary person surprisingly knows their slogan. Moreover, she even knows their names. Could it be that a traitor has appeared within their ranks? Thinking of this, her expression became even colder as she looked at Feng Zhuo, her red eyes filled with murderous intent. Who exactly are you? I've said it. I'm someone who can help you and your people. By the way, my name is Feng Zhuo. I know you, Tang Wan, are very suspicious of my identity right now, but you can have your people investigate. I have nothing to do with the Shenzhen government. Feng Zhuo swallowed hard. He felt a lingering fear. If he had said this a moment later, he would have died at the hands of his own people in this lifetime. Upon hearing Feng Zhuo's words, Tang Wan frowned. How do you know my name and our organization slogan? Who told you? This. It's a bit complicated to explain. Anyway, I will prove my sincerity to you. I am not your enemy. I am your greatest ally. Feng Zhuo said earnestly. In response, Tang Wan coldly looked at him. Why should I trust you? This. Now, Feng Zhuo was a bit stumped. He hadn't expected to encounter Tang Wan and them so quickly, especially since this time, Tang Wan appeared in front of him like this. He was completely unprepared. His original plan was to find the Free Resistance Army himself, and while doing so, give them some hints to let them know he meant no harm. But now, plans can't keep up with changes. Suddenly meeting Tang Wan left him at a loss for how to respond. Seeing Tang Wan's gaze towards him filled with murderous intent once again, Feng Zhuo gritted his teeth. He revealed a secret. Half a month later, Shenzhen will conduct the first exploratory war. At that time, in the exploratory wars process, the exploratory army will discover a substance in the neighboring Gufang city that can grant S-class talents after use. As soon as Feng Zhuo said this, Tang Wan's pupils immediately trembled. In the next second, she coldly looked at Feng Zhuo. You have been to Shenzhen? How could I possibly believe you? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Tang Wan, if you kill me, you will definitely regret it in the future. Feng Zhuo looked at Tang Wan with pure eyes. Tang Wan's gaze became uncertain. In the next moment, it seemed she had made a decision. She threw a small iron token to Feng Zhuo. I hope you really aren't lying to me. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Tang Wan's figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Seeing this, Feng Zhuo finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He looked at the small iron token in his hand, seeing the word freedom on it. He slowly laid down on the ground, his eyes revealing a gentle light. She is still her, unchanged. I remember in my previous life, I also experienced multiple collaborations with her, even after life and death situations, before she gradually accepted me. And this time, Feng Zhuo sat up. Looking at the small iron token that still had a lingering fragrance, he thought, Tang Wan, this time, I will make you accept me at an even faster pace. After thinking this, Feng Zhuo hid the iron token in his pocket. Then he quickly left. This time, being able to recognize Tang Wan and obtaining an identity within the Free Resistance Army made him very satisfied. Thinking that in the future he could collaborate more with Tang Wan, his heart became extremely joyful. Even his steps back home felt much lighter. What he didn't notice was that just after he and Tang Wan left, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. After watching his figure disappear from view, it also slowly vanished. Faintly, one could hear her murmuring. Shadow Warriors File Record, Tang Wan, Organization, Exploratory War, Gufang City, S-Class Talent Substance. Feng Zhuo's alert level raised to level 1. Tang Wan, added to Shadow Warriors File Record, Alert level, level 1. Immediately report to Young Master. Chapter 60. The Sinful Son Feng Zhuo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Wan, who had just left, retreated to a deserted alley. Her face, which was initially still a bit angry, suddenly turned pale. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from her lips, and at this moment, her aura became incredibly weak. The reason she had to leave so quickly was that she could no longer withstand her injuries. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sat down. At this time, she felt that her entire body, including her internal organs, was crying out in agony. She didn't know how Jiang Chen had countered her, but that overwhelming power, the kind that made her unable to control her own body. In that instant, Tang Wan even doubted whether she would die there. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation since awakening her S-class extraordinary abilities. Jiang Chen's strength completely exceeded her expectations. This assassination was something she had meticulously planned for an entire month. All her preparations, including the assassination dagger crafted from a material she didn't even know, were supposed to be foolproof. That dagger could easily cut through even high-grade steel, yet despite all that, she still failed. She had surpassed everyone, but she couldn't surpass Jiang Chen, and now she was severely injured by his casual strike. Gradually, the intense pain and weakness consumed her reason, and her vision began to blur. Her mind felt as if it had come to a halt, unable to think. But just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. She instinctively turned to look, but her vision was obscured, and she couldn't see his face or features clearly. However, he walked to her side, and without her ability to resist, he picked up her broken body. In the next moment, a faint green glow gradually rose from him, and in his embrace, Tang Wan felt that her shattered, fleeting life force was being gently repaired. It felt so comfortable, like a chick in a nest being carefully nurtured. She wanted to raise her head and try to see his figure clearly. But in the end, she only vaguely saw a pair of eyes that made her soul shine brightly, sparkling like the starry sky. In the next second, she closed her eyes in that warm, peaceful embrace. Who is he? Why is he saving me? This was the last thought that rose in Tang Wan's mind. Fengshui did not reveal all the secrets of Gufeng City to Tang Wan. He had his own thoughts. Having lived again, he understood better than anyone else how important power was in this world. Furthermore, within the Free Resistance Army, there was no cohesive unity. Although they pursued the right to freedom, their methods were not solely based on violent resistance. A considerable part of them had little confidence in being able to overthrow the Jiang family. They wanted to become strong first and then use the military resources of the Free Resistance Army to negotiate with the Jiang family. However, this negotiation ultimately meant that they wanted to be incorporated by the Jiang family to gain an official identity in the capital. From his previous life's memories, Fengshui knew that the capital had manipulated this faction within the resistance army, promising them benefits, which led to internal discussions on whether to submit or to resist violently, ultimately leading to a split, and finally, it collapsed entirely. This was one of the important reasons why the resistance army was completely destroyed by the Jiang family. Thus, Fengshui would not disclose everything he knew to the resistance army in the short term. Even if he were to disclose information, it would be after he became an important figure within the resistance army, perhaps even its leader. Until then, he would only need to leak some small details to gradually increase his prestige in the resistance army. Eventually, he aimed to completely control the resistance army. Then, using the resistance army as a foundation, he would launch an attack on the Jiang family in the capital. This was Fengshui's plan, a plan only he could complete. Once achieved, even the entire Jiang family in the capital would not pose a threat to him. He could even rely on the advantages of his previous life's memories to overthrow the Jiang family, bringing liberation to the capital. Thinking of this, even though he was still just an ordinary person, Fengshui's heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. However, just as he held on to such thoughts and approached the gathering place of the common people, he found that the crowd had already dispersed. His father and his good brother Cheng were nowhere to be found. But just as he was puzzled, he noticed the blood on the ground that had not yet been completely cleaned up, causing Fengshui's pupils to constrict. He recalled a sudden wave of unease that rose within him earlier. A terrifying thought instantly surged into his mind. "Uncle, what's going on with this blood?" He hurried over and shouted at the common man who was cleaning up the blood residue. What else could it be? Didn't someone attack young Master Jiang Chen earlier? The assassin was hiding among this group of people, and afterward, he was executed for harboring the assassin. The blood you see has already been cleaned several times. At that time, over 1,000 people died. The middle-aged man shook his head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Feng's heart trembled. He quickly ran to a public phone booth and dialed his home number. As soon as the call connected, Feng Qian's cries came through the line. "Brother, where are you? Come quick. Dad is about to—" Hearing this, Feng's expression changed dramatically. Thinking of the blood on the ground, a surge of violent anger rose in his heart. "I'll be back soon." He hung up the phone. Feng didn't hesitate, quickly running toward his home. His eyes were already filled with furious bloodshot. "Jiang Chen, if anything happens to my father, I will definitely not let you go." In a flash, Feng rushed into the house. Father, what happened to you?" Upon returning home, Feng rushed to the bedroom immediately. Looking at the figure lying on the bed, already wearing an oxygen mask and starting to breathe oxygen, and then at the worried and tearful faces of his relatives and sister, as well as Cheng Hao, who sighed at him, Feng trembled as he walked to the bedside. Father, he couldn't believe that he had only been gone for such a short while, and why his father had changed like this. Hearing Feng's voice, Feng Fu, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly trembled and struggled to open his eyes. Seeing this, Feng's face instantly showed a hint of joy. "Father, slap!" Before he could even expectantly call out those two words, "Father," Feng Fu seemed to use up all his remaining strength and slap Feng's face. This slap stunned Feng completely. On the side, Cheng Hao, watching this scene, opened his mouth, remembering what had happened before. Yet, he didn't say anything. Even Feng's relatives and sister didn't try to speak up. Their tears just flowed even more fiercely. "Wretched child! You wretched child! Cough, cough, cough!" Feng Fu looked at Feng with a hoarse voice, his eyes filled with angry bloodshot. After saying this, he began to cough painfully. Blood kept flowing from his mouth and nose. Seeing this, the doctor, standing nearby, frowned. He glanced at Feng and quickly administered a sedative to the agitated Feng Fu. Only then did Feng Fu calm down again. At this moment, Feng Fu didn't even look at Feng anymore. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes devoid of any light. "The patient's condition is unstable. You all should leave now and not disturb the patient," the doctor said in a calm voice. Hearing this, Feng Qian and the others nodded. Then, Cheng Hao pulled the still dazed Feng out of the bedroom. "Feng goofed about this matter. You really?" Cheng Hao looked at Feng and sighed. On the side, Feng Qian and Feng's relatives, upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, couldn't help but let their tears flow again. Especially as they looked out the window, their neighbors had already started happily moving away. That sorrow deepened even more. Logically speaking, their family was also supposed to move away from this rented place today, and after much envy, they were about to become glorious new citizens. Feng at this moment didn't even know what had happened. Quickly, as Cheng Hao explained the situation to him, he became stunned. At this moment, he understood why his usually kind father was so angry, why his sister, who relied so much on him, would look at him with such eyes, and why his gentle relatives didn't care when his father hit him. He trembled as he took out that card, looking at the number on it that represented the hope of their family. Sigh. Cheng Hao looked at Feng's pale expression. At this moment, he didn't know what to say either. In fact, his heart felt similar to Feng's. The reason he stayed here was that he didn't know how to face his relatives, how to face his sister. When he left this morning, he had expressed to his relatives and sister, looking at their hopeful faces, that after today, their family would change. But now, looking at the few remaining contribution points on the card in his hand, he even thought that if he was a little more ruthless and didn't care about Feng Fu, and instead immediately exchanged for the identity of a new citizen, how wonderful that would be. However, there are no regret pills to take in this world. At this moment, Cheng Hao really wanted to cry in a corner, but what good would crying do? Just then, the doctor came out holding a medical kit. He had a card reader in his hand. "Sir, the cost of this treatment is a total of 4,500 contribution points." Since this gentleman has already covered 2,000 contribution points for you, you still need to pay the remaining 2,500 contribution points. Chapter 61. One protagonist ruined two families. Hearing the doctor's words, Feng's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He looked at Ying Hao, only to see him avoiding eye contact, his gaze flickering nervously. How's he? You didn't exchange your contribution points for civilian status. Do you know what you've done? Your sister, your mother, they're all relying on you. When Ying Hao heard Feng's words, his body went rigid. He bit his lip and lowered his head. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Do you think I wanted this? I didn't want to disappoint my mother and sister, but where were you at that time? Do you know how hesitant I was when I saw Uncle Feng fall to the ground? I stood there for at least 2 or 3 minutes. Just wanted to see you come back. Where were you? Where were you, Fengzhua? At this moment, Ying Hao shouted in despair, his voice thick with emotion. Do you know that I can't even go home now? I'm afraid. I'm really afraid of seeing the disappointment in my sister's and mother's eyes. I'm even more afraid of them comforting me, saying it's okay. As he spoke, he couldn't stop crying. He looked up at Fengzhua. Why did you leave at that time? You knew that after the city construction ceremony was the time to exchange for civilian status. Why did you have to leave at that moment? Don't you know that you carry the hope of a family on your shoulders? And I'm just an idiot, a fool. I have personally torn apart my family's hope. Ying Hao hugged his head and squatted on the ground, crying out loudly, his voice filled with guilt and despair. Hearing Ying Hao's heart-wrenching cries, Feng Qian and his mother were also crying uncontrollably. Feng's body trembled. His face turned an ashen white. In just this short period, he had nearly ruined 2 families. In his previous life, he had not experienced any of this. In his past life, he was filled only with hatred, with nothing but hatred for the Jiang family. But in this life, why did he feel that this life was even more painful than the last? What had he done? What was he doing? Feng tightly clutched his chest, tears streaming from his eyes at that moment as well. Sir, before you cry, could you please pay the contribution points first? I'm very busy. At that moment, the doctor, hearing the wailing around him, impatiently said. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Feng's hands trembled as he glared at the doctor. The doctor, caught in Feng's gaze, immediately took a step back. But the next moment, he composed himself. Sir, are you refusing to pay what you owe? If that's the case, we may need to call the enforcement office. Upon hearing this, Feng gritted his teeth. Just then his hand was grabbed. Feng Qian looked at him with tear-filled eyes, shaking her head vigorously. Don't let anything else happen. Brother, our family can't take it anymore. As soon as Feng Qian said this, Feng felt as if his soul had been sucked out of him. He shakily took out his work card and swiped it on the doctor's card reader. 2,500 contribution points deducted. As this sound echoed, another round of heart-wrenching coughs resounded in the bedroom. Hearing this, Feng's mother hurried into the room. The doctor also decisively left. Not long after, inside the room, Feng's mother's wailing echoed out. Old man, Feng's entire body went rigid. Feng Qian even fainted directly. When Feng's mother came out of the room again, it seemed as if her soul had left her body. Her face, her eyes, showed no color whatsoever. Tsuya, your father, right before he passed, said to immediately take his body to the hospital and exchange it for contribution points while it's still useful. Hearing his mother's words, Fengzhua completely collapsed, sitting helplessly on the ground. Meanwhile, in the city of Xinjing, in the main urban area, unlike the old city area filled with dilapidated houses, refuse, and the stench of sewage, the main urban area and the old city seemed like 2 different worlds. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, and the streets were clean and tidy, without any foul odors. Well-dressed civilians strolled through the streets, and occasionally one could see nobles in splendid clothing. For the dust dwellers of the old city, the main urban area felt like paradise. Since it was a paradise, Within this paradise, there was naturally a bustling temple. And this temple was none other than the highest echelons of Xinjiang, where the Jiang family resided. Jiang family mansion. Compared to before the apocalypse, the Jiang family mansion has become even more luxurious now. The surrounding walls have been torn down and rebuilt anew, towering high, made of solid marble, forming a city wall. On the walls, soldiers wearing golden helmets and golden armored battle suits are patrolling, resembling the imperial guards of ancient times. Leaving aside the combat abilities of these soldiers, just this scene is enough to make one understand who the ruler of the divine capital is. Inside this city within a city, the place where Jiang Chen resides is even more magnificent, luxurious to the extreme. The steps are made of jade, the handrails of gold, and the decorations are adorned with gems. Even the ordinary wooden items are made from various rare woods. Such an environment is probably incomparable even to the palaces of ancient times. Just a small part taken from here could be worth enough for a commoner to earn contribution points to rise to the status of a new citizen. In the office, young master, all the zombie crystal nuclei obtained from eliminating zombies in the filthy pits and within the divine capital during the apocalypse have been completely collected. There are a total of 330,756 pieces, with the vast majority being initial crystal nuclei, and only 32,643 are first-level crystal nuclei. In accordance with your instructions, all the crystal nuclei have been sent to the Evolution Research Institute. The initial crystal nuclei will be used to cultivate super soldiers, while the first-level crystal nuclei will be used to create basic enhancement liquid. A female secretary is respectfully reporting to Jiang Chen. Over 3 million zombies have produced over 30,000 crystal nuclei, which is nearly a 10% conversion rate. That's enough for now, Jiang Chen said while reclining in his chair, holding a cup of tea. Zombie crystal nuclei are a type of crystal that contains extraordinary power, obtained by killing zombies and mutants. This crystal has effects on both extraordinary beings and ordinary humans. Of course, while extraordinary beings can directly absorb the extraordinary power within, ordinary people can only carry the power after undergoing basic enhancements to strengthen their bodies. After all, the extraordinary power contained in the crystals is still too overwhelming for ordinary people. Without basic enhancements, attempting to forcibly absorb the extraordinary power could lead to irreversible damage to their bodies, with light consequences being permanent injuries and severe outcomes resulting in immediate death. Fortunately, the Divine Capital has made initial breakthroughs in this area of research and can now mass-produce the first generation of super soldiers. The most notable example is the enforcement troops used to maintain order in the Divine Capital. Although a single enforcement soldier cannot stand against an extraordinary being, they can at least put up a bit of resistance. However, these super soldiers generally do not confront extraordinary beings. After all, there are extraordinary beings in the Divine Capital to handle that. Their primary enemies are still ordinary people and lower-tier zombies and mutants. How is the progress of the basic enhancements for the army? Jiang Chen asked. Reporting to you, young master, the Evolution Research Institute has stated that they are confident they will complete the basic enhancements for the current 100,000 individuals within the next 2 weeks. As for the remaining 400,000 troops, they will need more time, the secretary respectfully replied. 100,000. Jiang Chen lightly tapped the cup's wall with his fingers, a contemplative look in his eyes. Then he glanced at the secretary. Tell the Evolution Research Institute that within 2 weeks, I want to see the 100,000 enhanced super soldiers completed. If they fail, let them go into the expansion war and fight the zombies. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the secretary quickly nodded. Yes, young master. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly glanced at the shadowy corner of the room, where a figure slowly began to materialize. He waved his hand dismissively at the secretary. All right, you can leave now. Yes, young master. The secretary hesitated for a moment with her long legs wrapped in black silk, and after confirming that Jiang Chen had no further instructions, she reluctantly left. After the secretary left, Jiang Chen took a sip of tea and said casually, "Come in through the front door." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the figure that was about to emerge from the shadows, Fifth Knight, paused for a moment before immediately sinking back into the shadows. Over the past 2 months, as she delved deeper into controlling her abilities in the Shadow Realm, Fifth Knight seemed to have developed a peculiar habit, increasingly enjoying appearing from strange, shadowy places. In other contexts, Jiang Chen didn't mind, but in his presence, rules must be upheld. He could ignore the rules, but others must adhere to them. This is the most fundamental principle. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Dressed in a short maid outfit, Fifth Knight pushed the door open and entered. She looked at Jiang Chen, bowed respectfully, and then knelt on the carpet in front of him. Jiang Chen was not surprised by Fifth Knight's actions. He did not immediately tell her to get up. He remained silent, quietly drinking his tea. Only when the tea was nearly finished did Jiang Chen extend the cup to Fifth Knight, who then respectfully accepted the cup with both hands. "Fifth Knight, I hope there won't be a next time." "Yes, young master." Chapter 62. Punish the Headmaid. The expansion war is imminent. At this moment, the voice of the Fifth Knight had lost its previous coldness. Instead of taking the place of the maid, she was filled with unease, fear, humility, and even a bit of helpless pity. Jiang Chen's guidance helped her realize that she needed to focus more on her own abilities recently. Upon awakening, she recalled her earlier actions, and even she found it disgusting to have let a maid see her in such a state. Especially since she was the head maid, she should be a role model among the maids. If she had encountered the version of herself before awakening her abilities, she would have definitely wanted to kill her, because her previous actions were disrespectful to her master. "Get up." After Jiang Chen spoke, the Fifth Knight slowly stood up. Yet, she still felt ashamed of her earlier behavior and did not dare to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. It was only when Jiang Chen actively held her chin that she turned her eyes toward him. "Young master, you're wrong. If you make a mistake, you should correct it. If you're wrong, you must accept the punishment. It's not shameful to face it. Do you understand?" "My headmaid." Jiang Chen patted her beautiful face, and the once cold head, made now, appeared pitiful and delicate. This caused a flicker of interest to emerge in Jiang Chen's eyes. Hearing Jiang Chen's words and noticing his gaze, the Fifth Knight slowly lowered her head. She placed the teacup on the table and then gradually lifted the hem of her short skirt. In that absolute territory, her legs, wrapped in black stockings, revealed a hint of a slight rise of her small underwear, all of which appeared in Jiang Chen's view. Faced with Jiang Chen's gaze, the Fifth Knight did not dare to be shy or emotional. Her face still bore the color of self-reflection, because at this moment, it was her master punishing her, and feeling shy or even emotional would be disrespectful to the punishment imposed by her master. Her appearance made Jiang Chen's gaze towards her even more interesting. In the next moment, Jiang Chen roughly pulled her to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the maids who were diligently trimming flowers, mowing grass, and sweeping. It wasn't until an hour later that a long sigh came from behind her. The head maid finally allowed herself to whimper, signaling the end of the punishment. Tang Wan, the rebel organization, the expansion war S-class ability fruit. Hearing Fifth Knight's somewhat strange report, Jiang Chen was not particularly surprised by the news. "Young master, this Fengzhe seems a bit odd. I'm certain he absolutely did not know Tang Wan before and has never left the capital. Yet he knew Tang Wan's name in advance and about the expansion war. You must understand that only a few high-level people in the capital are aware of the expansion war, but Fengzhe is extremely clear about it. Moreover, about the ancient Feng city, even we don't know much about the situation there, but he claims there are S-class ability fruits in ancient Feng city. Combining some of his previous statements, young master, I feel like this Fengzhe might have a future predicting ability." The Fifth Knight, still blushing, said seriously to Jiang Chen. In response, Jiang Chen glanced at the already tattered black stockings on Fifth Knight's legs. It seemed that Fifth Knight intended to take them off, but Jiang Chen required her to keep them on for the time being. There was no way around it, and given her recent offense, Fifth Knight had no choice but to comply. Even without these circumstances, she could not resist. After all, what the master wanted the maid to do, could the maid refuse? Clearly, she could not. If he really has the ability to predict the future, he wouldn't have caused his father to die from anger. Speaking of which, he seems more like a jinx who knows some things in advance. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. But even so, young master, I believe this Feng Zhuo has already leaked certain secrets of the capital. Such a person should be eliminated as soon as possible, Fifth Knight suggested. Jiang Chen shook his head. He placed the nearly empty teacup on the table. Fifth Knight then handed him another cup of tea that was already filled. Eliminating him is fine, but not right now. Put aside the matter of Feng Zhuo for now. How are you progressing with the formation of the Shadow Warriors? When it came to the Shadow Warriors, Fifth Knight became much more serious. Reporting to young master, we have already selected 7 members for the Shadow Warriors. As per your instructions, they all have abilities related to stealth. I believe that in a short while, they will be able to contribute themselves to you. The Shadow Warriors were a special intelligence organization established under her leadership with Jiang Chen's support, directly responsible to Jiang Chen. Moreover, it was different from the military's intelligence bureau. The selection for the Shadow Warriors was highly rigorous. The members not only had to be extraordinary, but also must have awakened stealth-related abilities, and most importantly, they had to be absolutely loyal to Jiang Chen. The capital currently has 643 extraordinary individuals. To be able to select 7 Shadow Warriors from among them is quite commendable. As for continuing to expand the scale, it's obviously not feasible to only select members from a capital. It seems the expansion war is imperative. Jiang Chen said softly. Not only the Shadow Warriors, but the development of the capital had also nearly reached a bottleneck. The vast stockpiles of resources stored before the apocalypse were barely enough to last for a while. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. After the apocalypse struck, the development plans in the capital were being vigorously promoted, as well as the extraction of various technologies from the pre-apocalyptic era. All of this was consuming the capital's resources at a speed 10 times beyond the planned pace. Even the stored food, due to the large population and industrial demands, was beginning to become tight. Therefore, the current capital urgently needed to start looking outside. The capital needed various resources, minerals, population, land, and even zombies and mutated beasts. These were all urgently needed by the capital now. The expansion war was the solution to all these problems. Give the order, instruct the highest officials of various departments in the capital to hold a meeting in the central conference room tomorrow morning. I will announce the plan for the expansion war at the meeting. Yes, young master. Chapter 63, Awakening in the Clinic. Tang Wan had a very long dream. In the dream, she was almost swallowed by something that resembled a black hole in the universe, unable to escape, unable to struggle. But every time she was about to be consumed by that black hole, a figure would appear beside her. He was surrounded by dazzling light that dispelled the darkness enveloping her, warmed her stiff body, and gave her the strength to break free from the black hole's grasp. She wanted to see his face clearly, but every time she tried to get closer, his figure would vanish, and his light would dissipate. In its place, the darkness would return. This happened several times, again and again. Gradually, Tang Wan recovered some self-awareness. This time, she no longer approached him actively, but allowed his brilliance to illuminate her, helping her escape the black hole's consumption. After being saved by him once more, Tang Wan stood still and looked at him. This time, he looked back at her. Faintly, she seemed to see a smile at the corner of his lips, shrouded in light. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but Tang Wan could not hear his voice, and slowly, his figure began to fade away. This time, unlike before when he might appear again, he was truly going to disappear. For the first time, a sense of urgency emerged in Tang Wan's heart. She reached out her hand towards him, trying desperately to call out to him. Who are you? Did you save me? What is your name? Please don't go. Don't go, please. Suddenly, she was jolted awake from the nightmare. Tang Wan sat up on the hospital bed, breathing heavily, her red pupils scanning the surroundings, her chest rising and falling rapidly due to her hurried breaths. Where is this? Why am I here? Looking around at the simple, small clinic room, confusion filled her eyes. She rubbed her head and quickly, her powerful thinking ability as a transcendent being helped her regain her composure. That's right, she remembered. She failed to assassinate Jiang Chen, was chased, met a mortal. What was that mortal's name again? She forgot. Because her injuries were too severe, she could only feel anxious to leave. Later, due to her critical condition, even her transcendent body could not hold on any longer. Then, in her moment of despair, he appeared, that person, just like the one she met in her dream. His eyes, his smile. It's him. He saved her. Tang Wan remembered it clearly. She placed her hand on her chest and felt her heart racing. Who is he? Miss, you're awake? Just as Tang Wan was about to fall back into thoughts of him, a gentle voice came to her. She looked up to see a middle-aged woman with a gentle expression standing before her. Dressed in a clean doctor's coat, her gaze was calm as she looked at Tang Wan. Who are you? Tang Wan was taken aback at the sight of the middle-aged woman. I'm the doctor at this clinic, named He Li. You can call me Dr. He, she said with a smile. Her smile was truly healing, and even Tang Wan's panicked heart, caused by confusion, was soothed under her smile. Mommy! At the same time, a delicate voice came from somewhere. A cute little girl with a bob haircut and a butterfly hairpin at the tips of her hair ran in. Hey, big sister, are you awake? Big sister, do you want some candy? The little girl, not recognizing the situation, looked at Tang Wan, who had woken up and immediately skipped over on her tiny feet, handing a piece of candy to Tang Wan. If it were in the past, Tang Wan would have definitely refused candy offered by a stranger. But in this world, no one would give you benefits for no reason. Yet at this moment, looking at the innocent expression of the little girl, Tang Wan accepted the candy from her and, under the little girl's expectant gaze, ate it. It's very sweet, Tang Wan said softly. Hee hee. The little girl's eyes instantly squinted with joy. All right, Tong Tong, you go play first. Mommy needs to check this big sister's body again. Ruffling the little girl's hair, Hilly said with a smile. Emma Chem, big sister, I'll go out first, and I'll come find you to play later. After saying that, the little girl waved at Tang Wan and ran out. Watching the little girl's retreating figure, Tang Wan's gaze became somewhat dazed. So nice. Children always evoke the purest memories in a person's heart, Hilly said softly, observing Tang Wan's expression. Yeah, Tang Wan not that. Miss, you shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Suddenly, Hilly looked at Tang Wan with a profound gaze. Tang Wan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Seeing this, Hilly didn't ask more. She just needed to have an idea in her heart. Dr. He, do you remember what the person who brought me to the clinic looked like? Tang Wan looked at He Li with some anticipation. The person who brought you to the clinic? Did anyone? 3 days ago, I was out treating a patient, and it was already very late when I returned. I just saw you lying at the clinic's door. Healy replied to Tang Wan. Hearing this answer, Tang Wan felt a bit disappointed. Healy quickly finished checking Tang Wan's body. Miss, your body is mostly fine now, but you're still a bit weak. If possible, it's best for you to stay here for observation for another 2 to 3 days. Tang Wan sensed the extraordinary power within her body. At this moment, if she activated it, it would still cause some pain. Given her current state, it was better to continue resting for a while. This would also be a good time to establish contact with the organization. Then I'll trouble you, Dr. He. I'll settle all expenses when I leave. He, miss, you're too polite, Dr. He said with a smile. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Dr. He, are you there? Creepy uncle, we don't welcome you at our house. Tong Tong, wait. Uncle is really here to treat illness this time. Tong Tong won't believe you. Mommy, quickly get the stick. The creepy uncle is back. Hearing the voices outside, Dr. He showed a helpless expression. Tang Wan frowned slightly upon hearing the noise. But seeing Dr. He say nothing, she, as an outsider, didn't know how to speak up. Miss, you rest for a while. I'll go take a look. My name is Tang Wan. Dr. He, you're older than me. Just call me Xiao Wan. Then I'll take the liberty, Xiao Wan. After saying that, Dr. He headed toward the outside. Tang Wan put on her shoes and followed. Chapter 64. Incited by the mob. Inside the clinic. A man in formal attire was reclining on a chair, while Tong Tong was beside him, sticking out her tongue and making faces. Dr. He Liang came out and observed this scene. She immediately stopped Tong Tong. Tong Tong, you need to be polite. Mama. Tong Tong quickly ran over to Dr. He Liang's side. The man in formal attire showed an expression of admiration as soon as he saw Dr. He Liang. However, when she turned her gaze towards him, he immediately shrank back. I really came here to get treated this time. The man hastily pointed to his drooping arm and said. Seeing this, Dr. He Liang approached, her expression growing serious as she noticed the visible fracture in his arm through his clothing. Is it broken? Yes, there have been several civil unrest incidents in the old city recently, and I got caught in the crossfire. Sigh, it's such a hassle. Lumen sighed. Hearing this, Dr. He Liang fell silent. She took out several splints from a cabinet behind her, and soon, with a sharp cry from the man, his arm was properly set and suspended around his neck. Fortunately, it's not too serious. Resting for a while will be fine. Dr. He Liang said. Thank you, Dr. He. The man expressed his gratitude and then tried to take the opportunity to say a few more words to Dr. He Liang. But Tong Tong suddenly approached with a card reader, looking at him warily. Bad uncle. Pay up. The man was taken aback. He scanned his new civilian identity card across the card reader. After finishing the transaction, the man's eyes shifted, and he took out a few candies from his pocket with his other hand. Tong Tong, look, I brought you some candy. Looking at the few candies in the man's palm, Tong Tong's originally wary gaze suddenly froze. Her eyes couldn't seem to look away. Seeing this, the man inwardly thought it was a piece of cake. How could he not handle a little child? Tong Tong. But the next moment, Dr. He Liang calmly called out. Tong Tong immediately withdrew her gaze and once again looked at the man warily. Bad uncle, you are trying to tempt me. The man was speechless. Mr. Liu, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Dr. He Liang said. Hearing her in different words, the man sighed. He turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something important and quickly turned back. Dr. He, please give careful consideration to the notice from the main city. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think about Tong Tong. The old city area is becoming increasingly unstable. Moving to the main city would be beneficial for both you and Tong Tong. Dr. He Liang, upon hearing this, exhaled a deep breath. I understand this matter clearly. Dr. He, how many times have you said that already? Your new civilian identity has already been approved, but if you keep dragging this out, the main city will become impatient. Let them be impatient. I've lived here for so many years. I don't want to go anywhere else. Besides, I'm the only clinic around here. If I leave and something happens to the neighbor's health, what will they do? The man fell silent upon hearing her response. I will continue to fight for time for you, Dr. He. I hope you will consider it more. After saying that, the man left. After that, Tang Wan walked out. Xiao Wan, I made you laugh, he Yijing said helplessly as he tidied up the things on the table. Laugh at what? There's nothing to laugh about. Tang Wan shook her head. However, she was particularly moved by what He Li had just said, especially the sentence, I'm leaving. What will the neighbors do if they have health problems? He Yijing, who was that person just now? Tang Wan asked curiously. He's surnamed Liu, a new citizen. How should I put it? He's a decent person, He Li replied thoughtfully. Tang Wan nodded. He talked about things regarding the main city and the new citizens. He Yijing, have you considered it? For any commoner in the capital, being able to enter the main city and become a new citizen was a dream come true. However, He Li's earlier remarks surprised Tang Wan greatly. In response to Tang Wan's question, He Li smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. Seeing this, Tang Wan felt it inappropriate to continue asking. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, at that moment, a series of abrupt gunshots rang out from outside. Mommy! Hearing this sound, Tong Tong got scared and immediately rushed into Lee's arms. A chill instantly flashed in Tang Wan's eyes as she became alert to the outside. Lee quickly closed the door and then hid with Tong Tong. Tang Wan leaned against the window, carefully observing the scene outside. At this moment, outside on the street, a group clearly belonging to the commoners was frantically firing simple firearms while hurriedly fleeing towards a distance. But soon, a heavily armed punitive force riding motorcycles caught up to them. I'll fight you to the end. Seeing that escape was impossible, one of the commoners brandished his rifle with a bayonet and lunged at one of the punishers. But, bang! When the bayonet stabbed the punisher's combat suit, it merely scraped off a bit of paint. In the next moment, the punisher pointed his handgun at the commoner's head. In the commoner's trembling and terrified gaze, bang! The commoner's head exploded instantly. At the same time, the remaining punishing officers caught up with the few remaining fleeing commoners, accompanied by several gunshots. These people were quickly and cleanly dispatched by the punishers. Watching this bloody scene, an indescribable coldness appeared in Tang Wan's eyes. If her body were still at its peak, these punishers would undoubtedly be dead. But just then, Lee's voice came from behind, causing Tang Wan to pause. Those commoners are just some violent elements incited by ill-intentioned people. Incited violent elements? Tang Wan frowned. Exactly. The situation in the Old City District was still very peaceful before, but just 3 days ago, a law enforcement office in the Old City District was suddenly attacked, and all the commoners and new citizens inside were killed. Their firearms were also stolen. Since then, there have been several instances of violence in the Old City District. Today's incident is already the 5th in the past 3 days, Healy said. They may be acting this way because they feel oppressed. Tang Wan was silent for a moment, then replied, That may be true, but even so, they should not extend their anger towards ordinary commoners and those new citizens who are diligently maintaining the basic functioning of the old city. In the past 3 days, more than 100 innocent commoners and new citizens have been killed. What they're doing is not resisting oppression, but rather releasing fear and chaos. Chapter 65, Planning the Expansion War. Half a month later, upon hearing Lee's words, Tang Wan was speechless. At that moment, what she felt more was a reluctance to continue discussing this issue with Lee. On one hand, she did not want to create conflict with Lee over this matter. On the other hand, continuing the discussion might lead to her being noticed. She was well aware that inciting these commoners to engage in violent actions was almost entirely in line with the doctrines of the Free Resistance Army. Behind these riotous commoners, it was highly likely that the Free Resistance Army was pulling the strings. When she saw the gunfire outside had stopped and the bodies had been dealt with, Healy cautiously approached the clinic's entrance. Mom, don't worry, Tong Tong, it's okay, they have all left. Healy comforted Tong Tong as she spoke. After carefully observing the area near the door and confirming that the disciplinary forces and the rioters had indeed departed, Healy reopened the clinic's door. At that moment, the commoners who had hidden due to the recent gunfire began to peek out and observe the streets. They saw that the bloodstains had not yet been completely cleaned up. It wasn't until a water truck arrived and washed the blood away, sending it down the underground drainage system, that the streets began to look somewhat cleaner. However, even so, the air still carried a faint smell of blood. Dr. He, help! At that moment, a young commoner in his teens ran over, crying desperately. He directly knelt at the clinic's entrance. Dr. He, my father was hit by a stray bullet and is bleeding a lot. Please save my father. As he spoke, the young man bowed his head repeatedly to Healy. Seeing this, Healy made a quick decision, grabbing a large medical kit from the cabinet and getting ready to leave with the young man. Xiaowan, could you please take care of Tong Tong for me? Don't worry, Dr. He. With me here, Tong Tong will be fine. Although she didn't entirely agree with what Healy had said earlier, Tang Wan still admired her medical skills. Hearing Tang Wan say this, Dr. He nodded gratefully. Then she squatted down to gently stroke Tong Tong's worried face before turning to head outside. Holding Tong Tong's small hand, Tang Wan watched He Li's departing figure, her expression filled with emotion. In a world like this, there were truly not many doctors like He Li. Just then, as Tang Wan turned around, a slightly yellowed photograph of a family of 3 appeared before her eyes on the counter. The background of the photo was the health clinic. In the photo, among the 3 people, 2 were recognized by Tang Wan. The young woman looked much more delicate in profile compared to the He Li of now, but Tang Wan could still recognize her as He Li. The child being held by the man next to He Li was Tong Tong. As for the man, she did not know him, but the happiness radiating from their family of 3 in the photograph was evident. The identity of that man was self-evident. At this time, in the capital city, Central District, in the main conference room, this is the highest authority institution in the capital city. In the conference room, the 12 figures seated below were all present, dressed in exceptionally lavish formal attire. The golden crimson dragon head medal they wore on their chests represented the capital city and served as proof that they were all esteemed upper-class citizens of the capital. Of course, there was more to it. Due to their status, even ordinary upper-class citizens would have to bow respectfully upon seeing them. This group consisted of the highest executives from various departments in the capital, holding significant power and standing out among the elite. However, even with their esteemed status, they sat upright and serious, their expressions grave, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The highest position at the head of the table was still unoccupied, but soon a voice came from the entrance. Their already solemn expressions became even more dignified. "Young master has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone present rose from their seats in unison. They turned their gazes toward a remarkably youthful man who walked in from outside. "Greetings, young master." Looking at the young man, they all bowed deeply in respect. Jiang Chen walked calmly to his main seat and sat down. Su Qingge, who entered alongside him, took her place in the deputy position beside him. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over the crowd. "Please sit." "Thank you, young master." After his words, they all sat down, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. "I believe you all understand the matters to be discussed at the conference." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Therefore, I will not bore you with trivialities. After family discussions, the first expansion war from the capital is officially scheduled to begin in half a month. Jiang Chen interlocked his fingers, speaking calmly to the attendees. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, with no dissent. After all, such a major event as an expansion war, although the Central Conference was the highest authority, was not open for their discussion. The Jiang family had already decided on this matter and would eventually pass the result down to the Central Conference. Their task was to make preparations in all aspects regarding the already determined expansion war and to execute it. General Zhuge, how is the military department's preparation coming along? Jiang Chen looked to the first-ranking individual seated to his right. This person wore a black military uniform, his expression solemn and serious, with gold leaves and 3 stars on his shoulder, indicating that he was a 3-star general. "Rest assured, young master. The military department began preparations for the expansion war a month ago and is ready at any moment, fully prepared to serve the family and the capital." The elderly man stood and saluted Jiang Chen. "However, young master, at present, only 100,000 soldiers have undergone genetic modification. I wonder if the Evolution Research Institute can accelerate the process. If more super soldiers can be produced, our military will be even more invincible in this expansion war." The elderly man continued addressing Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to an elderly man seated on his left. This elder was also quite familiar, having successfully developed the SSR virus suppressant during the apocalypse, Professor Lu Hongwei. When the apocalypse struck, he was promoted to the position of Deputy Director of the Evolution Research Institute due to his achievements, while the director was personally led by Jiang Chen. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Professor Lu quickly stood up. Young Master, the Evolution Research Institute, is currently working at full capacity to genetically modify another 100,000 soldiers. I believe that within half a month, these soldiers will be successfully modified. Hearing Professor Liu's words, Jiang Chen nodded. If that's the case, by the time the expansion war begins, we will have 200,000 super soldiers, which should be sufficient. Super soldiers, when facing ordinary people, could easily fight 10 to 1, as their weapons and equipment far exceeded those of regular soldiers. Coupled with the increased physical strength gained from genetic modification, it was believed that these super soldiers would surely bring a surprise to the capital during this expansion war. Chapter 66, Sky Network Unit, God Restrictor Search Plan. Next, Jiang Chen discussed a series of related issues with everyone. After all, this was the first expansion war for the Jiang family in the Divine Capital. Not only did they need to accomplish their mission, but they also had to do it impressively. Only then could the prestige of the Jiang family in the Divine Capital be spread to the outside world in a more dominant manner. Young Master, the Extraordinary Alliance has already made all preparations and is just waiting for your command and that of the family. We will destroy the enemies of the family. The Extraordinary Alliance is the current organization of extraordinary beings in the Divine Capital, not bound by the regulations of the Divine Capital and serving only the Jiang family. After all, most of the extraordinary beings are members of the Jiang family. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are an exclusive military force for the Jiang family. Well, since that's the case, the implementation plan for the expansion war is set. In half a month, the family's first expansion war will officially commence. The target for the first expansion war, as planned by the Divine Capital, is the central state area of the former Dragon Kingdom. After all, before the apocalypse descended, Central State was the foundational territory of the Jiang family in the Divine Capital. Now that the apocalypse has been ongoing for 3 months, they should be redeemed and brought back into the family's embrace. The Divine Capital absolutely will not allow those zombies and aberrants to continue massacring its people. Of course, these are just the publicly released statements. The real reason is that since the arrival of the apocalypse, the surface of Blue Star has undergone tremendous changes. According to investigations by geological researchers on Blue Star, the land, water sources, and even the oceans have expanded tenfold over the past 2 months. This means that the entire Blue Star, at its fundamental level, has increased 10 times in size. The original territory of Central State is now comparable to 1/5 of the Dragon Kingdom before the apocalypse. To capture such a large piece of land in the first expansion war is already quite challenging for the Divine Capital. It can sufficiently meet the current needs of the Divine Capital. As the saying goes, it's enough to be full. Don't overeat, as overeating can be fatal. Jiang Chen will not aim too high. With the expansion war plan settled, this central meeting officially concluded. Everyone involved had their own mission objectives. The military was responsible for fighting. The Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Logistics Department were responsible for receiving the territory conquered by the military and ensuring that order could be restored as quickly as possible to carry out corresponding production activities. The Evolution Research Institute was responsible for checking and studying the apocalyptic changes in other cities, as well as a more important, top-secret mission specifically designated by Jiang Chen, searching for God restrictors. The researchers at the Evolution Research Institute were also highly attentive to this task, especially the 5th Bureau of the Evolution Research Institute. This bureau was specifically established for the God Restrictor Plan. The primary responsibility of each researcher was to execute the God Restrictor Plan. To this end, they even established a dedicated Sky Network unit under the 5th Bureau at Jiang Chen's behest. The initial number of this unit is set at 1,000, divided into 5 teams, with members composed entirely of super soldiers. In fact, the captains of the 5 teams and 10 vice captains are all extraordinary beings. The purpose of this unit's establishment is to search for the God-forbidden ones. It is said that after the establishment of the Tianwang unit, They have already spread out within the divine capital and even outside of it, with their presence being noted. After the expansion war, the number of this unit was increased to 10,000. Their footprints can be found all over the central continent, and even beyond it, reaching other provinces and cities. All of this is to search for the God Forbidden Ones. When they search for the God Forbidden Ones, their record from other regions also provide valuable intelligence to the divine capital. Even the military's intelligence agency has attempted to propose cooperation with this mysterious unit, which seems to be searching for something. However, all such proposals were ultimately rejected. Because of this, the intelligence agency specifically investigated the Tianwang unit, wanting to find out what exactly they were searching for. Then, the day after, the person in charge of the Tianwang unit was arrested and executed by the Shadow Warriors on charges of disloyalty. As a result, the matter of the Tianwang unit became a topic that the upper echelons of the divine capital dared not discuss. After leaving the central conference room, the figure of the fifth knight appeared beside Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Su Qingge, who was next to Jiang Chen, was no longer surprised. Young Master, the members of the Shadow Warrior team have discovered traces of the rebel army. They are currently developing their power in the Old City District and have already absorbed a considerable number of commoners, causing multiple small-scale riots. Hearing this, Su Qingge frowned. It should be noted that she was able to rise to her position and gain Jiang Chen's trust because she had properly maintained order among the commoners. Now, someone was trying to disrupt this order, which made Su Qingge feel uneasy about the situation. However, Jiang Chen only smiled at this. It's nothing to worry about, just a group of clowns. Keep monitoring them, and also register the identity files of every commoner involved. Since they don't want to live peacefully and prefer to cause trouble, there will be others to take their place. Fifth Knight nodded in response. Also, young master, the Shadow Warriors have noticed that Feng Zhuo's recent actions are somewhat strange. He often loiters near the Black Wall and seems to want to leave through it. Combining this information with the confidential details he obtained from Feng Zhuo earlier, Fifth Knight believed that Feng Zhuo was trying to leave the divine capital by following the army during the expansion war. Fifth Knight thought that even if they didn't kill Feng Zhuo, they needed to control him within the divine capital, as he knew too many secrets. However, Jiang Chen's next words surprised Fifth Knight. Want to leave the divine capital? That's easy. Just give him a hand and assign him to the logistics transport personnel for the expansion war. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Fifth Knight, you must understand one thing. When the perspective of the gods is on our side, everything they do only serves to add to our own benefits. As of now, he is still just a mortal who remains under our surveillance. But you, Fifth Knight, are an extraordinary being, a being even more powerful than ordinary extraordinary beings. There is a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Fifth Knight, you should see yourself as the oriole, soaring above and taking everything in. Thus, you shouldn't fear what he knows. Rather, you should be pleased that he possesses this information. After all, if I truly wanted him to do nothing, I would have killed him long ago. But that would be too boring. The information in his mind can bring us even greater benefits. Chapter 67. Comprehensive Surveillance, the Rebel Leader. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fifth Knight nodded. However, she still felt some concern in her heart. After all, the things Feng Zhuo knew were truly too many, even more than she could comprehend. If such a person were to break free from control, the consequences could be somewhat incalculable. Fifth Knight believed her young master was well aware of such consequences, yet he still allowed Feng Zhuo to act freely and even assisted him. This suggested that the young master seemed to have a way to keep Feng Zhuo under control. Meanwhile, Su Qingge listened to their conversation, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Feng Zhuo? From this name, Su Qingge detected the seriousness in Fifth Knight's words. There were very few people who could make Fifth Knight appear so earnest. However, Su Qingge realized that her current focus was not on the issue of Feng Zhuo. Her main task at the moment was to prepare for the upcoming expansion war. After all, in half a month, the expansion war would begin, and she needed to coordinate various agencies and resources within the capital to ensure that the military could have a stable rear when waging war outside. Capital City, Old Town District. In a basement filled with the pungent smell of cheap cigarettes, a group of poorly dressed individuals, farmers, workers, and even some shirtless men with only a bullet belt around their waists, crowded together in the underground space. In a corner of the basement stood a familiar figure, Feng. He had seemingly stepped out from the shadow of his father's death. He swore to ensure that his mother and sister would live a good life, not allowing the tragedy that befell his father to happen to them. To this end, he proactively contacted the rebels, using the iron badge given to him by Tang, one that represented his identity as a member of the resistance. After several days of purposeful interaction and providing valuable intelligence to the rebels based on his memories from his past life, he was accepted into the Free Rebels. Not only did he become a formal member, but due to his contributions, he also advanced to a quasi-elite member. Of course, one of the reasons for his rapid promotion was that the resistance was newly established and truly lacked personnel. Feng's performance was commendable, which led to his elevation. However, the title of quasi-elite member put him in a rather awkward position. He was in a limbo, neither here nor there. For instance, at this moment, although he had the qualification to attend meetings, he could only listen from the corner without the right to express his opinions, far beneath those who were seated at the table, smoking cheap cigarettes and forming the higher-ups of the resistance. Yet, Feng was not overly ambitious. He believed that with the memories in his head, he would eventually rise to become one of the leaders of the resistance, or even its head. However, he still had a question in his heart. He did not see Tang Wan, the girl he longed for, at this meeting. Was she on another mission again? Just as Feng was thinking about his goddess, the meeting officially began. Unbeknownst to him and the others, at the hem of his pants, an inconspicuous object the size of a soybean, matching the color of his pants, was recording everything they said in detail. The capital has announced the time for the first expansion war. What are your thoughts? An elderly man seated at the head of the table spoke up. Despite his advanced age, his gaze was sharp as he looked at the crowd around the table and inquired, "I think we should seize this opportunity. Let's give it our all." A sturdy man with a bullet belt slapped the table and shouted loudly, "Speak if you want to speak, but why slap the table?" The elderly man at the head of the table glared at the man. Under the elder's gaze, the sturdy man immediately shrank back. After all, this old man was the leader of their free army and still an extraordinary figure. At this time, isn't it a bit reckless to go all out? You have to understand that the capital's military expedition is aimed at recovering the entire Central Plains and to save those survivors who are still under the threat of zombies. If we make a mess of things now, it would be inappropriate in terms of humanity's greater good. A middle-aged man, whose attire was more orderly compared to those around him, frowned and said, "What greater good for humanity? The Jiang family in the capital just wants to rule over more people and enslave more people." A man with a bullet belt, biting on a cigarette, widened his eyes and shouted, "Even so, falling into the hands of the Jiang family is still better than falling into the hands of zombies, right?" The middle-aged man calmly retorted, "Is it really the same? How is it not the same? What we want to do is liberate the vast majority of civilians, but before liberating them, we still need to protect their lives. Even if what you say is true, if we let the Jiang family take over the entire Central Plains, they will become stronger than they are now. By then, it will be even harder for us to deal with them. If the Jiang family grows stronger, can't we grow stronger too? We can continue to develop our power in the areas newly recovered by the capital. As long as our strength reaches a level that the Jiang family must take seriously, we can negotiate with them peacefully and take our rights without bloodshed at the negotiating table." Are you joking with me? No bloodshed? Has there ever been a time in history when rights were obtained without bloodshed? I said that the premise for a no-bloodshed negotiation is that we already possess a strength that the Jiang family fears. Then if we already possess strength, why negotiate with them? We can use our weapons to seize our rights. You brute, isn't it better to solve things peacefully and avoid our brothers bleeding? Do you even realize how many brothers we've already lost these past few days? Hearing this, the muscular man with no shirt, who was wearing a bullet belt, became furious. Blood will always be shed in the process of resisting oppression. Their blood will also become the motivation that drives us forward. Then why don't you shed some blood? Wu-Wun, you're just looking for trouble. As the two continued to argue, it looked like they were about to come to blows. In the corner, Feng Zhuo watched this scene coldly. Just like in the previous life, the Free Resistance Army had internal factions. This was a very unstable element hidden within the Free Resistance Army. In the end, this contradiction was exploited by the Jiang family, leading to a gradual split within, greatly weakening the power of the Free Resistance Army. Enough! At this moment, the leader of the resistance forces shouted coldly. He stopped the two from continuing their argument. You both have valid points. What Wu, when said about the capital recovering the central plains, is indeed beneficial for those survivors still in the shadow of zombies. But as Yang Bing said, if we allow the capital to swallow the entire central plains without doing anything, it will undoubtedly embolden the Jiang family. Therefore, let's find a compromise between your two opinions. I'll propose a plan for you to consider. The leader of the resistance forces said. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a serious expression and looked at the old man. The two recently quarreling high-ranking members of the resistance also fell silent. Even Feng Zhuo, when looking at the old man, showed a serious expression in his eyes. Ji Changlin, the leader of the resistance forces, awakened with B-class supernatural abilities. He is the first-generation leader of the Free Resistance Army, known as the Father of the Resistance. As a superhuman, Ji Changlin could have immediately risen to a high position in the capital if he pledged allegiance to the Jiang family, but he did not do so. He chose to stand with the oppressed masses. He also formed the Free Resistance Army to help the lower-class people resist the oppression of the capital. Because of this, Ji Changlin holds the highest moral standing within the Free Resistance Army. Other high-ranking members of the resistance even respectfully call him Dad in private. This shows Ji Changlin's status within the resistance. Moreover, Feng Zhuo knew that Ji Changlin was a truly selfless person with great wisdom. In the past, when the resistance faced its most critical moment, when it was about to be completely wiped out by the Jiang family, Ji Changlin single-handedly led a group of volunteers to form a death squad, using himself as bait to draw away the Jiang family's army, allowing the main forces of the resistance to successfully retreat. He was then consumed by a sandstorm along with a dozen superhumans from the Jiang family chasing him, and he never appeared again. It was also because of his disappearance that the internal strife within the Free Resistance Army grew larger, ultimately leading to a complete split, with the Jiang family picking them off one by one. Therefore, Feng Zhuo respected Ji Changlin. After all, in the previous life, he was also one of those who called him Dad behind Ji Changlin. Chapter 68, Loud Thunder, Small Raindrops Plan. My plan is named Loud Thunder, Small Raindrops, Ji Changlin said with a humorous smile as he looked around at the crowd. Loud thunder, small raindrops? Everyone expressed confusion upon hearing this. The so-called loud thunder means that our free army needs to make a move, and it needs to be a significant move, one that will make the capital aware and believe that we are about to do something like initiating a rebellion, attacking their logistics units, or even going to the old city to create chaos. Yihanglin explained. In this way, the remaining troops in the capital will have to allocate most of their forces to maintain the old city, sustain their logistics, and ensure order in the old districts. And small raindrops means that despite making such a big move, we are actually just trying to scare them and not engage in direct confrontation. Hearing this, Yang Bing scratched his head. Chief, it's not that I underestimate them, but can their remaining troops really handle all these tasks? Protecting the old city, the logistics units, and maintaining order in the old districts. Well, of course not, Ji Changlin replied with a chuckle, so they will definitely choose to abandon some areas for defense. What do you think? Will they abandon the old city, the logistics, or the old districts? Is that even a question? They will definitely abandon the old districts. After all, in their eyes, the common people are not even human, and there are too many people in the old districts. Even on normal days, unless there's a bloodshed incident, they won't pay much attention to it. Recently, Yang Bing had been leading people in skirmishes with the capital's punitive forces. Although they had been consistently overwhelmed, he gradually understood the patterns of these punitive forces. As long as you don't create a bloody incident, they generally wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the old districts. Ji Changlin nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Exactly, they will certainly abandon the old districts. Even if they don't fully abandon it, they will allocate their remaining troops to key locations in the old districts after ensuring the defense of the old city and logistics units, which is exactly what we want. At that time, we can take this opportunity to expand our influence in the increasingly sparse defenses of the old districts, develop our strength, and grow our forces. As Ji Changlin spoke, the people in the basement suddenly felt enlightened. Excitement lit up their eyes because this plan was truly feasible. And it wasn't over. Ji Changlin continued to speak. Once the capital reacts after having taken over the entire central province, our resistance forces will already be everywhere in the old districts. Even if their punitive forces want to deal with us, it won't be so easy, because by that time our free army will have already gained momentum. We can threaten the old city from the old districts. And if we need to retreat, we can hide among the vast common people. Furthermore, we can do as Wu Wen said, disband the developed parts of our forces and leave the capital, moving towards other cities in central province that have already fallen to the capital, continuing to spread our ideology of freedom and expanding our strength. When that time comes, we will no longer be passive, and we can gradually seize the initiative until we complete our highest goal of establishing the Free Resistance Army. This is also our slogan. At this point, Ji Changlin looked at everyone. They all shouted out the slogan of their Free Resistance Army, the goal they aimed to achieve, starting from freedom, beginning with faith, overthrowing tyranny. Humanity endures. At this moment, everyone present was extremely excited. Whether they were hawks or doves, they all shared a common goal, to develop and strengthen the Free Resistance Army. The hawks aimed to strengthen the Free Army through violent means to overthrow the Jiang family of the capital. The Peace faction aims to use the strength of the Free Resistance Army itself as capital to negotiate peacefully with the imperial capital. The stronger the Free Resistance Army is, the more capital they have, and the more confidence they will have in negotiations. Therefore, they all support Ji Changlin's plan. However, in the corner, the only person whose expression was not so optimistic was Feng Zhua. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Ji Changlin's method was indeed effective, and things were developing in the direction he described. When the imperial capital's troops completed their expansion plan and captured the city, they did not, as Ji Changlin said, have no way to deal with the resistance army that had already merged with the common people. Of course, this is not Ji Changlin's fault. If the ruler of the imperial capital had been someone else, Ji Changlin's plan could have been successfully completed. However, the ruler of the imperial capital is represented by Jiang Chen and the Jiang family. In his previous memories, after Jiang Chen led the expansion troops to capture the city, he immediately surrounded the entire old city area and commenced a bloody purge. Anyone identified as a member of the Free Resistance Army was brutally killed. A large number of common people were captured and subjected to severe torture, and although many common people recognized the Free Resistance Army, their resolve was not so strong. Under the brutal methods of the imperial capital, many people revealed the hidden members of the Free Resistance Army. Even he, Feng Zhua, almost died under the bloodthirsty suppression of the imperial capital. It is estimated that in that brutal purge, over 30,000 people were killed. The power that the Free Resistance Army had just developed fell into a trough, once again due to this suppression. As a result, Those common people who survived became terrified at the mere mention of the Free Resistance Army. To avoid any association with the Free Resistance Army, they even actively captured members of the Resistance Army who wanted to regroup and handed them over to the authorities of the imperial capital. Because of this, the foundation of the Free Army in the imperial capital was completely destroyed, and their organization was driven out of the capital, with only a few elite and highly secretive members remaining inside. This tragedy was an extremely heavy blow for the Free Resistance Army. Most importantly, after this incident, the imperial capital realized the threat posed by the Free Resistance Army. Under Jiang Chen's orders, with the Shadow Warriors leading the way, a large number of imperial capital troops, as well as local forces from Zhongzhou, began to hunt down the Free Resistance Army. That period was the most difficult and darkest experience for the Free Resistance Army. Even to this day, Feng Zhuo is still unwilling to recall that past. This time, in this life, he absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen again. Thinking of this, Feng Zhuo disregarded his identity and immediately raised his hand to remind Ji Changlin, "Leader, we may be overestimating Jiang Chen's bottom line. In his eyes, the lives of the common people are nothing at all. Once he leads his troops back to the imperial capital, with his bloodthirsty personality, he will definitely carry out a bloody suppression of the old city area. We should make more preparations." Upon hearing this sudden remark, everyone turned to look. When they realized that Feng Zhuo was merely an elite member with listening privileges, their brows furrowed. Especially Yang Bing, who saw this as Feng Zhuo giving advice to their great leader, Ji Changlin. This was unacceptable to Yang Bing, who held Ji Changlin in such high esteem. "Feng Zhuo, have you forgotten your identity? Here, you have no right to speak." Chapter 69. Feng Zhuo's warning, unwavering surveillance. Not only Yang Bing, but also the others present were scrutinizing Feng Zhuo with intense gazes. In response to Yang Bing's warning and the stares of the crowd, Feng Zhuo remained unfazed. He understood the importance of Ji Changlin in everyone's eyes and recognized their reactions. However, he felt it was essential to voice the hidden dangers of the plan. Not only did he wish to prevent the tragic scenes of his past life from reappearing, but he also believed this was the best opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. The more people doubted his proposal, the more his reputation would grow once the event occurred. Therefore, he ignored the scrutinizing and even unfriendly looks from the crowd and continued to gaze at Ji Changlin, hoping for his response. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Changlin shook his head at Feng Zhuo's subtly changing expression. "Leader, Feng Zhuo, although Jiang Chen is ruthless, I still don't believe he would disregard the lives of millions of dust citizens. Moreover, he needs these citizens in the old city district to produce various resources, the factories that rely on them. So, Feng Zhuo, you're thinking too extreme." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhuo was momentarily at a loss for words. "Old man, it's not that I'm too extreme. It's that you underestimate Jiang Chen's brutality. But then again, any normal person wouldn't think Jiang Chen could do something so vicious to so many people. Even Feng Zhuo himself, had he not known the bloody experiences of his previous life, would probably think Jiang Chen wouldn't go that far. But he is Jiang Chen, the tyrant of the capital who strikes fear into people's hearts." "Leader, Jiang Chen." Just as Feng Zhuo was about to say something more, Yang Bing impatiently interrupted him. "All right, Feng Zhuo, the leader has already let you express your opinion. You should be satisfied." Feng Zhuo fell silent. However, the next moment, Ji Changlin's words kindled a glimmer of hope in Feng Zhuo's heart. "Nonetheless, Feng Zhuo, your concerns are not entirely unfounded. We should indeed leave ourselves an avenue of retreat." After considering it, Ji Changlin continued, "Old man, I think it's unnecessary. Feng Zhuo is just being overly anxious." Yang Bing shrugged. Upon hearing Yang Bing's words, Feng Zhuo cast a complex glance at this former respected figure in the resistance movement from his previous life. However, remembering that Yang Bing's character wasn't entirely bad, the anger that had subtly arisen within him dissipated. Having an extra path is also an extra opportunity. I support the old man's approach, Wu Wen stated. Unlike Yang Bing, Wu Wen viewed Feng Zhuo's caution more positively. Of course, he admired Feng Zhuo's prudence, not the notion that Jiang Chen could go that far. He looked at Feng Zhuo and offered a friendly smile. However, in Feng Zhuo's heart, Wu Wen's friendly smile felt extremely nauseating. In his previous life, after the old man disappeared, it was Wu Wen who advocated surrendering to the Jiang family. When the pro-war faction led by Yang Bing refused, he secretly negotiated with the Jiang family. In the end, he allied with them, leading to the already heavily damaged Free Resistance Army suffering near total annihilation, with only a few core members managing to escape alive. Thus, in Feng Zhuo's plans, Wu Wen became the first target he intended to eliminate once he took control of the Free Resistance Army. Always thinking about negotiating with the Jiang family, always looking to reach an agreement with them. Without Wu Wen, the resolve of the Free Resistance Army would be even stronger, and they would definitely fare better. Yet at this moment, Feng Zhuo suppressed the anger rising within him, forcing himself to remain calm. After all, Wu Wen's prestige within the resistance was only second to the old man, while Yang Bing was more feared than respected due to his hot temper. Suit yourselves. After all, I'm just good at fighting. As he spoke, Yang Bing shot a cold glance at Feng Zhuo. This left Feng Zhuo speechless. He truly wanted to tell Yang Bing, actually, I'm on your side. Since that's the case, let's finalize this matter. However, the immediate priority is to first implement Old Dad's Big Thunder, Small Rain plan, Wu Wen said. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Listening to Wu Wen's words, Feng Zhuo glanced at Yang Bing again, seeing that he showed no reaction whatsoever. He could only sigh inwardly. However, suddenly he thought of someone. Tang Wan. It's worth noting that Tang Wan is the strongest warrior of the resistance. She is also a staunch advocate for war and a transcendent being. If he could give Tang Wan a few more reminders, she would definitely pay attention to Wu Wen. Compared to Yang Bing, Tang Wan clearly made him feel more confident. With this thought, Feng Zhuo felt much more relaxed. Beep beep. Just then, as if sensing something, Ji Chonglin's communicator suddenly lit up with a call signal. Xiao Wan. Looking at the unique frequency on the communicator, Ji Chonglin's eyes flashed. Feng Zhuo heard Ji Chonglin mention the two words, and his heart skipped a beat. But before he could listen further, Wu Wen stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, the plan is set. You can go back and make preparations now." Hearing Wu Wen's words, everyone was taken aback. "Go back when I say so. Follow orders," Yang Bing said in a commanding tone. In response, everyone shrank their necks and turned to leave. Feng Zhuo wanted to ask where Tang Wan was, but noticing Yang Bing's piercing gaze, he could only turn and leave. Although he felt a bit regretful, he had already joined the Free Resistance Army, and they would meet sooner or later. After leaving the temporary base of the Free Resistance Army, Feng Zhuo, carrying some rice, headed back home. This was one of the benefits of joining the Free Resistance Army. At least he didn't have to worry about food. But just then, a man suddenly walked past him. It seemed as if it had been planned. Feng Zhuo's foot inadvertently stretched forward, tripping the man. "Watch out!" Seeing this, Feng Zhuo quickly reached to catch the man who was about to fall. However, just as he was about to grab him, the man's descent suddenly accelerated. "Ouch!" came a sound as the man fell at Feng Zhuo's feet. "Are you okay?" Feng Zhuo hurriedly helped him up. "I'm fine." After the man stood up, he dusted himself off and shook his head with a wry smile. "That's good." After what happened with his father last time, Feng Zhuo was genuinely afraid of getting into any trouble. After exchanging a few words with the man, Feng Zhuo left. Just as he departed, the man who had just been tripped, looking somewhat simple-minded, suddenly revealed a glint in his eyes. In his palm, the listening device that had been placed on Feng Zhuo's pant leg now appeared in his hand. He tapped the tiny communicator on his ear. "Captain, the listening device has been retrieved. Send it back immediately. Also, have Team 3 continue to monitor Feng Zhuo." Report everything he does, says, and who he contacts during this period. The cold voice of the fifth knight came through the communicator. Understood, Captain. Chapter 70. Feng Zhua. Even the divine capital is helping me. Feng Zhua had never felt that he was being monitored. At this moment, he was very low-key, unremarkable, and even among the vast masses of common people, he could be considered an ordinary individual. Even the fact that he had joined the rebel army was known only to a few members within the organization. Outside of that, hardly anyone else was aware. Furthermore, he was still just a mortal, a down-and-out mortal who had just lost his father. No one would think to monitor someone as insignificant as him. After all, if the divine capital were to monitor anyone, it would be the big shots of the rebel army. As for him, Feng Zhua felt that there was no reason for it. Unless someone knew about the memories stored in his mind, there was simply no need for surveillance. However, those memories existed solely in his mind, and aside from a little leakage during his conversation with Tang Wan, he had never mentioned them anywhere else. Even when he joined the rebel army, the information he provided was not overly important. Most of what he shared was based on his own guesses. Thus, Feng Zhua was very confident that he had not leaked any information regarding his identity as a Zhongzhe heavyweight. In the eyes of the divine capital, he was just an ordinary, inconsequential commoner. Because of this, his defenses were low, almost non-existent. What he didn't know was that what he believed to be well hidden was, in fact, completely exposed in the eyes of Jiang Chen and the Knight of the Ninth. His daily movements, the words he spoke, the people he interacted with, and even how many times he went to the restroom were all under 24-hour surveillance by shadow agents. Even at this moment, he remained in a state of monitoring. Unaware of this, Feng Zhua carried the supplies he had received from the rebel army and headed home. Just then, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the person in tattered gray clothes with disheveled hair and malnourished skin, Feng Zhua stopped in his tracks. When he recognized the person's face, he was even more stunned. Brother Feng, standing in front of Feng Zhua, was his good brother, Cheng Hao. However, at this moment, Cheng Hao looked like a completely different person compared to just a few days ago. His skin was withered, his eyes bloodshot, and he reeked of alcohol. In just a few days, it seemed like he had aged several years. "How's he? What happened?" Feng Zhua rushed over, unable to believe what he was seeing. Cheng Hao looked at Feng Zhua, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Feng, everything is gone. My little sister, my mother, they are all. It's my fault. I killed them. I killed them all. It's all my fault. I extinguished their hopes with my own hands, all of it. It's me." Cheng Hao covered his face and collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. Hearing Cheng Hao's words, Feng Zhua's body stiffened. So, they couldn't escape the tragedy of the previous timeline. Looking at Cheng Hao, Feng Zhua's expression was extremely complex. In the previous timeline, Cheng Hao's mother and sister had also died, but they were killed in an indiscriminate massacre by the divine capital's army against the rebel uprising. And this time, Feng Zhua didn't want to think further. Right now, he just wanted to comfort his brother, the one who was willing to risk everything for him in the previous timeline. "It's okay. You haven't lost everything. You still have me. From now on, Haozi, I am your family. My family is your family." Feng Zhua squatted down and said this very seriously to Cheng Hao. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Hao's sobbing gradually subsided. He looked up at Feng Zhua, and a flicker of hope began to rise in his eyes. Feng Zhua looked back at him and nodded with a smile. "Brother Feng, from now on, you, Xiao Qian, and Annie will be my family. I will listen to whatever you say. I will do everything you say." Cheng Hao wiped away his tears, firmly pressing his lips together as he spoke to Feng Zhua. "Good." Hearing this, Feng Zhua smiled and nodded. "By the way, Brother Feng, here is a notice from the factory today. You have been selected to be a logistics transport personnel for the upcoming expansion war." Cheng Hao also brought Feng Zhua some good news. He took out a list. Logistics team recruitment list for the expansion war. The names on it were numerous, at least several hundred. But despite the large number, compared to the thousands of people in the factory, Those selected were indeed lucky. After all, the contribution points earned in the logistics team were far greater than those earned from assembling screws in the factory. So, I don't know how many ordinary people are hoping to be selected for the logistics team. Among them, Feng Zhua is that lucky one. When he heard this news from Cheng Hao, his eyes lit up. He quickly took the list, and sure enough, his name was really on it. It was like a pillow arriving just as he was feeling sleepy. What a perfect timing. You have to know that he had recently been thinking about how to leave the capital at the time of the expansion war. Now, he would follow the troops from the capital to Gufang City. He had even considered using the Free Resistance Army to escape through some secret passages from the capital. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, it would be too difficult for just him to safely reach Gufang City. Along the way, there were various alien beasts, and Gufang City was already completely engulfed in the tide of corpses. Even ordinary extraordinary beings would find it extremely difficult to reach there, let alone him, an ordinary person. So, following the army to Gufang City was the safest option. And now, the capital had actively solved his problem, presenting him with this opportunity. Since the capital was helping him like this, if he couldn't obtain something from Gufang City, he would feel like he was letting down the capital's good intentions. Howzy, just wait. Our good days are coming. Feng Zhua's heart was filled with excitement. Hearing Feng Zhua's words, Cheng Hao was stunned. At this moment, he could only trust Feng Zhua. Meanwhile, on the other side, Health Clinic. After a few days of rest, Tang Wan's body had fully recovered. Of course, she had actually recovered completely 2 days ago. The reason for the delay was simply that she had come to enjoy the atmosphere in the health clinic and the time spent with Tong Tong and Healy. However, such moments must eventually come to an end. She had once sworn under the banner of the Free Resistance Army that she would liberate more kind people like Healy and Tong Tong. She wanted to ensure they would not suffer bloodshed, not be oppressed, not be subjected to tyranny, to live freely and equally like in the world before the apocalypse, without worries. This is the highest purpose of the Free Resistance Army, to restore all the rules and order that existed before the apocalypse. Xiao Wan, are you leaving? At noon, Healy looked at Tang Wan, who was picking at her rice with a somewhat reluctant expression, and said. Hearing this, Tong Tong immediately looked at Tang Wan, her eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. In the past few days, she had come to enjoy playing with Tang Wan. Yeah, I've troubled you and Sister Healy for so many days. Now that my injuries are healed, it's time for me to leave. Upon hearing this, Healy nodded, seemingly not surprised. Sister He, have you thought about the future? Suddenly, Tang Wan looked directly at Healy and said. Hearing this, Healy glanced at Tang Wan, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. I know what you want to say, but I won't leave the health clinic. Tang Wan fell silent. Just as Healy said, after spending these days together, Tang Wan understood that Healy could have become a citizen and gone to the main urban area, but why did she still choose to stay in this dilapidated, old urban area? Not only for the neighbors around her, but also for... Tang Wan glanced again at the family photo placed on the counter. She sighed. She knew that she couldn't change Healy's mind. Xiao Wan. Yes, Sister He? Tang Wan nodded. You're leaving, and I don't have much to give you here, but I want to pass on a piece of advice. Healy looked at Tang Wan. In judging a person's character, don't listen to what they say, but rather observe what they do. This world has changed. Overly idealistic things can no longer take root in the soil of the current world. Sometimes, what seems black may actually be white, and what seems white can be turned into black. Healy spoke with a somewhat complex tone. Upon hearing these words, Tang Wan's eyes flashed with confusion. She had a premonition. When she truly understood what Healy meant, she would no longer be shrouded in the confusion of this world. After lunch, Tang Wan left, filled with reluctance and contemplation. She returned to the team that still belonged to her for now. Chapter 71, Fifth Night's Concerns. On the 5th of November, the weather was gradually turning colder. Outside the window, it had been drizzling for several consecutive days. Perhaps the ominous arrival of the apocalypse had altered the weather, Or maybe the natural disasters felt that this world was not desolate enough. In just a short period of half a month, the temperature had suddenly dropped by more than 20 degrees. The temperature outside was now in single digits. One could only imagine how many people in the old city area, dressed in thin clothing, were shivering from the cold. However, even so, they were still the fortunate ones, and they should thank the Jiang family of the capital. Because outside the capital city, there were regions still occupied by the tide of corpses. Those who had been preoccupied with evading the zombie threat now had to fight against the cold as well. In their eyes, even the lives of the citizens in the capital were enviable. After all, it was better to die from the cold in sleep than to watch helplessly as zombies devoured one's flesh and blood before their terrified and desperate eyes. Time until the launch of the expansion war. 3 days remaining. Capital city, main city area, Jiang family residence asterisk. In the corner, a wall furnace was burning, transmitting warmth to every corner of the room. Jiang Chen had his eyes slightly closed, sitting in his office, while in his embrace, Miaoyin was wearing a thin brocade garment, clearly asleep. Slowly, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. He lifted the fox fur that had unknowingly covered both him and Miaoyin, unbuttoning the collar of his garment. He had woken up from the heat. His movement roused Miaoyin, who slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes, like glass, rippled with a hint of laziness. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, leaning against him and licking his collarbone. As Jiang Chen's body reacted, Miaoyin's cheeks began to turn a rosy and enticing hue. She almost forgot that just before sleeping. Half an hour later, with a dazed look in her eyes, Miaoyin fell weakly onto the soft velvet carpet. Jiang Chen also perked up. At that moment, Einer pushed the door open and walked in. She looked at Miaoyin lying on the carpet, her face slightly flushed. She walked up to Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, the two women left Jiang Chen's room. Not long after they left, Su Qingge and the fifth knight appeared. Upon seeing the two women, Miaoyin's already flushed face turned even redder, and she hurriedly ran back to her room. In response, fifth knight showed no change in her expression, remaining indifferent, while Su Qingge couldn't help but chuckle. Miaoyin was different from the other women currently by Jiang Chen's side. Though she was the earliest to stay close to the young master, when encountering such a situation, she was no exception to feeling shy. Moreover, this shyness was not pretended, but genuine. So cute. Sometimes even she couldn't help but want to tease this junior sister. Entering Jiang Chen's room with fifth knight, the scent in the room was already masked by a faint fragrance. Young master. As Jiang Chen, now dressed in a brand new suit after being served by the maid, stood before them, Su Qingge and fifth knight both bowed in greeting. Young master, the preparations for the expansion war have been fully completed, and the war supplies have all been gathered. The additional 150,000 super soldiers from the Evolution Research Institute have also returned to the military. Currently, 250,000 super soldiers are fully equipped and ready for your orders. Su Qingge reported to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen held a warm cup of tea and smiled. 150,000? It seems that after the central meeting, Professor Liu really pulled out all the stops. Adding 5,000 more super soldiers than planned clearly indicated Professor Liu's proactive attitude toward the Evolution Research Institute. Fifth Knight, upon hearing this number, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Young Master, I hope to allocate 30,000 super soldiers to reinforce the capital. After 24 hours of monitoring Fengzhou, along with intelligence gathered from infiltrating the Free Resistance Army, Fifth Knight was already aware that the Free Resistance Army would significantly develop their forces in the Old City during the Expansion War. The plans set by the leader of the Expansion Army, named Loud Thunder, Small Raindrops, was something even Fifth Knight found remarkable. The most brilliant aspect of this plan was its flexibility. Though it was called Loud Thunder, Small Raindrops, once the plan encountered obstacles, they could immediately change their approach, making it Small Thunder, big raindrops instead. As for the capital city, after the expansion war began, the military forces within the capital would become insufficient. Thus, even knowing that this plan would be a mix of reality and deception, the capital would still need to deploy a large number of garrison troops to protect the logistical supply lines and defend the main city area. The main city area represented the will of the upper echelon of the capital and absolutely could not be compromised. The logistical supply lines were the lifeline of the expansion army and also couldn't afford any issues. Therefore, the garrison forces in these two areas could not be moved. In fact, they needed to be reinforced. Consequently, maintaining order in the old city area with the remaining troops would become somewhat beyond their capabilities. This was a recent headache for Fifth Knight. She even considered having the Shadow Warriors eliminate some of the leaders of the resistance, but these individuals were too well hidden. Moreover, that Tang One had already returned to the resistance and awakened with S-class powers, so even the Shadow Warriors had to be cautious and vigilant. Thus, under the premise of not alarming the snake, the Shadow Warriors chose to continue hiding. Now, upon hearing that there were 5,000 more super soldiers, Fifth Knight immediately thought of reallocating some to stabilize order in the old city area. However, Jiang Chen did not agree with this idea. He had deeper plans in mind. Chapter 72, Blood Transfusion Plan. Under the gaze of Fifth Knight, Jiang Chen walked to the window with a cup of tea. His deep-set pupils watched the continuous raindrops beating against the glass, flashing with an inscrutable gleam. The turmoil in the old city district is not our concern for now. Let them make a fuss if they want, he said. Upon hearing this, Fifth Knight, although unsure why her master wanted to nurture a tiger to trouble, remained loyal to her duties as a maid, which involved obedience and loyalty. Yes, young master. However, Suchinga voiced her doubts after overhearing their conversation. But young master, if we let them continue to make a fuss like this, the old city district will likely become a marginal area of the will of Xinjiang. There are many factories there, even military factories. If the rebels gain momentum, Fifth Knight nodded, understanding Suchinga's concern. Once the rebels influence or even take control of these factories, it would strike at the very foundation of Xinjiang. Regarding the worries of the two women, Jiang Chen took a sip of tea and shook his head. It's fine. I won't let them reach that point. They can only revel for a limited time. Moreover, as you said, Fifth Knight, even if we send troops to forcibly suppress the free rebels, what difference would it make? In the short term, it might stop their spread, but in the long run, it would play right into their hands. After all, people like them tend to react more fiercely the more they are oppressed. Furthermore, military curfews and suppression would also affect those in the old city district who have no intention of joining the free rebels. Once they're driven to desperation, you can guess whether they would rise up in resistance or join the free rebels. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fifth Knight and Suchinga were both confused. If they couldn't restrain or suppress them, did that mean they could only watch them develop carefreely? Wouldn't that just trap them in a vicious cycle? Then, young master, is there no solution? Suchinga asked again, while Fifth Knight also looked at Jiang Chen. They did not believe that their master would have no way to address this issue. In response, Jiang Chen swirled his teacup and smiled. Actually, someone has already devised a solution for us. Oh, both women were curious. Who was so talented? Feng Zhua. Fifth Knight's brows furrowed instantly. Suchinga had a blank expression, but soon, Jiang Chen played a recording. Fifth Knight recognized it. It was the concerns raised by Feng Zhua when the upper echelons of the rebels were discussing the loud thunder, small rain plan. Jiang Chen would, after completing the expansion war, carry out a brutal and bloody crackdown on a large number of commoners in the old city district. Suppression will only cause the spring to rebound deeper. But what if I cut the spring directly? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Even Suchinga and Fifth Knight felt a chill from his smile. But it had to be said that if he really did that, it would indeed be a highly efficient method. However, young master, if so many commoners are killed, won't that? Who said I want to kill them? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. These commoners are absolutely valuable labor. He could not bear to kill them. Both women were taken aback. You must remember one principle. The rebels are merely a catalyst. What truly allows them to develop is the unstable elements in their hearts. And such people are eternally irremovable and unkillable. Today, if we can destroy one rebel force, tomorrow another rebel or freedom faction will emerge. Because oppression inevitably leads to resistance. Unless we can completely eliminate oppression, otherwise, resistance will absolutely not stop. So, we should not think about solving the rebellion, but rather about moderating it. Jiang Chen said, moderating the rebellion? Upon hearing this, both women's pupils flickered. Exactly. The water in the old city district has already been muddied. It is impossible for them to become clear again on their own. And they themselves can no longer become clear, but we need to make them clear, so there's only one way. Pour out the muddy water in the basin and replace it with clear water from the outside. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Fifth Knight and Su Qingge immediately understood. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Young Master means using the expansion war to bring survivors from other regions outside Xinjiang into Xinjiang. Using this pure water, who have experienced the apocalypse and understand the difficulties of survival, to replace the now muddy commoners of Xinjiang. Hearing this from the two women, Jiang Chen revealed a smile of satisfaction. Precisely. And I call this plan the Blood Transfusion Plan. Chapter 73. Expedition. The content of the Blood Exchange Plan goes far beyond this. What Jiang Chen pursues is the maximization of benefits, with details even covering various industries in the divine capital. The Blood Exchange Plan is a manifestation of his will. After all, having conquered such a vast central plains, there needs to be someone to toil and cultivate on this land, right? Clearly, among the common people in the divine capital, what is most abundant are such individuals. They will atone for their disloyalty with their lives. This cost will be reflected in their blood. The Battle of Expansion in the divine capital. Today, in the central square of the main city area, hundreds of thousands of troops have gathered here. Tanks, armored vehicles, vehicle-mounted mortars, and other doomsday war machines. Beside those tanks, there are also tactical humanoid mechs developed by the Evolution Research Institute, standing a full 5 to 6 meters tall. Test-level, Fearless-class battle armor. Of course, these Fearless-class battle armors still appear quite primitive. Yet even so, their dual 6-barreled 20mm Gatling guns are enough to instill fear in all non-superhuman carbon-based creatures. In addition to the test-level, Fearless-class battle armor, there's also a series of tactical armaments used for testing by the Evolution Research Institute. All these things will provide the Evolution Research Institute with a wealth of real-world data in this battle of expansion. It is easy to imagine that after this battle of expansion, the technological strength of the Evolution Research Institute will make a significant leap forward. At this moment, the entire central square is almost silent. All the soldiers and civilians are waiting, anticipating. Their eyes reflect an incomparable loyalty. Suddenly, a figure slowly appears. Looking at that figure, a presence as stunning as a celestial being, the troops and civilians below erupt with excitement, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Loyalty ignites in their hearts, but they still hold back, because the first words will belong to the one they are loyal to. Jiang Chen stands on the stage, gazing down at the soldiers with tears in their eyes. A satisfied expression appears in his eyes. In the next second, his voice, imbued with extraordinary power, instantly resonates across the entire central square. Everyone can hear his powerful and commanding voice. I, in the name of the Jiang family, declare that the first battle of expansion of the divine capital officially begins today. Roar! At the moment his words are spoken, an unparalleled battle roar reverberates through the skies. This massive sound can even be clearly heard in the old city district. Even at this moment, the waiting resistance forces are shaken, their legs going weak from the deafening war cries. Hoo-hoo! In the sky, warplanes roar through the air. In the next second, Jiang Chen presses down with one hand. The sound quickly calms like a tsunami. Orders are to be obeyed. This is something every genetically modified super soldier must absolutely adhere to. Jiang Chen looks at this army capable of instilling fear in any force. His next words will make this army willingly give everything for the Jiang family, for the divine capital, and even for him. After this battle, I will personally award you the flags right here. From now on, the name of your corps will be carried on. Your bravery will be inscribed as legend, and your names will be etched onto the monument of expansion. For eternity, never to be forgotten. To battle. As his voice falls, a chorus erupts. At this moment, it is even more intense than the previous battle cries. Even the clouds in the sky are shaken apart. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Accompanied by the roaring engines of tanks, loyal troops drive out towards the outskirts of the divine capital under Jiang Chen's inspection. In this battle, they represent the family, the divine capital, and also themselves. They will not fail. At this moment, outside the divine capital, run, run for your lives. Faster, faster. The capital is just ahead. As long as we can reach the capital. Hundreds of survivors gathered, coming from all directions. Ultimately, they converged here. They hoped for safety and survival within the capital. They hoped for the towering black walls. They hoped to contribute their strength for the Jiang family, for the capital. And now, they had taken the final step. They had seen the magnificent black walls. They had taken the last step before the finish line. Hope was right in front of them. Roar. Sounds of misery echoed. Sounds of howling filled the air. But at this moment, no one looked back. No one changed color in fear. Because along the way, they had seen and heard too much. They had originally been a group of tens of thousands, but now, only these few hundred remained. Zombies and other creatures hunted them like hungry wolves preying on sheep. They greedily gazed at their flesh. But as long as they could reach that place, everything was worth it. Lu Qingyang came from another province. He brought his younger brother with him. He had witnessed his family turn into zombies and watched as they devoured their slain relatives. Only he and his younger brother had escaped. They sought survival at the gates of hell, leaving the city they lived in, leaving their province. They had witnessed the destruction of too many human gathering spots and seen too much death. They even doubted that humanity had any hope left in this world, until they stumbled into the central region. They heard the legends about the last lighthouse of humanity, the capital, the last place of order for humanity, the last pure land, a great sanctuary belonging to humanity. All living humans, your hope exists in the capital, in that city like heaven. Move towards that divine city. That is the place worth pursuing with your lives. At that moment, Lu Qingyang's faded, hopeful eyes shone bright again. That was the light of the capital. He led his brother, following countless pilgrims moving towards the capital. They had endured endless horrors. In the wilderness, they were torn apart by hungry wolves. In the ruins of cities, they were devoured by zombies. At this moment, their divine land was just within reach. But the next moment, right in front of them, a group of blood wolves, each as tall as a person, appeared before them. They blocked the path of their pilgrimage. They severed their hope with fear and slaughter, cutting off their way forward. Those fearless people charged forward. The next second, they were devoured by them. Blood stained their fangs. In the next moment, these beasts turned their gaze towards Lu Qingyang and his brother. No! In a painful cry of despair, the beast lunged at him and his brother. At that moment, Lu Qingyang seemed to smell the stench of the blood of other unfortunate souls from those fangs. Despair enveloped them. They couldn't even resist. Were they going to die? Bang, 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 bang. Ugh, boom, rumble. The anticipated pain did not come. Lu Qingyang, along with the other survivors, stared blankly. They saw ahead. A massive army appeared like a torrent of steel, an army immense and boundless. They roared as they came through the dust. The tracks of their tanks crushed the remains of the blood wolves as they swept by. They stood there dumbfounded, watching them pass by. In that moment, Lu Qingyang saw their banner. It was a gigantic iron fist, as if it could crush any enemy of humanity. The expansion army, the fist of the empire. At that moment, a feeling he had never experienced before surged within Lu Qingyang. He too wanted to be like them. The last place of order for humanity, the last Pure Land, a great sanctuary belonging to humanity. All living humans, your hope exists in the capital, in that city like heaven. Move towards that divine city and offer your loyalty. That is the place worth pursuing with your lives. The Messenger of the Heavenly Network. Chapter 74. The current state of outside city Yao. Genshin Jing's satellite city, Yao, asterisk. Shanggong Yao. As the closest city to the divine capital before the apocalypse, Shanggong Yao's level of prosperity ranked among the top in all of Zhongzhou. However, 3 months ago, the sudden arrival of the apocalypse turned the once thriving city to ashes. Countless citizens perished in this cataclysm. Zombies and aberrations, these bloody and brutal nightmares, have taken over this city. The surviving humans struggle daily with death and fear. They had heard of powerful, extraordinary humans leading other survivors to fight back against the zombies. But in the end, they were defeated. Humanity faced utter ruin. The extraordinary beings fell into despair, isolating themselves and indulging in their own powers, waiting to die in comfort. Meanwhile, those smaller factions without extraordinary beings found themselves in dire straits, besieged by zombies, one after another devoured entirely. In front of a commercial center, hundreds of people, armed with various weapons, were shooting at the zombies rushing toward them from a distance. There were men, women, the elderly, and even children among them. They used every method they could think of, putting in all their efforts. Bang, 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 bang. Hold the line, everyone, hold the line. Among them, dozens of young men at the front line held firearms, crazily shooting at the zombies and aberrations ahead. But facing this tide of zombies, which outnumbered them by dozens or even hundreds, their few rifles were simply insufficient to hold them back. For every zombie that fell, there was another one or even 10 more rushing forward. Some zombie dogs, hiding among the bodies of the zombies, launched surprise attacks on the unsuspecting humans. Suddenly, a scream came from the side. The leading young man quickly looked over, only to see a zombie dog had somehow broken through to their front line. It had bitten into the neck of one of the men. Ray Lin. Damn it. Die, you bastard. He furiously picked up his rifle and charged over, shoving the barrel against the zombie dog's head and firing wildly. The zombie dog's head exploded, but the man who had been bitten, Ray Lin clutched at the blood gushing from his neck, looking at him. Captain, it hurts. Help me. I don't want to become a zombie. Hearing this, the young man took a deep breath, tightly pressing his lips together. He aimed the gun at Ray Lin. In Ray Lin's faint smile, he said, "Thank you, Captain." Bang! After doing all that, the young man did not linger. Enraged, he took over Ray Lin's position and continued firing bullet after bullet into the mass of corpses ahead. Behind him, another young man rushed up, silently picking up the bloody gun from Ray Lin's hand. He ran to the front line and resumed shooting. But in the end, they were simply too few, and their guns were too few. As the speed of the zombie horde intensified, cracks began to appear in their defense, and the screams grew increasingly frequent. Yet no one fled. Everyone, including those carrying supplies and crying children and women, did not retreat, because they had no place to fall back to. The zombies and aberrations would not allow them to surrender. They could only fight to the death. Fong Lai fought on the front lines. He was the leader of this small shelter. His mission was to protect everyone inside the shelter. But at this moment, looking at the swarm of corpses surging toward them, even someone as strong as he was felt despair creeping in. Click, click. He pulled the trigger, but his gun was already out of bullets. The gunfire around them was gradually fading away. But he did not give up. He drew his dagger and shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's walk the road to the underworld together. We won't be alone. Ha ha ha. Captain, if that's the case, I'll take the lead. I'm the captain. You can't steal my spot." Saying that, Fong Lai was the first to break through the defense and charge toward the zombies. The others followed closely behind him. Kill 1, that's enough. Kill 2, that's profit. Kill 3, I'm in the clear. Charge! Charge! Boom! Phew phew. Just as they were about to engage the zombies in close combat, suddenly, a piercing sound rang out from the sky. Before they could react, a massive explosion nearly shattered their eardrums. They saw a fireball explode from within the horde of corpses. Following that was a powerful shockwave that sent them flying back. Damn it, what's going on? Fong Lai, dazed from the shock, quickly spat out the dirt in his mouth. Then, he hurriedly crawled out from the defense line. Looking at the horde outside, in just those few seconds, dozens of piercing sounds rang out from the sky again. In Fong Lai's shocked gaze, the horde of corpses was suddenly engulfed in raging flames. Countless zombies were consumed by the fire, and many were sliced in half by shrapnel mixed with the powerful shockwave. In less than half a minute, the horde that had filled them with despair was torn apart. Holy crap! Chapter 75, Pioneer Army. The Li Dongguang Brigade, ****. In the sky, shells rained down like a violent storm. Each explosion of red-hot fury turned a large group of zombies into a puddle of minced flesh. It was as if the red lotus of hellfire was incinerating all impurities and filth. Fong Lai watched this scene, staring at the zombie horde that was blown apart, like his brothers beside him, left dumbfounded. They had no idea where the shells were coming from, but such firepower could only belong to a pre-apocalypse enhanced battalion. Moreover, it had to be an elite armored battalion. Captain, what's going on? Hiding in the trench and watching the relentless bombardment in the distance. Even the slightest peek outside caused them to feel the intense heat of the furious flames. You ask me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? But it seems we're saved. Fong Lai leaned against the defensive line, watching as the zombie horde, initially numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had already dwindled to less than 10,000 after this carpet bombing. Just as he was considering whether to stand up and acknowledge this, a sharp sound cut through the air. Whoosh! In the sky above the city, several fighter jets streaked across the sky. The thunderous roar caused Fong Lai and the others to experience a moment of ringing in their ears. The fighter jets opened their air drop hatches, and in the next moment, several aerial bombs were released. Hearing the sharp sound of the bombs falling through the air, Fong Lai froze for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. Damn it! White phosphorus bombs! Run! Saying this, he grabbed 2 young men beside him and quickly fled backward. Upon hearing the words, white phosphorus bombs, the others turned pale, unleashing every ounce of strength they had to escape frantically towards the shopping mall. Boom! A tremendous explosion érupted. Fong Lai and the others didn't dare to look back. They only felt waves of unimaginable heat rushing towards them from all directions. Behind them, a massive fireball consumed the remaining thousands of zombies in mere seconds, turning them to ash. Hiding inside the shopping mall, everyone gasped for breath. Just a few thousand meters ahead, a blazing fire raged fiercely, incinerating both zombies and mutants alike in this inferno of hellfire. Half an hour later, gradually, the sound of rumbling approached, accompanied by a familiar noise that made Fong Lai and the others feel a surge of recognition. This is the sound of tracks. As an old soldier from a pre-apocalypse unit, Fong Lai immediately recognized the sound. Tracks! It's a tank. A tank. Could it be that the national government has recovered? Many people immediately thought of the military of the national government. Suddenly, the civilians in the back displayed uncontainable joy. But as Fong Lai looked towards the shadow gradually appearing in the distance, especially the silver flag, his brows furrowed. No, they aren't the national government's troops. As he gradually discerned the scene outside, Fong Lai's tone became grave. The national government didn't have such military insignia. Moreover, the attire of these individuals was fundamentally different from that of the national government's troops. Bang! Bang bang! As the massive army drew closer, the earth seemed to tremble. Especially the predatory aura emanating from them made Fong Lai feel an acute sense of fear. Buzz buzz! Just then, a sudden noise came from the sky. Before Fong Lai and the others could react, several drones had already locked onto them. What terrified everyone even more was that the gun barrels on the drones were also aimed at them. Seeing this, Fong Lai quickly suppressed the instinctive urge to resist among the crowd. Don't move! Don't move! Surrender immediately! Hurry! Fong Lai shouted. After he spoke, he was the first to raise his hands. He gestured to the drones to show that he meant no harm. When the others saw that Fong Lai had raised his hands in surrender, they too raised their hands. Only then did the drones retract their gun barrels. Fong Lai and the others then voluntarily put their hands on their heads and walked out of the shopping mall. As they approached, they were even more shocked by the sight of this troop. Most of these soldiers were around 2 meters tall. The silver combat suits they wore gleamed with a metallic luster. The weapons they held were specially manufactured, with larger gun bodies and calibers. They looked like the super soldiers seen in sci-fi movies from before the apocalypse. As they looked at Fong Lai and the others, cold gazes emanated from the visor of their helmets, which bore the emblem of a red-eyed dragon. Anyone who met that gaze felt an involuntary sense of pressure. Even Fong Lai, a veteran, felt it. He even sensed that these strange individuals had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Name, identity. One soldier stepped forward and looked at Fong Lai, speaking coldly. My name is Fong Lai. I am the leader of this Li Yun shelter. Fong Lai dared not say he was the chief, as that title seemed too arrogant. Li Yun shelter? Our Li Yun Glory Corps encountered your Li Yun shelter in the first battle. It seems we have quite a connection. Just as Fong Lai finished speaking, a man dressed in even thicker armored special forces gear stepped forward. His stature was even larger than that of the other soldiers around him. He took off his helmet, revealing a resolute face, and looked at Fong Lai with a smile. As he watched the scene of Fong Lai battling zombies, he thought he was quite impressive for an unmodified human. Corps Commander. Seeing this person, the surrounding soldiers all bowed in salute. Corps Commander. Hearing this title, Fong Lai was taken aback. How many people are in your shelter? Are there any other shelters nearby? And tell me everything you know about the situation in Shandong City. Yes, Commander. Fong Lai quickly nodded. Soon, Fong Lai had provided all the information he knew about Shandong City to the other party. He also learned their names and origins. They were from the pioneering army of the capital city, the Li Yun Glory Corps, one of the 8 founding corps. And the man in the heavy armored suit was the corps commander of the Li Yun Glory Corps, as well as a transcendent being, the noble honorary citizen of the capital city, Meng Jingtian. Upon hearing this information, Fong Lai was extremely shocked. The capital city, in the current central province, and even beyond, it held great renown, not to mention that Shandong City was in close proximity to the capital city. He had previously considered going to the capital city for refuge. However, there were simply too many zombies in the city. It was too difficult to escape the city. Moreover, he was leading the Li Yun Glory Shelter. Thus, the idea of going to the capital city had been abandoned. Now, instead of going to the capital city, he had instead welcomed the army from the capital city. Furthermore, from what this corps commander said, the 8 corps of the capital city were crusading in all directions to bring the entire central province back under the rule of the capital city. Chapter 76. 2 million zombies? Too few. Asterisk asterisk. So, are there still more than 10 scattered shelters in Shandong? The largest one is the one led by that transcendent force. Meng Zhengtian nodded as he listened to Fong Lai's words. He then waved to the staff officer behind him. The officer immediately stepped forward, turned on a portable projector, and a 3D map of the city of Shandong appeared before Fong Lai's eyes. Seeing the projection in front of him, Fong Lai was taken aback. How could it feel like the technology in the capital has not only held up, but advanced after the apocalypse? Point out the location of the Shandong shelter, Meng Jingtian said. Upon hearing this, Fong Lai quickly nodded. He touched the projection with his finger, and to his surprise, it responded as if it could sense his touch, beginning to zoom in and rotate. This left Fong Lai even more astonished. If it weren't for the warning gaze of the staff officer, he might have wanted to play with it a bit longer. Sir, they are all here, in the former government storage warehouse of Shandong. Fong Lai pointed out a location. The government warehouse? Quite a strategic choice, Meng Jingtian said with a faint smile. Send the information to the Air Force and have them immediately verify its accuracy. Yes, the staff officer nodded and swiftly transmitted the projection information as a communication message. Expeditionary Eagle, this is Li Mingguang. I have transmitted relevant information about Shandong to you. Proceed immediately to confirm. Expeditionary Eagle White, the UAV is heading to the target for reconnaissance. Listening to the series of commands, Fong Lai felt his head spinning. He felt as if he were not living in the same world as these people. Soon, the reconnaissance results came back. Li Mingguang, our department has verified the location of the opponent's shelter. The information is accurate. General, the information is accurate, the staff officer reported to Meng Jingtian. If the information is accurate, then immediately send a message to their shelter, informing them that if they do not surrender, I, Li Mingguang's Iron Cavalry, will personally come to crush them. Meng Jingtian said with a calm tone. Understood. General. Fong Lai, what a fierce person. To think that there are 8 immensely powerful transcendent beings within that Shandong shelter. Yet in the eyes of this corps commander, it seemed like he could tear them apart at will. You. Suddenly, Meng Jingtian looked at Fong Lai. Fong Lai quickly stood up straight. You did well. From now on, you and the few people you brought will be incorporated into my Li Mingguang's team. No problem, right? Fong Lai was momentarily stunned. Any problem? Meng Zhengtian squinted at him. And no problem. It would be an honor for me and my brothers to join under your command. Fong Lai quickly nodded. Satisfied, Meng Jingtian nodded. Go. Yes, sir. General. Fong Lai hurriedly followed his brothers. Suddenly, Fong Lai's peripheral vision caught sight of the women and children behind him. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, he hesitated and asked Meng Jingtian, General, what about them? After all, they had been companions for 3 months. Moreover, he was their leader, so if he just left them behind, that would be quite irresponsible. Them? Don't worry, soon all the zombies and mutants in Shandong will be cleared out. The capital will send personnel here to restore order in Shandong. And those among you who are lucky and loyal to the capital's beliefs may even be selected to enter the capital, Meng Jingtian said. Hearing this, Fong Lai breathed a sigh of relief. The women and children also looked hopeful, especially knowing they could enter the capital. They became even more excited. General, at that moment, an officer rushed in to report to Meng Jingtian. What is it? Meng Jingtian looked at him. Corps Commander, the Air Force just reported that most of the zombies in Shandong are approaching us. It's roughly estimated to be at least 20,000. 20,000 zombies. Hearing this, Fong Lai and everyone in the Li Mingguang shelter felt their hearts tremble. They knew they had no capacity to resist even against over 100,000 zombies, and now 200,000 were converging towards them. Fong Lai thought to urge everyone to retreat quickly. But when he looked at Meng Jingtian, he saw that his expression was extremely calm. Not only Meng Jingtian, But even the other soldiers in Limingguang showed no signs of concern, as if these 20,000 zombies posed no threat at all. Then, as Meng Jingtian spoke again, Feng Lai's mind went blank. He didn't know how to respond. If most of the zombies are coming over, then let's just deal with them all at once. Have the Air Force drop chemical bait bombs. I want to attract all the zombies in Shandong over and eliminate them in one go. Feng Lai? Everyone in the Li Mingguang shelter. Kid, don't be surprised right now. Once you get to the capital, there will be even more amazing things for you. Meng Jingtian clapped Feng Lai on the shoulder. Just that slight motion made Feng Lai feel like his shoulder was about to shatter. All units, immediately proceed according to plan. Stepping out of the Li Mingguang shelter, Meng Jingtian looked at the waiting troops outside and shouted, "Yes, corps commandé." In the next moment, all the troops of Li Mingguang sprang into action. Tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, defensive lines, and even those 5-meter-tall test-grade invincible battle suits, which were equipped with gun barrels as thick as a thumb, began to move. In that moment, Feng Lai seemed to understand where Meng Zhongtian's confidence in dealing with the 20,000 or even more zombies came from. Chapter 77. The Unconventional Powers of the Shandong City. At this moment in Shandong City, because the Light Brigade of the Li family did not conceal itself during the siege of the city, the deafening sound of artillery shells and the roaring of fighter jets in the sky had already spread throughout the entire Shandong City. Thus, all the shelters in Shandong City were aware that a powerful force had entered the city. Moreover, as drones dropped flyers over various shelters in Shandong City, everyone learned that this formidable army was actually affiliated with the Jiang family of the Divine Capital. As the closest satellite city to the Divine Capital, Shandong City had a strong sense of belonging to both the Divine Capital and the Jiang family, even before the apocalypse. Now, witnessing the arrival of the Divine Capital's military, which was so powerful, the vast majority of shelters in Shandong City proclaimed their submission. Of course, there were still a few exceptions. For instance, the largest shelter named after Shandong City did not respond at all upon seeing the flyers from the Divine Capital. Shandong City Shelter Asterisk. As the largest shelter in Shandong City, it occupied the resource storage warehouse of the former city government. Within it, there were tens of thousands of survivors. Among them were 8 extraordinary individuals and around 5,000 armed forces. Like most other shelters, in the early days of the apocalypse, these extraordinary individuals and armed forces were still dedicated to humanity. They united the survivors, aiming to eradicate the zombies and reclaim Shandong City. However, as the battle progressed, they found that they could only reclaim a small street, or even just a single building at an extremely high cost. Their faith began to waver, especially when the supplies started to become scarce. Conflicts over resource distribution within their ranks became increasingly sharp, and eventually, under the intensified threat of external zombies, the human alliance in Shandong City, which had once aimed to reclaim the city as its highest belief, completely fractured. One of the largest factions after the split was the Shandong City Shelter itself, which had the most people, all the extraordinary individuals, and the largest armed forces. To seize the remaining scarce resources, they expelled other smaller shelters, even resorting to bloody means to seize the resources from these smaller shelters. Under the suppression of the extraordinary individuals, the other shelters couldn't possibly contend with the Shandong City Shelter. To preserve the little remaining resources, they could only risk the threat of zombie tides and disperse to escape. Thus, a situation formed where dozens of gathering points existed in Shandong City. After expelling the other shelters, the extraordinary individuals of the Shandong City Shelter sealed off all the roads surrounding the city government's resource warehouse. Aside from members who needed to take great risks to search for supplies in the city center every day, no one was allowed to leave at any other time. At this point, the 8 extraordinary individuals in the Shandong City Shelter began to indulge in pleasures, ruling the entire shelter with their extraordinary powers. They enjoyed the best and most abundant resources. They could take whatever they wanted from the survivors in the shelter, and those who opposed them were ruthlessly eliminated. So, when these individuals, who had become accustomed to their tyranny within the shelter, saw the flyers descending from the sky with impolite language and even an ultimatum tone, they all showed anger and shredded the flyers to pieces. This divine capital is too arrogant. The current world is not what it used to be. Does the divine capital think that just because they have some military force, they can dominate us? We extraordinary individuals are the true rulers in this world. Exactly. No matter who it is, even the Jiang family of the divine capital should treat us with respect. Anyway, I refuse to comply with what is stated in this flyer. They want us to submit? Let the divine capital show some sincerity. After reclaiming Shandong City, let us manage it fully. We will nominally acknowledge their rule. The extraordinary individuals of Shandong City shouted in anger. Of course, while some were furious, others were contemplative, and some had their own ulterior motives. While we say this, the divine capital is coming in full force. Given the scale of the recent bombardments and the fighter jets in the sky, the troops they've sent to Shandong City should not be underestimated. One extraordinary individual cautioned, "Not to be underestimated is a statement for mortals. We are extraordinary individuals. They absolutely do not dare to do anything to us. More than that, it's just a show of force. Otherwise, why wouldn't they directly attack us?" The extraordinary man sitting opposite shook his head and said he did not agree. "Brother Ah said it well. These people may seem aggressive, but they mostly just want to intimidate us. After all, our sanctuary in Shandong City has as many as 8 extraordinary individuals. The capital must definitely want us to submit to them. In that case, big brother, what do you think?" Everyone turned their gaze to the man in the main seat. This man was the leader of their Shandong City sanctuary, an extraordinary individual with a powerful B-class ability. Ma Jian. Hearing the words of the crowd, Ma Jian's eyes were also filled with a sense of uncertainty. What I mean is to hold our position for now and first probe their intentions. Of course, we absolutely will not accept their demand for unconditional surrender. We've been in Shandong City for so long. How could they expect us to surrender unconditionally as soon as they arrive? There's no such good deal. Let the brothers get ready. We won't discuss whether to confront them or not, but at least we need to show them our determination. Ma Jian stated. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. All right, let's act according to the boss's words. Just then, a younger brother dressed in simple military attire, carrying an AK, rushed in. "Boss, it's bad. All the zombies in Shandong City are heading towards the Dawn Sanctuary now." Upon hearing this, Ma Jian and the others were initially taken aback, but the next moment, their eyes lit up. "Ha! It seems even heaven is helping us. With over 3 million zombies in Shandong City, let's see how they can withstand this." Exactly. Now it seems that this army from the capital is about to meet its end here. Everyone present laughed heartily. Ma Jian's eyes flickered, clearly thinking of more things. Have the other sanctuaries moved? They've all moved. Apart from the sanctuaries that submitted to us, the others have all gone to support the Dawn Sanctuary. The younger brother quickly replied, These guys really are eager to be heroes, aren't they?" Hearing this, the older brother sneered. Clearly, they've pinned all their hopes on the capital's troops. If this crisis is resolved, they will be able to ride on the coattails of the capital's success. But if the crisis isn't resolved, well, Ma Jian also smiled. He then waved his hand. "Get the brothers ready." Hearing this, the others were taken aback. "Big brother, are we also going to support the capital's troops?" "Support my ass. With 300,000 to 400,000 zombies, we'd be using our heads to support them. We'll wait for the capital's troops to fight it out with the zombies to the end, and then we'll appear to pick up the pieces. After all, the supplies those coming from the capital have will definitely not be lacking." Ma Jian's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Upon hearing this, the extraordinary individuals present all had their eyes light up. The boss is brilliant. Chapter 78. Zombies? Just rotting flesh. Asterisk asterisk. Just as the personnel movement began at the Shandong City shelter, drones patrolling the skies above Shandong City were the first to detect their presence. This news was immediately transmitted to the command center of the Dawn Brigade. General, there's movement at the Shandong City shelter. They're also bringing people towards us, but unlike other shelters, they have not gathered their forces around us. Instead, they're hiding their troops outside the battlefield. Hearing this report, Meng Jingtian, who was issuing orders through the city's sand table, suddenly revealed a cold glint in his eyes. Through Fong Lai and the other leaders from respective shelters who had come to provide elite reinforcements, he learned about the series of treacherous acts committed by the extraordinary beings at the Shandong City shelter after the apocalypse began. Clearly, the actions of these extraordinary beings from the Shandong City shelter were not well-intentioned. General, Ma Jian and the others must be waiting for us to fight the zombies to the death before they come out to pick up the scraps. Fong Lai, being a local, understood Ma Jian all too well. In response, Meng Jingtian sneered. I can naturally guess his childish thoughts. However, our top priority now is to completely eliminate the zombie tide. And as for them, Meng Jingtian looked at another figure beside him, who was dressed in special operations combat armor. Yun Feng immediately lead 100 soldiers from the 3rd Brigade to block them outside the front lines. If they dare to cross the line, kill them directly. Once I've cleared the zombies, they will be next. Yes, General. Yin Feng saluted Meng Jingtian and turned to grab his helmet before heading outside. Fong Lai watched the 3rd Brigade leader leave, feeling a bit worried. After all, Ma Jian had an armed force of over 1,000 people and 8 extraordinary beings. Could this brigade leader and his 100 soldiers really hold them off? Of course, if he had known that a person who could become a brigade leader had at least B-rank extraordinary powers, and that their extraordinary levels were all at the peak of level 1, with their 2 deputies also being extraordinary beings of higher levels, he wouldn't have had such doubts. At this moment in the sky above Shandong City, a squadron of aircraft was continuously observing the swarm of zombies below that was moving toward the Dawn shelter like a horde of ants. They occasionally dropped aerial bombs, blasting the gathered mass of corpses into pieces. Report to the Dawn Command. All zombies in Shandong City are heading toward the encirclement point. If there are no further instructions, the Sky Eagle is prepared to drop chemical bait bombs in 1 minute. Dawn Command received. Sky Eagle may drop chemical bait bombs. Sky Eagle acknowledges. Bomb drop countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. Just as the countdown for the chemical bait bomb began, the tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery that had been prepared below adjusted their final firing positions. One by one, the test-level invincible battle armors that had been waiting at key street intersections began preheating their gun barrels. Report to the Dawn Command. The artillery units have completed the adjustment. Please advise. Report to the Dawn Command. The test-level invincible battle armor has finished preheating. Please advise. Inside the command center, upon hearing this information, Meng Jingtian watched as the countdown reached the last 10 seconds. At this moment, Fong Lai felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Whoosh! The moment the countdown hit 0, several aircraft floating in the sky immediately launched dozens of chemical bait bombs. Boom! In an instant, with a series of loud explosions resonating, a deep green smoke suddenly spread out. At the same time, the zombies that were still slowly wandering around immediately surged towards the direction of the deep green smoke as if they had been injected with a stimulant. Even those zombies that were attacking the defenses of the Dawn shelter immediately turned around and charged towards the back. Watching this scene, the troops from the shelter who were resisting the zombies alongside the Dawn of Light Legion all widened their eyes. What made them even more astonished was the next scene. Inside the command center, Meng Jingtian looked at the real-time map where the tide of zombies surged like a school of sharks smelling blood, madly rushing towards the bait of living creatures. He immediately issued an extermination order. All troops, immediately move towards the designated target. Engage in extermination bombardment. As soon as Meng Jingtian's voice fell, the next second, boom, 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 boom. Countless shells, even airborne missiles from warplanes roared with fury at this moment. The violent sound, the anger of thousands of cannons firing together, even made the local civilian troops dizzy. Some even had blood streaming from their ears. They gritted their teeth and tightly covered their ears with their hands. Even though they were on the side of Xinjing, their hearts trembled. Is this the firepower of Xinjing? It's terrifying. Beside them, the super soldiers of the Dawn of Light, wearing tactical helmets, were completely unaffected. They continued to hold their large-caliber rifles, firing bullets into the roaring sea of fire. The test-grade Fearless Battle Armor was also unleashing bullets from the dual Gatling guns. The 20mm caliber ammunition could easily shred any zombie. To the survivors in Shandong City, the zombies that seemed like demons were, at this moment, seen by the Dawn of Light Legion as merely pieces of meat without any threat. In the distance, Ma Jian and others, who were hiding outside the battlefield, watched the rolling, blazing light that seemed to reach the heights of skyscrapers, saw the test-grade Fearless Battle Armor pouring bullets into the zombie horde, and looked at the soldiers dressed in what could only be seen in movies before the apocalypse, resembling super battle armor. At this moment, even though they were extraordinary beings, they were shocked into silence. Compared to these Xinjing troops, the various units behind them felt like they were from completely different eras, especially those test-grade, Fearless Battle Armors. Robots? Are they really not dreaming? Boss, is this really the Xinjing army? Not aliens? Hearing this question, Ma Jian and the others fell silent. Soon, Ma Jian snapped back to reality. He looked at the battlefield ahead, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. The situation has changed. Let's continue forward. I feel like these people from Xinjing might really be able to clear out these millions of zombies. If someone had told him before that a Xinjing army of only tens of thousands could clear out millions of zombies, he would have slapped the person in the face. But now, looking at this scene, he had no choice but to believe. Ma Jian took the lead and brought his people towards the battlefield. Since they were still fighting, if they seized this moment while the situation became clearer to assist the troops of Xinjing, they might even get a share of the spoils. After all, he had come a bit late. He was, after all, here to help the Xinjing troops. Just as he was leading his team to charge into the battlefield, ready to rush towards the zombies. Bang, bang! A series of bullets suddenly struck the ground beneath them, kicking up clouds of dust. Seeing this, Ma Jian's expression froze. He looked forward and saw Yun Feng leading 500 super soldiers of the Dawn of Light, coldly watching them, their gun muzzles all aimed at them. Restricted battlefield. All unauthorized personnel, retreat immediately. Otherwise, we will show no mercy. Chapter 79. Extraordinary Beings in Shandong City? If you don't roll, you die. The phrase kill without mercy was uttered. An icy killing intent instantly radiated from the soldiers of Dawn of Light, especially the crimson glint that shone from the tactical helmets. The pressure was palpable. Even the extraordinary beings like Ma Jian and his companions trembled under this cold aura. However, Ma Jian was still an extraordinary being, and a B-class awakened extraordinary being at that. Moreover, he was the leader of the Shandong City Sanctuary. If he were to be intimidated here, where would his authority go? He quickly regained his composure and frowned as he looked at Yun Feng and the others. We are the survivors of the Shandong City Sanctuary, and I am the leader of the Shandong City Sanctuary, an awakened B-class extraordinary being. We are here to support your Xinjing troops. Is this how you treat your allies? Ma Jian spoke coldly to Yun Feng, deliberately emphasizing his extraordinary identity. He believed that once the other party heard his status as an extraordinary being, they would take him seriously. Upon hearing Ma Jian's confident tone, the other 7 extraordinary beings also regained their senses. That's right. Our boss is right. What kind of attitude is this from you, Xinjing? We came here with goodwill to support you. Yet you even opened fire on us. We want to see your commander. This is Shandong City, not your Xinjing. We are the masters of this city, and you have no right to stop us. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. While shouting loudly, Ma Jian and the others moved forward towards the soldiers of Dawn of Light. Seeing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Ma Jian's face. No matter if you came from Shunjing or Tianjing, this is Shandong City. Here, if you are a tiger, you must lie down. If you are a dragon, you must coil. Open fire. Bang, 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 bang. Before Ma Jian could react, he heard Yin Feng's cold voice ring out. In the next second, a series of gunshots echoed. Then came the sudden screams, ringing in Ma Jian's ears. Quickly regaining his senses, Ma Jian stared in shock at this scene. Blood, severed limbs, corpses. In less than 10 seconds, over 1,000 of his 5,000 civilian troops had already suffered casualties. Moreover, the soldiers of Dawn of Light showed no signs of stopping. They continued to fire at the people he had brought. You, stop! Ma Jian was enraged. An extraordinary power erupted instantly. As the leader of Shandong City, he had obtained a large number of crystal cores from the extermination of zombies, allowing his extraordinary level to reach the late stage of level 1. The other 7 extraordinary beings, seeing their leader take action, also unleashed their extraordinary powers. They glared angrily at the soldiers of Dawn of Light. However, facing the extraordinary powers they displayed, the red glows from the helmets of Yunfeng and his 2 adjutants flickered ominously. In the next moment, a peak level 1 extraordinary power and 2 late-stage level 1 extraordinary powers burst forth. For Xinjing, which could produce level 1 gene serum from zombie crystal cores, they were absolutely at the forefront of all Blue Star forces when it came to enhancing their extraordinary levels. Thus, at this moment, despite Ma Jian being the only extraordinary being at the late stage of level 1, the others were at most mid-level extraordinary beings. Even though Yunfeng's side only had 3 extraordinary beings, their numbers were far less than the enemy's. The overwhelming quality of their extraordinary presence, all at least late-stage level 1, completely suppressed the opposition. Feeling the immense extraordinary power emanating from Yunfeng, Ma Jian's expression changed dramatically. A peak level 1, 2 late-stage level 1s. How could this be possible? He knew these 3 were definitely not the highest commanders to come to Shandong City. Yet here they were, one of them surpassing him in level, while the other 2 were even on par with him as extraordinary beings. In an instant, Ma Jian was frozen in place. The extraordinary beings behind him displayed expressions of fear. They could sense the power of these 3. If they truly charged forward to fight, the 8 of them would definitely not be a match for these 3. Scram. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Yunfeng looked at them, his voice still as cold as ice. Upon hearing his words, which felt as if they could freeze their hearts, the civilian troops who had already suffered a blow could no longer hold on. They dropped their guns and fled in terror. When Ma Jian saw this, he was about to shout orders. But when he turned around, he found that his extraordinary comrades had already run away. Seeing this, Ma Jian's expression darkened. He didn't care anymore and quickly activated his extraordinary power to escape. After all, if it were just him alone, if the 3 on the other side wanted to keep him, he truly would not be able to escape. You wait. Today's matter will not end. While running, Ma Jian spat out a harsh curse. In response, Yunfeng simply raised his gun, aiming at the top of Ma Jian's head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Ma Jian's crown, causing a painful sensation in his scalp that nearly scared him out of his wits. He activated his extraordinary power with all his might and fled, no longer daring to threaten. Yun Feng and the others coldly watched the fleeing figures of these individuals. The red glow that emerged from their helmets was filled with indifference and disdain. Such extraordinary beings were simply an embarrassment to the term extraordinary. They were ashamed to be associated with them. Chapter 80. Annihilating the Corpse Horde, Giant Zombie, the Rotter. Inside the command center of the Dawn Legion, various high-end instruments were operating rapidly with a series of beeping sounds. Any unexpected situation on the front lines will be transmitted to the command center in the first instance. However, it was evident that the ongoing offensive was progressing in an orderly manner. An officer walked in and reported to General Meng Zhengtian. General, Commander Yun Feng has successfully driven back everyone from the shelter in Shandong City, where Ma Jian is located. However, there were some minor incidents along the way. The people from the Shandong City shelter attempted to force their way into our designated combat zone, and Commander Yun Feng was forced to retaliate. Our side suffered no casualties. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhengtian nodded, showing little reaction. After all, in his eyes, if Yun Feng, leading 5 super soldiers of the Dawn of Light, could not withstand the forces from Shandong City, then he would not deserve to be a commander. Standing next to him, Feng Lai heard this and would have felt shocked before. After all, he clearly remembered how powerful Ma Jian and those extraordinary beings were when the human alliance in Shandong City split apart. But now, the commander of a battle regiment from the Dawn of Light, with a team of just 5, effortlessly defeated a total of 8 extraordinary beings, including Ma Jian, along with thousands of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, they suffered 0 casualties. In the past, he would have deemed this an incredible feat. However, now that he was gradually understanding the strength of the Dawn of Light and the situation in the capital, Feng Lai was no longer surprised. After all, even the ordinary soldiers in the Dawn Legion were genetically modified super soldiers. Although he didn't know the specifics of this genetic modification, he had experienced it himself. Even a random super soldier standing guard outside could easily overpower him. This realization left Feng Lai feeling self-doubt. He was a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience and excellent fighting skills, yet he was completely crushed by an ordinary soldier of the Dawn of Light. This simply made him question his entire existence. Don't worry, your potential has been noted. Before these brats underwent genetic modification, not many were stronger than you. Once we return to the capital, I will make a special trip to the Research Institute to ensure you receive the best genetic modification. In fact, if you can achieve great feats for your family in the future, you might even obtain an extraordinary fruit, becoming an extraordinary being just like me. Seemingly noticing that Feng Lai was feeling somewhat down, Meng Zhengtian smiled and patted his shoulder. In such a short time, he had already realized that Feng Lai was at an exceptionally high point among ordinary people, both in tactics and combat, which earned him Meng Zhengtian's admiration. Become an extraordinary being. Hearing these words from Meng Zhengtian, Feng Lai's heart skipped a beat. In the next second, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want to become an extraordinary being? Everyone desired it. After all, the phrase, rulers of a new century, was not mere talk. Even the lowest level F-class extraordinary beings surpassed ordinary people by far. Just as Feng Lai was pondering these thoughts, the sounds of artillery fire gradually ceased at the front lines. Meng Zhengtian put on his helmet and, under the protection of a team of guards, walked out of the command center. Feng Lai quickly followed. Upon reaching the front lines, the thick smell of gunpowder caused Feng Lai's eyes to sting. Now, he somewhat envied the helmets worn by the soldiers of the Dawn of Light. General, the frontline commander, Commander Yin Ping of the 1st Battle Regiment of the Dawn of Light, immediately saluted upon seeing Meng Zhengtian approach. The surrounding soldiers also saluted Meng Zhengtian in unison. The local ordinary soldiers, upon seeing Meng Zhengtian, were even more excited and hurriedly bowed in respect. What is the situation? Meng Zhengtian did not pay attention to these matters, but instead looked towards the direction of the bombing that had come to a stop ahead of him. This round of annihilation operations had flattened an area of nearly 1.5 million square meters of the urban district. At this moment, from a distance, one could see that the bombed area was filled with high-rise buildings that were completely leveled, some standing as tall as several dozen meters, even over 100 meters. The remnants of walls and broken structures were barely recognizable as intact. Even the old cars blocking the roads and the reinforced concrete were melted in the bombing. As for the wave of hundreds of thousands of zombies, there was no sign of movement at all now. "Report, General. The drones are entering the bombing zone for reconnaissance," said the commander of the 1st Combat Brigade, Yin. Hearing this, Meng Zhengtian frowned. Were we still investigating? Pass the order to gather the encirclement immediately, clear the battlefield, and collect zombie crystal cores. Even if there are still living zombies, can they pose any threat to you? "Yes, General." Yin immediately nodded. Soon, with the order issued, the surrounding troops began to close in on the bombing site like a net. Upon entering the bombing point, the surroundings were filled with shattered, burnt flesh, most of which had been charred. Some of the local human troops looked at this scene, and smelling the stench of burnt corpses, their faces turned pale. Some couldn't help but vomit. The soldiers of Dawn of Light, however, showed no reaction. They held their weapons tightly. Even after such carpet bombing, they remained vigilant. Roar! Just then, as a human soldier was vomiting, a roar suddenly came from behind him. He turned around in a panic to see a zombie that had been blown apart, with only one hand remaining and its mutilated body still ablaze, crawling towards him with a roar. It looked like a hellish demon. Seeing this scene, the human soldier froze in terror on the spot. As the zombie was about to crawl over, bang! A gunshot rang out. The zombie's head was instantly blown apart. Before the human soldier could react, the Dawn of Light soldier who fired the shot moved forward to the now motionless zombie, took out his dagger, and extracted a crystal core from the zombie's shattered skull. He then turned and left, not saying a word or even looking at him. The human soldier said, "Thank you." Looking at the tall figure of the Dawn of Light soldier, a strong emotion rose in the heart of the human soldier at that moment. He also wanted to be like that person. Such emotions surged in the hearts of most of the human soldiers. As this round of expansion warfare concluded, the desire to enlist and join the 8 major pioneer legions was overwhelming. It even left the military headquarters in the capital astonished. However, in the end, those who passed the tests and joined the 8 major pioneer legions to become super soldiers remained extremely few. After all, each super soldier was a standout among humans before their transformation. In the future, the selection of super soldiers would only become stricter. At this moment, at the center of the bombing, a piece of news arrived, making Meng Zhengtian and the upper echelons of Dawn of Light's eyes shine. "General, we have a new discovery. There are still living zombies here. These zombies are the Rotters." Chapter 81. The 9th Bureau of the Research Institute. Frenzied researchers. Rotten 1. Upon hearing this news, Meng Zhengtian and several warlords had their eyes flash with surprise. But Feng Lai and the other ordinary people looked at each other in confusion upon hearing these 3 words. What is a rotten one? However, they quickly found out. Following Meng Zhengtian and the others, they arrived at the center of the recent bombing, at the ruins. In a deep pit ahead, several strange, spine-chilling entities were writhing. These things appeared to be forcibly stitched together from various corpses. Their bodies were huge and bloated, standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall. If they were to stand up, they would be comparable to the testing-grade Fearless battle armor. What is this? Feng Lai looked at the creature that lay in the shell crater. Its outer rotting skin had already been charred by the flames. Yet it was still alive, even devouring the remnants of other zombies around it. Foul, disgusting pus flowed from the corners of its mouth, and with each piece of zombie flesh it consumed, the rotting meat on its body seemed to grow back immediately. It even replaced the charred outer layer burned by the heat weapons. Evidently, this was its method of survival. Hiding in the crater, it had escaped much of the bombardment. Surrounding it were several similar pits, each containing more of these creatures. Roar! Seeing Meng Jingtian and the others outside the crater, the rotten one let out a roar. It moved its massive body, trying to attack them, but although the pit protected it from much of the explosive fire earlier, it also limited its movements, making it extremely difficult for it to climb out of the pit. The rotten ones, it seems, evolved because they devoured a large number of surrounding zombies before the bombardment began. Meng Jingtian quickly guessed the nature of these giant zombies upon witnessing this scene. Zombies evolving? Rotten ones. Hearing Meng Jingtian's words, Fong Lai and the others were stunned, their faces filled with confusion. In Xinjiang, there was an organization that had been researching zombies, known as the Ninth Bureau of Evolution Research. The Ninth Bureau had a direct connection with another extremely mysterious place in Xinjiang, the Pit of Filth. It was said that the Pit of Filth housed a large number of zombies for various research purposes. The biochemical bait bombs they had previously deployed were developed through extensive biochemical experiments conducted by the Ninth Bureau in the Pit of Filth. A month ago, the Pit of Filth achieved the evolution of several rotten ones by allowing ordinary zombies to consume the remains of other zombies. These rotten ones underwent a qualitative change compared to ordinary zombies. Their defensive capabilities were astonishing. Even tank shells could not instantly kill them. Moreover, their repair efficiency was extremely high. For example, as long as there were other zombies nearby, these rotten ones could quickly repair themselves by consuming the other zombies. Thus, even extraordinary beings found them quite troublesome to deal with. Ordinary extraordinary beings below C grade, and those at the late stage of the first rank, would find it extremely difficult to defeat them. What shocked the researchers at the Evolution Research Institute even more about the rotten ones was that they discovered that when the rotten ones reached their limits, they might undergo selective re-evolution based on their environment. Immediately seal off the area, deal with the surrounding zombie corpses, and let those people from the Evolution Research Institute come to see how to handle these rotten ones, Meng Jingtian ordered at once. Soon, several researchers in white lab coats arrived with various sophisticated instruments. They looked at the rotten ones in the pit. Unlike the others, there was no trace of disgust or revulsion in their eyes. Instead, their eyes lit up as if they were looking at some priceless treasure. They were almost reaching out to touch the rotten ones. The sight made Meng Jingtian shake his head. Rumor has it that most of the people in the Evolution Research Institute's Ninth Bureau are madmen, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. General, these outdoor rotters are extremely valuable research materials. They could even help us evolve a higher generation of zombies. I hope you can immediately rescue them and return them to the filthy pit as quickly as possible. After carefully observing these rotters and taking off their decayed skin layers for testing, the researchers from the Ninth Bureau became even more excited. These rotters, after being bombarded by light from the dawn, actually showed some mutation results. Coupled with the speculation that rotters undergo selective re-evolution based on their surrounding environment, these rotters might provide the Ninth Bureau with a significant research outcome. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but feel the urge to dissect these rotters on the spot. Meanwhile, Fong Lai and the locals of Shandong City looked at these researchers, who seemed like madmen, and instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from them, their eyes filled with astonishment. These people actually want to rescue these terrifying rotters and even want to use them to evolve a higher generation of zombies. Don't they fear what accidents might occur if they succeed in evolving a higher generation of zombies? Even Meng Jingtian frowned upon hearing these people's words. Initially, he considered handing over one of the rotters to the Ninth Bureau, but now these guys wanted them all. This made him hesitate to reach a conclusion. Seeing Meng Jingtian hesitate, the personnel from the Ninth Bureau became even more urgent. Some even started making phone calls to contact the headquarters in Xinjiang. Meng Jingtian did not stop them but waited. At this moment, upon hearing the news, the Ninth Bureau at the Xinjiang headquarters was also shocked. They quickly sought instructions from their superiors. Soon, A call came through to Meng Zhengtian. In the astonished eyes of Fong Lai and the others, the usually solemn Meng Zhengtian suddenly became incredibly humble. This call lasted only a few seconds. After Meng Zhengtian recited a bunch of loyal statements, expressing absolute obedience and a willingness to go through fire for the young master, he hung up the phone after the other party did. Kulme, immediately get these rotters out and send them to the filthy pit. Without any hesitation, after hanging up the phone, Meng Zhengtian seemed to have transformed into a different person, shaking off his previous worries. He issued this command and then smiled while chatting with several researchers from the Ninth Bureau about various topics. He watched as the rotters, after being injected with at least half a watering truck's worth of sedative, were placed in especially designed mixed steel cages. He waved at the researchers from the Ninth Bureau, saying to take care on their way. General, nearby, the two battle group leaders, Yin Ping and Yun Feng, were both puzzled by this scene. To this, Meng Zhengtian did not hide the truth. His smile was so wide it almost reached his ears. The young master said this counts as a major contribution for us. Hearing this, Yin Ping and Yun Feng also broke into silly smiles, mirroring Meng Zhengtian's expression. This sight left Fong Lai and the others with puzzled looks. It was known to them that both Yun Feng and Yin Ping were usually serious and aloof figures. But now, why were they smiling like fools? However, soon, the smiles on the faces of the two battle group leaders faded once again, replaced by a cold demeanor. This was because Meng Zhengtian had declared a statement to completely take over Shandong City. Order the entire army to immediately encircle the Shandong City shelter. After today, Shandong City will belong to the family, will belong to Xinjing. Yes, General. Chapter 82. Instant kill of the leader. Shandong City returned to the capital. Shelter of Shandong City. Ever since Ma Jian led his people back in a panic not long ago, the entire shelter had become filled with unease. However, the majority of those feeling anxious were the armed personnel who had followed Ma Jian. The ordinary citizens, oppressed by Ma Jian and his group, had begun to entertain different thoughts. After all, just now, the continuous sounds of bombardment that echoed for nearly 2 hours were clear in their ears. From the flyers dropped by the drones from the capital not long ago, they also understood that the army responsible for the commotion was definitely the army from the capital. Ma Jian's hasty return with his people indicated that a conflict had erupted between him and the army from the capital. Thinking of this, hope began to rise in their hearts. After all, if given a choice, they would rather submit to the capital than to Ma Jian. Before the apocalypse, the upper echelons of the capital were controlled by the Jiang family. Although they felt shameful about the Jiang family's behavior prior to the apocalypse, they had come to cherish the governance of the old elite from the capital after experiencing the harshness of the apocalypse and the plundering by Ma Jian. Many of their wives and daughters, especially those with attractive appearances, had been taken by Ma Jian's men, and anyone who dared to resist was ruthlessly eliminated. Compared to Ma Jian and his ilk, they longed for the rule of the old aristocracy of the capital. After all, the Jiang family, unlike Ma Jian's band of lowlifes before the apocalypse, valued their status and had rich governance experience. Just look at what Ma Jian had turned the Shandong City Human Alliance and the current shelter into. At this moment, inside the office of the resource storage warehouse in Shandong City, smash! A wine glass was violently smashed to the ground by Ma Jian. The others around him dared not speak. These people from the capital, they're truly bullying us. We sincerely help them, and they dare to treat us like this. Scoundrels! As he spoke, Ma Jian smashed another glass on the table, shattering it on the floor. The others remained silent, afraid to voice their thoughts. After a while, seeing that Ma Jian's anger had subsided a bit, they slowly began to speak. Boss, this isn't the time to think about these things. We need to consider our way out. That's right, boss. The strength of the capital's people has already exceeded our expectations. The previous plan is no longer feasible. This is not just somewhat beyond our expectations. It has completely exceeded them. We absolutely cannot continue to confront the capital. Boss, how about we surrender? As soon as this last sentence was spoken, everyone instantly turned to look at the third person. But this time, no one refuted him. After all, given the strength of the capital, surrendering was indeed a possible way out. Thinking this, everyone turned their eyes towards Ma Jian. However, upon hearing this suggestion, Ma Jian's expression turned dark. Surrender? Can surrender guarantee half a life? He was very clear that the way the people from the capital treated them just now had left no room for negotiation. Even if there was a chance to negotiate, it was not something he could handle. As the leader of Shangang City, he absolutely could not escape. After all, his head was still throbbing painfully. Seeing Ma Jian's response, everyone fell silent. Then, what does the boss mean? The elder brother looked at Ma Jian and asked softly, "Fight to negotiate." Ma Jian's eyes revealed a cold light. If he wanted to survive, there was only one way, and that was to fight. He had to make the capital's troops feel that they were a hard bone to chew. Only then could he have a chance to live. Fight to negotiate. The others were stunned upon hearing Ma Jian's words. No, can they really fight? Just 3 extraordinary individuals sent by the enemy had already pressed them to the breaking point. Now that the cannon fire outside had ceased, it was evident that the million zombies had been defeated, and the enemy would have free hands to face so many troops from the capital. How could they fight back? Outside is outside, but here, this is our territory. We have managed this place for so long that even the zombies couldn't breach it. I believe that even these people from Xinjiang, we can still go head-to-head with them. And besides, when it really comes down to it, we have a trump card. Ma Jian said coldly. Trump card. Upon hearing this, the other few people were curious. If there really was a good trump card, they wouldn't mind taking a gamble. The trump card is the more than 100,000 survivors in our shelter. As he spoke, a cruel coldness flashed in Ma Jian's eyes. Upon hearing this, the other 7 people widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. This, just as they were about to persuade Ma Jian, a violent explosion suddenly rang out. The ceiling dust in the conference room fell from a shockwave. Everyone was terrified and ducked under the table. Although they were already extraordinary individuals, facing such a powerful explosion, with their current strength, they could not resist at all. Ma Jian came back to his senses. Seeing that everyone had already hidden under the table, his expression turned grim. What are you hiding for? Hurry up and get out. The army from Xinjiang is here. Quickly go out and resist them. Resist? Who are you going to resist? Just as Ma Jian finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the door, accompanied by heavy footsteps that seemed capable of shattering Ma Jian's heart. Bang! With a punch from Meng Jingtian, the anti-theft door of the conference room was smashed open. You, how could you all arrive so quickly? Looking at Meng Jingtian, Feng Lai, and Yun Feng, who had given him a great shock earlier, as well as the soldiers of the Radiant Light following them in succession, Ma Jian's expression turned pale with despair. At this moment, Meng Jingtian did not respond to his pleas. He coldly stared at Ma Jian. I'm giving you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my attacks, I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, Ma Jian's eyes lit up. Really, I swear by the name of Radiant Light, Meng Jingtian said, his expression calm as he looked at him. All right. Although he didn't know what Radiant Light was, Ma Jian understood that this was his last chance. He unleashed all his extraordinary power desperately as a B-class awakened individual. And at the peak of the first level of extraordinary strength, Ma Jian believed he could resist the peak of a first-level extraordinary attack for a certain period. Seeing Ma Jian ready, the next moment, Meng Jingtian moved. He charged towards Ma Jian with a heavy metallic sound as his special combat armor touched the ground. Ma Jian gritted his teeth as he faced Meng Jingtian, using his extraordinary ability to resist as Meng Jingtian approached. But in the next moment, to the astonished eyes of Fong Lai and Ma Jian's subordinates, it seemed as if Meng Jingtian faced no resistance at all. In Ma Jian's terrified gaze, Meng Jingtian grabbed his collar with his left hand. Before Ma Jian could react, Meng Jingtian lifted him up and slammed him against the wall, and at the same time his right hand, encased in steel, tightened. In the last second, all Ma Jian saw was a massive iron fist appearing in front of his eyes. Bang! A plain and unadorned punch, but the force made the wall tremble. It felt like a watermelon being smashed. Ma Jian's body convulsed, and the next second, blood and brain matter flowed down the wall as his legs and arms went limp. Chapter 83. Not all legions are normal. Silence, quiet, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Looking at the deep, half-foot punch mark on the white plaster wall, and then at the headless corpse, everyone except the members of the Dawn of Light Legion was left speechless. Ma Jian, the strongest warrior of Shandong City, awakened a B-class supernatural ability and was at the late stage of level 1 among the extraordinary warriors. At this moment, in Meng Zhongtian's hands, it was as simple as killing a chicken. No, it was even simpler than killing a chicken. Clatter! Meng Jingtian released his grip. He let Ma Jian's headless corpse drop. Even his blood stained his helmet and tactical armor. Meng Jingtian showed no signs of movement. Calmly, he turned around to look at Ma Jian's subordinates, with blood still dripping from his iron fist. You, surrender. Surrender. We surrender. Dad, Grandpa, my God. We surrender. Don't kill us, Grandpa. I'll do whatever you say. Please spare our lives. I beg you to spare us. Even before Meng Jingtian could finish a word, the remaining extraordinary warriors instantly knelt on the ground, crying and pleading for mercy. At the same time, the room was filled with a foul odor. The area where those few were kneeling had become completely damp. Seeing this, Meng Jingtian stepped forward to them. Looking at Meng Jingtian, who stood a towering 2 meters tall, with his imposing silver helmet and thick tactical armor, the few of them trembled, their bodies shaking as if they had been electrocuted. Fortunately, in the next moment, Meng Jingtian turned and left. Witnessing this, the few let out a heavy sigh of relief, a sense of survival flooding their hearts. However, just as Meng Jingtian was about to leave the office, he suddenly said something that left them all bewildered. I heard the Ninth Bureau is in need of research materials from extraordinary warriors. Sending them over would be better than letting those guys target the extraordinary warriors of the capital. Yes, General. Yun Feng nodded and then ordered several super soldiers to take these people away, not even wasting Ma Jian's corpse. These few dared not resist. After all, Ma Jian's corpse was still hanging beside them. Commander Yin Ping, is this research at the Ninth Bureau serious? Ever since he had just encountered the lunatics at the Ninth Bureau, Fong Lai had been extremely cautious regarding this research institute. Upon hearing this, Yin Ping gave him a deep glance. That look made Fong Lai feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, it's much more serious than those lunatics at the Ninth Bureau. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Fong Lai breathed a sigh of relief. The Ninth Bureau likes to sew the bodies of zombies and mutants onto humans, while the Ninth Bureau is much more humane. At most, they will inject anesthetics into you and let you watch yourself being dissected, and then pick up your organs and tell you your organs are well maintained. Having said that, Yin Ping turned and left. Fong Lai? With Ma Jian and the others captured, Shandong City officially returned to the embrace of the capital. The Dawn of Light Legion did not linger in Shandong City for long. They began to move towards the next city, spreading the glory of their families and the capital to those cities still ruled by zombies and evil, extraordinary warriors. They aimed to liberate them from death and oppression. The campaign of expansion was still progressing in an orderly manner. The 8 legions each have their own distinct personalities. For instance, the Dawn of Light belongs to a more humanized legion. The Conquerors, on the other hand, are more obsessive, for the Jiang family, for the divine capital, and even for Jiang Chen, they choose the most ruthless and bloody methods to demonstrate to the conquered people of the lands they occupy who they should revere. In Chunqing City, smoke and gunfire fill the air, and throughout the city, there are cries and screams. On top of a tall shelter, a black and red flag has been planted by soldiers dressed in black and red special operations combat uniforms. The emblem on this flag is a dazzling sword. Beneath the sword are ancient war chariots and armored troops. Just looking at this black and red flag fluttering amidst the smoke gives one a sense of dread. The Development Army, the Sword of Conquest Legion, wherever the sword points, is the land of the family. Wherever the sword faces, they are the disloyal people. We kill. We conquer. We are the sharpest sword of the family, slaughtering all enemies who do not submit. Disloyal subjects. Kill. With a cold command, the execution of justice was swift. Those extraordinary beings with their mouths gagged could not even plead for mercy. Their heads fell with splashes of blood, marking the conquest of the third city by the Sword of Conquest, officially bringing it under the rule of the divine capital. In the distance, those ordinary people gathered to witness this scene trembled in fear. They looked at the once powerful, extraordinary beings, now reduced to headless corpses. They could not fathom the shock in their hearts. However, fortunately, these terrifying beings from the divine capital would not harm the ordinary people. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Long live the young master. The soldiers of the Sword of Conquest raised their swords and shouted loudly. The ordinary people, hearing this, were at a loss for words. Then, the next moment, bang, bang, bang. With a sudden burst of gunfire, thousands fell to the ground. Seeing this, the ordinary people screamed in terror. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Long live the young master. Still the same words. This time, the ordinary people trembled as they joined in the shouts. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Long live the young master. Long live the family. Long live the divine capital. Long live the young master. Listening to the chorus of over 1 million voices, a roar like a tsunami, the soldiers of the Sword of Conquest finally lowered their weapons in satisfaction. They should feel honored, for it is the glory of the family that has saved them. It is the will of the family that has liberated them from the rule of evil, extraordinary beings. Meanwhile, in the ruins of a distant area, where debris lay collapsed from an explosion, a figure covered in dust gazed at this scene with trembling, hate-filled eyes. He looked at the headless corpses on the ground, at the heads that were gagged, their eyes filled with fear. Tears flowed continuously from his eyes. He held back his emotions and turned to leave this place. The conquerors will not end here. He will take revenge. He will definitely take revenge. Chapter 84. The Jiang family's forbidden army. Heading to Gufang City. Shun capital. Although the weather is getting colder every day as the expeditionary war proceeds, the entire Shun capital is bustling with activity. The citizens have no time to feel the cold due to their exhaustive and relentless efforts. Thanks to their hard work, a large amount of supplies has begun to be transported to the front lines. Fortunately, the Shun capital had prepared a substantial amount of war supplies both before and after the end of the world. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to keep up with the consumption of the 8 expeditionary legions. Gradually, as neighboring cities were subdued, a wealth of war spoils and even mineral resources were discovered. Supported by these resources, the Shun capital has also ramped up production to meet the needs of the ongoing war at the front. Amidst all this, as the expeditionary war progresses, the resistance forces in the Old City District have begun to take action. After their initial attempts at contact, they discovered that the military presence in the Old City was genuinely decreasing, which encouraged them to escalate their actions. In some remote areas, the Free Resistance Army has started to appear openly on the streets, announcing their ideals and drawing more citizens to join. Of course, in the industrial areas where various supplies are produced, there's still large numbers of troops stationed. Although the Free Resistance Army aims to spread their influence there, their efforts have ultimately been crushed. As a result, they can only focus their activities on other regions for the time being, waiting for the right opportunity to strike where the Shun capital's troops are stationed. Jiang Family Palace *. Inside a luxurious villa, Jiang Chen is listening to daily reports from the 8 expeditionary legions. Young Master, the Iron Fist of the Empire, the Dawn of Light, the Shadow Watch, and the Sword of Conquest, all 8 legions are advancing according to their planned missions. Among them, the Sword of Conquest is making the fastest progress. As of this report, they have conquered 5 cities for the family, integrating over 4 million people into the family's glory. However, upon seeing the subsequent casualty reports, Suchinga paused for a moment. Continue. Jiang Chen slightly closed his eyes and spoke in a calm voice. Yes, young master. The Sword of Conquest is advancing quickly, but their casualties are also the most severe, with over 500 super soldiers lost. Suchinga said thoughtfully. Even though 500 super soldiers might not seem like a large number, each one is an elite among elites. Compared to the other 7 legions, which had casualties of fewer than 200, with some even suffering only a few dozen losses, the Sword of Conquest appears somewhat. 500 soldiers on average, that means that for every city conquered by the Sword of Conquest, around 100 super soldiers have died. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Young master, should we remind Commander Zorn? Suchinga pondered before asking. But Jiang Chen shook his head. The nature of the Sword of Conquest is like this. It is their style of conquest. Let them be. Jiang Chen stood up from his chair, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed outside, speaking softly. Jiang Chen established the 8 expeditionary legions to cultivate their combat characteristics. For example, the Sword of Conquest is supposed to act this way, using iron-fisted methods to crush all enemies of the Shun capital, regardless of the heavy price paid, as long as they can complete their mission. That is their success. This disregard for death is the military spirit of the Sword of Conquest. Clearly, the Sword of Conquest is steadily moving in the direction that Jiang Chen has guided them. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Suchinga nodded. Next, young master, regarding the situation with the resistance forces, they have begun to intentionally infiltrate towards the arms factory, and many citizens working there have already joined the Free Resistance Army. Suchinga said in a serious tone, this matter can be left to Fifth Knight to handle. Currently, the punitive troops around the arms factory are sufficient. Jiang Chen shook his head, then recalled someone and asked, by the way, where's Fenghua right now? Reporting to the young master, Fenghua is currently with the Light Guard Legion and has arrived in Hongya City. Their next target is Gufeng City. As Suchinga spoke, his voice grew significantly deeper. Moreover, young master, Fifth Knight has received news that Tang Wan of the Free Resistance Army has also led a small elite unit towards Gufeng City. Upon hearing the name Tang Wan, an inscrutable expression appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. In that case, I should also pay a visit. After I leave, the Shin capital will be under your management. If anyone disobeys your orders, aside from my grandfather and father, even members of the Jiang family can be suppressed using the Forbidden Army. Jiang Chen tossed a golden token to Suchinga. Quickly catching the golden Jiang family token, Suchinga's hands trembled slightly. The Forbidden Army. They are the elite who wander around the Jiang family palace every day. Each of them is an extraordinary being. Only those with abilities rated A-level or above can join. They do not follow the orders of ordinary people or even the vast majority of the Jiang family. In the eyes of the Forbidden Army, there are only Jiang Chen, Jiang Hangtian, and Jiang Xian. Understood. Young Master. Chapter 85. The Invincible Pioneer Corps and the Doubting Fenghua. Red Leaf City *. Logistics Division *. Tens of thousands of commoners were busy storing supplies transported from the capital city into warehouses. Although the temperature had dropped by 1 or 2 degrees, the workers were sweating profusely Even the officers giving instructions were glistening with sweat. All ammunition should be placed in warehouse. Allocate more manpower to supervise. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, we'll all have to bear the consequences. All medicine goes into warehouse B. Move carefully. There are fragile items in there. Hey you, I told you to be gentle. Are you deaf or something? And these bait bombs, if you don't want to see tens of thousands of zombies charging at you, handle them with care. Everyone work hard. Once we finish this, your contributions won't be overlooked. One could say that the first few sentences were mere chatter, but the last line motivated the commoners below to work even harder. Feng was skillfully placed a box of ammunition down. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel that was already a bit grimy. Then, he looked at the bustling warehouse, filled with people working diligently. He sighed softly, a look of confusion in his eyes. Ever since he left the capital city with the White Watcher Corps, the subsequent developments had diverged significantly from what he had originally anticipated. It was happening too quickly. The progress of the capital's reclamation war was indeed too rapid. It happened so fast that he was still struggling to comprehend it. To think that it had only been a week since the reclamation war had started. Yet, the White Watcher Corps he was following had already recaptured 3 cities. Along with the other 7 Pioneer Corps, nearly half of the central continent had been reclaimed in just 7 days. At this rate, if things continued, within a month and a half, the entire central continent would likely fall back into the hands of the capital. In his previous life, it had taken the capital several months to reclaim half of the central continent, and reclaiming the entire region had taken nearly a year. But now, even Feng Zhuo felt a little dizzy. Were the zombies weaker, or was the capital just too strong? At least, from what he could see, the latter seemed to be the case. In the White Watcher Corps, every time they enter a location, they would immediately dispatch large armies that quickly attracted all the zombies in the city and conducted overwhelming firepower strikes. These zombies, even some of the decayed ones, simply could not withstand such firepower. Even if some zombies survived, they could not escape the subsequent extermination by the White Watcher Corps. Of course, one could say that the capital was merely relying on firepower advantage. But when Feng Zhuo witnessed the ease with which the extraordinary leaders of the White Watcher Corps crushed the extraordinary beings in various shelters, he fell silent. The extraordinary leaders were all at the peak of the 1st level, while the Corps leaders were at least at the 2nd level. Moreover, even the ordinary soldiers of the White Watcher Corps were genetically modified super soldiers. So, these extraordinary beings from the shelters, at most at the peak of the 1st level, stood no chance against the leaders and Corps leaders from the capital. How could ordinary human troops compete against these super soldiers from the capital? It was simply impossible to fight back. Therefore, when facing the divine capital's expansionary troops, these shelters were almost easily defeated. A significant reason for this situation was that before the divine capital's army arrived, the extraordinary beings in these shelters had become too complacent. They indulged in pleasures and were daily lost in beauty and wine. How could such extraordinary beings compare to the elite extraordinary beings from the divine capital who underwent systematic training every day? Even the technological gap had not been considered. If that were taken into account, the difference would be even greater. It was these discrepancies that led to the scene he witnessed, where the Azure Watch military unit, after eliminating the zombies in each city, faced the extraordinary beings in those shelters with complete domination. For example, in the Red Leaf shelter, there was a peak-level extraordinary being who thought he could negotiate with the divine capital. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was killed with a single punch by the commander of the Azure Watch. After that, the Red Leaf shelter announced unconditional surrender in the midst of the terror of its extraordinary beings, declaring fealty to the divine capital. Thinking of this, even Feng Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit of lamentation in his heart. If the Jiang family of the divine capital did not exploit the lower-class commoners so ruthlessly, he might actually be willing to submit to such a power. But that was just a thought. His hatred for the Jiang family was too deep. The enmity from 2 lifetimes destined him never to share the same pot with them. However, he was confident that once he overthrew the Jiang family, he would continue to keep the divine capital strong. Under his leadership, the divine capital would become even stronger. It would become a true beacon for humanity. He was confident he could do it. Feng Zhu, are you slacking off again? Don't you want your contribution points for today? Just as Feng Zhu was lost in his grand ideals, thinking about becoming the new leader of the divine capital and the savior of humanity, a scolding voice dragged him back to reality. You still have 30 boxes of ammunition. If you can't move them all, your contribution points will be reset. After saying this, the new civilian officer turned and left in a huff. Seeing this, Feng Zhu thought to himself that he could endure. Once he got to the ancient treasure, no one would be able to command him. And you new civilians who are like vampires, he would overthrow each one of you. With such thoughts, Feng Zhu turned and walked outside. Before heading to the ancient treasure, these 30 boxes of ammunition were his last act of silence. At this moment, in the command room of the Azure Watch military unit, the officer, who was originally preparing to move the command center to the ancient treasure, suddenly received a piece of news from the divine capital that nearly made her brain explode. The great young master would personally come to the Azure Watch command center and personally oversee the restoration battle at the ancient treasure. Yes, understood. I will immediately report to the commander. Welcome the young master's arrival. She didn't even have time to finish speaking. The officer threw the communication device away and hurriedly ran outside. At this moment outside, a burly man dressed in a special armor similar to that of the leader of the Radiant Dawn Corps, though differing in color and style, was inspecting the Azure Watch troops. The main color of the Radiant Dawn Corps is silver, while the main color of the Azure Watch is dark gray. This strong man was the commander of the Azure Watch military unit, Zhao Long. At this moment, Zhao Long was inspecting his troops while also contemplating how to address the new intelligence he received from his informants. Commander, General. Hearing an urgent voice coming from behind, Zhao Long frowned. He turned to see the officer running towards him in a panic and was about to reprimand her. However, before he could speak, the officer blurted out a sentence that made Zhao Long and the high-ranking commander of the Azure Watch, as well as all the soldiers who heard the news, tremble all over. General, the young master will personally arrive at our Azure Watch military unit in a few days. Chapter 86. The moonlight is beautiful. General, the young master will personally arrive at our White Watch Corps tomorrow. Seeing Zhao Long still in a daze, the officer hurriedly repeated this sentence again. Only then did Zhao Long snap to attention. Quickly order the entire army to halt the marching orders. Zhao Long turned to look at the vanguard troops that had already moved several miles towards Gufang City and quickly said, "Yes, General." A few battle group leaders also came to their senses and nodded in agreement. They immediately issued orders for the vanguard troops that had already marched several miles to turn back. You all immediately relay the orders to get everyone in Hongya City ready. Tomorrow we will welcome the young master. Remember, everyone must come. Whoever doesn't show up, I'll personally deal with them. Zhao Long shouted loudly. Understood, General. Quickly, Zhao Long's orders were transmitted down the line, and everyone in Hongya City quickly learned about the news of Jiang Chen's impending arrival. Inside the warehouse where Feng Zhu was located, one by one, the citizens and common folks, upon hearing the news of Jiang Chen's arrival, became so excited that they seemed as if they were going mad. Some even knelt on the ground to pray. At that moment, Feng Zhu, who was busy moving ammunition boxes, also learned of this news. He looked at the crowd, who were calling out Jiang Chen's name in prayer like fervent believers, with a look of complete bewilderment on his face. Jiang Chen is coming to Hongya City? Why isn't he staying in Xinjiang? What is he coming to Hongya City for? Feng Zhu was dumbfounded. His previous memories had once again gone awry, and this time it even veered off towards himself. Moreover, for some reason, He felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the news of Jiang Chen suddenly coming to Hongya City. Jiang Chen would definitely not do anything without reason. If he's coming to Hongya City, there must be something he intends to do. But what does Hongya City need him to do? Nothing, right? Now Hongya City has already been completely under the rule of Xinjiang. If he wanted to come, he should have come earlier. Since it's not about Hongya City, then could it be that the White Watch is heading to the next city? Wait, Gufang City. Thinking of this, Fengshu's heart skipped a beat. No, it can't be. That news is known by very few people, aside from him and Tang Wan. Even the people over at Gufang City had not explored it in depth. Jiang Chen couldn't possibly know. It must be a coincidence. Yes, it's probably just a coincidence that Jiang Chen is coming here. Fengshu quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss this thought from his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Wan, who had also brought people into Hongya City and was preparing to follow the White Watch into Gufang City, received the command that Jiang Chen was going to arrive in Hongya City. Jiang Chen is coming to Hongya City? How is that possible? Isn't he still in Xinjiang? Upon hearing this news from her subordinate, Tang Wan's brows furrowed tightly. Big sister, I just found this out, and it's absolutely true. All the residents of Hongya City have been notified by the White Watch that tomorrow they must come out to welcome that tyrant Jiang Chen. If anyone doesn't come out to greet him, they will be judged for their disloyalty to the Jiang family and to Xinjiang. This elite member of the resistance was very certain as he spoke. Hearing this, Tang Wan's frown deepened, and her expression became somewhat dark and uncertain. She had a strong intuition that Jiang Chen's arrival in Hongya City was definitely for something specific, and that something could very well be the S-rank ability fruit that the strange mortal she encountered back then mentioned, or perhaps even something better. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have come here in person. Big sister, what should we do now? The surrounding elite members of the resistance army looked towards Tang Wan. Tang Wan frowned in thought. Regarding Jiang Chen, this sudden emergence of Cheng Yaojin, she could not help but feel apprehensive. After all, following her personal assassination attempt on him last time, her thoughts on Jiang Chen could be summarized in 4 words: deep and unfathomable. It's important to note that she possessed the S-rank transformation ability and had already reached the peak of level 1 in her extraordinary abilities. Even so, during her last attempt to assassinate Jiang Chen, when facing his counterattack, she felt as if she had no resistance whatsoever. Moreover, she suspected that Jiang Chen had hardly exerted himself at that time. Given that situation, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had been completely crushed. And now, with Jiang Chen arriving in Hongya City, if he truly came for that thing in Gufang City, it could spell trouble for them. After all, just the commander of the Sentinel Legion, Zhao Long, was already a significant challenge for Tang Wan. Now, adding a deep and unfathomable Jiang Chen into the mix, Tang Wan fell silent. To let her give up was not realistic. After all, if they could uncover the secrets of Gufang City, even if it were just that one S-rank ability fruit, it would be a substantial boost to the power of the Free Resistance Army. She would definitely not give up any opportunity to enhance the strength of the Free Resistance Army. Let's take it one step at a time. First, we need to figure out Jiang Chen's purpose for coming here. If his goal aligns with ours, then we will have to rely on our own abilities. A cold glint flashed in Tang Wan's crimson pupils. Understood. Big sister. The elite members of the Free Resistance Army were all remarkably astute individuals. For the great cause of the Free Resistance Army, they were determined to sacrifice their lives. Therefore, no matter what kind of enemy they faced, even a tyrant like Jiang Chen, they were not afraid. At this moment, Tang Wan's mind inexplicably recalled a figure. The person who saved her. She wondered where he was now. Looking at the moon outside the window, Tang Wan's gaze became distant. Jiang Chen gazed out at the moon, his deep pupils appearing profound and far-reaching. Even though the night outside was pitch black, it did not diminish the brilliance in his eyes. It should be noted that in this world, Night was synonymous with death. Many mutant zombies became more violent and powerful during the night. However, at this moment, the convoy Jiang Chen was faced no interruption from any mutants. Perhaps sensing the immense power they could not comprehend, even the fiercest of mutants dared only to watch the convoy from afar, growling in a low voice, unwilling to approach. In fact, those mutants that dared to get within 100 meters of the convoy, just as they intended to launch a surprise attack, found that the grass and trees that originally concealed their figures seemed to come to life. They became like guardians, protecting their emperor. Using their roots as weapons, they bound and strangled all those who intended to desecrate their great emperor, turning them into the most mangled flesh and souls, nourishing the land. In this way, they could atone for the treacherous thoughts of those who dared to offend their great emperor. Chapter 87. Arriving in Hongya City, treated like an emperor. Destined host, Jiang Chen. Extraordinary abilities. SSS-level Gravity Sovereign. SS-level Fire Lord. SS-level with Spirit Lord. SS-level Mind Controller. SS-level Shape-Shifting Phantom. SS-level Shadow Realm Sovereign. Extraordinary level. Peak level 3. Items. Forbidden Ones Ancient Manuscript. S-level Extraordinary Fruit. Current villain mission. Fengzhou. Not subdued/kill. Hongya City *. Early on the 7th day *. Even before dawn, after 3 months of zombie infestation, the hundreds of thousands of surviving mortals gathered on the streets. Last night, they had the most peaceful sleep since the apocalypse began. Although they woke up early today feeling a bit displeased, the thought of meeting the highest ruler from the capital, even hailed by some fanatics as the living God and hope of humanity, quickly dispelled their displeasure, replaced by immense anticipation and excitement. At the city gate of Hongya City *, fresh flowers, satin, and red cloth were urgently deployed from nearby areas to adorn the streets at the city gate. At both ends of the street, there stood the White Guardians, elite super soldiers dressed in uniform white tactical gear, solemn and majestic. Each of them stood tall and straight, their gazes fixed towards the distance, loyal and resolute. At the very front was Zhao Long, the captain of the White Guardians. He had been standing here with the high-ranking members of the White Guardians for over 2 hours, eager to offer their loyalty to the great lord of the capital the moment Jiang Chen arrived in Hongya City. Behind them, Fengzhou was also among the crowd, watching this grand welcome ceremony set up for Jiang Chen. Although he mentally criticized the display as tyrannical and a manifestation of dictatorship, who wouldn't envy such overwhelming attention? He vowed that once he seized control of the capital, he would hold a welcome ceremony just as grand, alongside Tang Wan. Imagining himself holding Tang Wan's hand, basking in the gaze of so many people, Fengzhou couldn't help but tremble with excitement, causing those around him to instinctively step back, thinking, is this guy going crazy? Meanwhile, on a tall building, Tang Wan, holding a sniper rifle that the Free Resistance Army had procured at great cost, looked striking with her long black hair cascading down to her waist and her tall figure. As she aimed the rifle, she exuded a captivating aura of grace and determination. The steadfast soldiers of the resistance couldn't help but glance sideways at her. Boss, you don't really intend to assassinate Jiang Chen with that, do you? One of the elite soldiers of the resistance asked curiously. Tang Wan shook her head. If this thing could kill Jiang Chen, he would have died countless times already. She wished that this sniper rifle, which could easily penetrate steel plates in the pre-apocalypse, had the power to take down Jiang Chen, but it was clearly impossible. The sensory capabilities of extraordinary beings were beyond what mortals could imagine. Even bullets fired from firearms could be detected by the naked eye of extraordinary beings. And this sniper rifle in her hands, although it had a high firing rate and great power, was utterly useless against someone of Jiang Chen's caliber. Unless they could design a weapon with greater power, higher firing speed, and the ability to conceal its presence from extraordinary beings, there was no hope of harming someone like Jiang Chen. But obviously, the Free Resistance Army couldn't even replicate the large-caliber rifles that the capital had, let alone the sniper rifle she envisioned. Only the Evolution Research Institute in the capital might be able to create such weapons. If the researchers there knew of Tang Wan's thoughts, they would surely exclaim, "Wow, how did you know we were working on such firearms?" "So, boss, what's the point of holding that sniper rifle?" the resistance soldier asked out of curiosity. "If I can't beat him, can't I at least take a few good shots at him through the scope?" Tang Wan replied coldly, "Resistance soldier, he's coming." Just then, Tang Wan's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked through the scope, almost instinctively pulling the rifle's bolt. From afar, a convoy clearly modified for special purposes appeared before everyone's eyes. This convoy was surrounded by 5 all-terrain armored SUVs, while in the center was a long, jet-black luxury sedan. It was obvious who was being transported in that luxury car. In the excited gazes of the high-ranking members of the Color Guard Brigade, the convoy stopped at the city gate. "Fire the salute." "Salute." Zhao Long's voice, infused with extraordinary power, instantly rang out. Bang, 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 boom. Not only were there gunshots, but cannon fire followed as well. At that moment, the entire Red Leaf town resonated with the sonorous music played by live ammunition as a salute. Zhao Long, commander of the Color Guard Brigade, together with all the soldiers of the brigade, and all citizens of Red Leaf Town, welcome the arrival of the young master. Welcome the young master. As soon as the words fell, all the soldiers of the Color Guard, including Zhao Long himself, knelt on one knee towards the convoy. The citizens of Red Leaf Town who were watching this scene were taken aback. Do we really have to kneel too? But just as they hesitated, the cold gazes from the surrounding Color Guard soldiers struck them, causing their legs to weaken as they hurriedly knelt down. Among them, Feng Zhuo was very unwilling, but he suppressed his feelings. After all, he had knelt a few times in the capital as well, so it didn't matter this time. However, just as everyone knelt down, a group of unusually defiant individuals stood upright. They wore simple clerical robes and held Bibles in their hands. They looked at the people kneeling before Jiang Chen with expressions of sorrow and misfortune in their eyes. Their disloyal behavior once again drew the attention of all the Color Guard soldiers, igniting a strong anger within them, especially Zhao Long, who gazed at this group with a rising murderous intent. He truly wanted to draw his gun and execute these dogs right then and there. But at that moment, Jiang Chen had already stepped out of the car. With the support of a female official, he emerged from the vehicle. As he appeared before everyone, he seemed like the morning star in the night, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even Tang Wan, who was carefully observing Jiang Chen through her sniper scope, couldn't help but show a hint of infatuation in her eyes when she looked at him. Fortunately, she snapped back to reality the next moment. Her eyes revealed shock as she couldn't believe that she would show such an expression towards this tyrant. Meanwhile, the ordinary people below, all gazing at him, felt a question arise in their hearts. Why is there such a perfect existence in this world? He was like the favored child of the Creator, bestowed with all that is perfect, making everything about him, including his very existence, shine like a brilliant star. At this moment, some fervent admirers even began to shout praises, proclaiming him a living god. Hypocritical! Hypocritical! At that moment, the group of missionaries looked at Jiang Chen with uncontrollable anger in their eyes. How could there be such a perfect human being in the world? It's all fake, all fake. Only the God they believed in, the one true God, could possess such a form. Clearly, Jiang Chen was not their God. Yet this non-God was enjoying the worship reserved for the divine. This was an affront to the greatness of God. They began to silently recite the Bible, pleading for God's forgiveness for the disrespect of the ignorant. However, before they could finish reciting a single verse, Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly turned towards them. In the next moment, an unparalleled pressure descended from the heavens. In an instant, these missionaries found their knees seemingly excavated, crashing heavily to the ground amidst their pale, terrified eyes. To stand before the holy god without respect will lead to the punishment of having one's knees dug out and bones scraped. The right to stand shall be revoked. Eternal Sacred Record, Holy Penal Code. Chapter 88, Playing with Tang Wan. The four cities unite against Jingjing. It was just a glance. Jiang Chen did not make any other movements. Even in the eyes of everyone else, including those extraordinary beings, there was confusion about why these missionaries suddenly knelt down. And they knelt so solemnly, almost as if they were bowing their entire bodies to the ground. Of course, after glancing at them, the crowd quickly shifted their gaze. They returned their respectful attention to Jiang Chen. "Welcome, young master." Seeing Jiang Chen walk over, the leader of the White Watch Guard, Zhao Long, exclaimed excitedly. Rise," Jiang Chen said in an extremely calm tone, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings. At this moment, he resembled a high and mighty monarch, radiating an authority that required no anger. Wherever his gaze fell, no one dared to meet his eyes. Feng Zhua, even before Jiang Chen's gaze fell on him, bowed his head heavily. He felt that compared to the last time he saw Jiang Chen, this time Jiang Chen seemed to have become even more powerful. So powerful that he didn't even dare to glance at him, because Jiang Chen's gaze seemed to penetrate through everything. This made Feng Zhua's heart feel extremely uneasy. He was apprehensive that he might expose himself with just one glance from Jiang Chen, although he knew that such thoughts were unnecessary. After all, how could one glance reveal his thoughts? Impossible. Even if he was Jiang Chen, it was absolutely impossible. But was it really impossible? A barely perceptible, intriguing light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. At Jiang Chen's words, everyone stood up. However, even so, aside from the soldiers of the White Watch Guard, everyone else still bowed their bodies when looking at Jiang Chen. Their demeanor was extremely humble. "Let's go." Jiang Chen said no more and directly got into the vehicle prepared by the White Watch Guard. As he entered the car, his gaze inadvertently swept over the high building where Tang Wan was located. Tang Wan, who had been observing Jiang Chen, noticed his sudden glance. She felt a chill run down her back. "Retreat. He has discovered us." Without any hesitation, Tang Wan picked up the sniper rifle in her hands and immediately ran downstairs. Seeing this, the other rebels were momentarily stunned. However, when they heard what Tang Wan said, they quickly followed her. 11 o'clock direction, the building to the northwest, fire a few shells over there. After getting into the vehicle, Jiang Chen spoke on LY. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long immediately understood Jiang Chen's intention. He quickly activated the communication link on his helmet. "To your south, the building approximately 60 meters tall, 30 rounds of saturation bombardment. Execute immediately." "Yes, General." The voice of the artilleryman quickly came through the communication link. In no time, within just a minute, boom, 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 a sudden barrage of cannon fire erupted, startling the citizens who were about to return home. They quickly sought cover around them, thinking to themselves, could it be that zombies have been discovered again? Just as they were wondering how long the White Watch Guard would continue the shelling, after the sound of 30 shells, the area fell silent once more. And at this time, that building had been completely reduced to a dangerous structure. Watching this scene, everyone was puzzled. But let it be. As long as it doesn't hit them, it's fine. After all, the entire city is filled with residential points. They weren't worried about where to stay. Meanwhile, at the bottom of that building, Papa Tang Wan crawled out from under the bed, gritting her teeth and brushing off the dust from her body. Her eyes were filled with anger. "Jiang Chen, big sister, are you okay?" Soon, several dust-covered rebel soldiers ran over. Fortunately, this building was made of reinforced concrete, so its strength was intact. Otherwise, they might have been buried alive by this bombardment. "I'm fine, are you all okay?" "We're all fine. It's just Wu Ping who was shaken during the bombardment and hit his head, bleeding a bit. He has already received simple treatment, and there's no major issue." "As long as there's no major issue, Let's hurry. The soldiers of the White Watch Guard will be here soon. Tang Wan knew that now was not the time to delay, so she quickly led her people to retreat. Just as they had left, the White Watch troops rushed in and surrounded the entire building. However, after searching each room, they only found traces left by the rebels. Of course, Jiang Chen only wanted to play with Tang Wan. If he truly wanted to take action against her, he wouldn't have allowed the White Watch troops to bombard her position. Meanwhile, at the White Watch Command Center, Jiang Chen received some interesting news. Oh, the cities of Gufeng, Lichuan, Taimong, and Shuichuan have united. Chapter 89. Ready to shed the last drop of blood for Jiang Chen. That's right, young master. This is the information we received from our frontline scouts. After the ancient Fong city learned about our rapid progress in reclaiming our territory, they immediately united with several neighboring cities. As it stands now, those cities have gathered many extraordinary individuals and troops through various means in ancient Fong city. Not only that, but I have also been in contact with General Qi Changkong of the Black Watch and General Meng Zhengtian of Dawn's Light. The cities they plan to attack are also showing signs of uniting to resist our efforts to reclaim the capital. Zhao Long said to Jiang Chen with great seriousness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen gently blew on the coffee in his hand. It seems we are putting quite a bit of pressure on them. Jiang Chen fully understood the actions of these sanctuaries. After all, the rapid progress of the 8 military corps was indeed astonishing. Although Jiang Chen had sensed it beforehand, he clearly underestimated the situation. With such a relentless pace of advancement, it was no surprise that these sanctuaries felt great pressure. Especially with the way the rulers of these sanctuaries, various extraordinary beings, were being handled by the capital, it was a major factor that instilled fear in them. Those who surrendered early would be fine. However, those who refused to surrender and wanted to observe the situation were viewed as disloyal by the various pioneering corps. For lighter offenses, like those from Dawn's Light and the White Watch, they would only execute the instigators, and the other extraordinary individuals would be sent to the capital for processing. For more severe offenses, like with the Sword of Conquest, if there was any sign of disloyalty, all extraordinary individuals within the sanctuary would be jointly punished. This was also the reason why the resistance against the Sword of Conquest was the fiercest. Do you have a clear understanding of the number of extraordinary individuals and armed forces in ancient Fong City? Jiang Chen asked. Reporting to the young master, there are no fewer than 30 extraordinary individuals in ancient Fong City. As for the armed forces, there are at least over 40,000. However, even so, we in the White Watch Corps are confident that we can take them down. Zhao Long assured earnestly. This was not Zhao Long putting on a brave front. He truly had that confidence. The total number of extraordinary individuals in their White Watch was as high as 70. Although they were numerically inferior to the enemy, their combat power and equipment were clearly superior to those extraordinary individuals in the sanctuaries. In terms of military strength, the fully equipped 30,000 elite soldiers of the White Watch Corps had suffered minimal losses. Thus, even if these 4 cities united, Zhao Long believed that the losses might be slightly greater than when reclaiming other cities. But as for whether they could conquer them, that was certainly affirmative. Jiang Chen did not respond to Zhao Long's thoughts. He slightly closed his eyes and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a clear sound. Zhao Long and the other war leaders and senior officials patiently awaited Jiang Chen's response. What is the number of zombies in ancient Fong City? Jiang Chen asked again. Reporting to the young master, the number of zombies is approximately around 3 million. Moreover, we have already discovered the presence of rotters. Zhao Long replied. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and his indifferent gaze was filled with a calm expression. 30 extraordinary individuals, plus around 40,000 ordinary troops. Do you think they can hold back a tide of 3 million zombies, including rotters? Upon hearing this, Zhao Long and the others' pupils all shrank. But soon, their expressions became serious. Combining the extraordinary beings they had faced before at the shelter and the combat power of those mortal troops, they began to analyze the situation. The analysis results showed that even with many favorable conditions provided for the Gufang City shelter, the best outcome would only be a mutually destructive scenario with the zombies. After all, these shelters were not like the Divine Capital. The Divine Capital had ample supplies and ammunition, capable of carpet bombing the zombie hordes. Before engaging in close combat, they could eliminate the vast majority of zombies in a barrage, and then send troops to finish off the remaining zombies. As for these shelters, even with the union of 4 cities, their firepower was still far from sufficient. More often than not, they could only rely on bullets to inflict damage on the zombies. But how could the lethality of bullets compare to the carpet bombing of artillery? Moreover, the rotten zombies in the horde could be said to be completely immune to the damage from rifle bullets. So, if the Gufang City shelter were to face these zombies, the outcome was easy to imagine. "It's difficult," Zhao Long replied succinctly. "Difficult is good. The goal is to let them engage in a stalemate with the zombie tide, dragging it out for as long as possible. Even if the Gufang City shelter's troops can no longer hold out, we can still provide them with some fire support," Jiang Chen said, intertwining his fingers and resting his chin with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It was Zhao Long who, combining Jiang Chen's sudden arrival in Hongye City with this context, deduced something. "Young master, are you looking for something in Gufang City?" Jiang Chen did not hide it and nodded. "Yes, something very important, not just for me, but also for the family, and even for the Divine Capital." After casting a glance at Feng Zhua when he first arrived in Hongye City, Jiang Chen had already fully understood what was hidden in Gufang City. To be honest, even Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised after learning what that thing was. No wonder Feng Zhua was so confident that once he obtained that item, he could be on par with Jiang Chen. That item could indeed give him such confidence. As Zhao Long and the others heard Jiang Chen's words, expressions of shock immediately appeared on their faces. For something to make the young master say such things, it must be incredibly important. In the next moment, everyone present became extremely serious. Since the young master had said so, this time, no matter what price they had to pay, the White Watcher Corps would support the young master in obtaining that item. That's about it. The general battle strategy is set. We march in 1 hour, and we must reach Gufang City before tonight. Understood, young master. With Jiang Chen's command given, the White Watcher Corps immediately set off towards Gufang City. Feng Zhua and Tang Wan also followed closely behind the White Watcher Corps. Once they reached Gufang City, they would begin to act towards their respective goals. Whether it was Feng Zhua, Tang Wan, or Jiang Chen, they all held a determined attitude toward obtaining that item hidden within Gufang City. Meanwhile, within Gufang City, they had already gathered here, preparing to engage in a major conflict with the White Watcher Corps. The coalition of the 4 cities could not have imagined that their efforts to counter the White Watcher Corps would instead delay a significant amount of time for Jiang Chen to obtain that item from Gufang City, until the very last drop of blood was spilled. Chapter 90. Fully prepared. Jiang Chen will definitely not deal with us personally. Ancient Fang City **. In a military base located in the suburbs of ancient Fang City, established before the apocalypse, a large number of personnel were busy working fervently. Be quick. Move all weapons and ammunition to the front line. Don't hide the tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery. Bring them all to the front line. Watch it. Be careful with those crates. They contain shells. If you bump them anywhere, you'll be reporting to the King of Hell without a single piece of you left intact. A massive military force was gathering here. The atmosphere was extremely intense. You could even see several armored vehicles, tanks, and towed artillery moving out of the base. Compared to ordinary military forces in other cities, the troops at the ancient Fang City military base appeared much more regular. At the very least, these soldiers were all wearing standardized military green uniforms. The only thing they were lacking might be helmets. As a large amount of military power was dispatched from the base, inside a large conference room within the base, more than 30 figures were waiting solemnly. According to reports from our frontline scouts, the White Watch Legion from Xinjiang is already heading towards ancient Fang City. They will arrive at the southern suburbs of ancient Fang City by tonight at the latest. "What do you think?" said the leader of the ancient Fang City shelter, a burly man in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the others in the conference room furrowed their brows, revealing expressions of fear. Has Hongye City fallen so quickly? We need to know that the leader of the Hongye City shelter is a transcendent who has reached the peak of level 1. I thought he could hold them off for a few more days, someone said, taking a deep breath. Hold them off? That's hard to imagine. The commander of the White Watch Legion, Zhao Long, is at least a level 2 transcendent, and several of his battle group leaders are also at the peak of level 1. With the power of the Hongye City shelter, being able to stall the White Watch Legion for even 3 days is already due to the presence of the corpse horde in Hongye City. Everyone shook their heads. To be honest, they were all very pessimistic about this battle. If it weren't for the seemingly excessive treatment of transcendent beings by Xinjiang towards their shelters, they would have considered surrendering outright. Everyone, Hongye City is Hongye City, but our ancient Fang City is different. We are much stronger than Hongye City right now. Seeing everyone in low spirits, a young man stood up and said loudly. Hearing his voice, everyone turned their eyes toward him. Everyone, we have gathered an army of 50,000 in ancient Fang City, and we have ample weapons and ammunition. We also have more than 30 transcendent beings with us. With our strength, I believe we could be ranked among the top powers within the current Dragon Kingdom. The most important thing is that our objective in this battle is not to defeat the White Watch Legion. Our goal is to show the outside world that we can stall and delay the White Watch Legion's advance. The young man's gaze swept across the audience as he spoke earnestly. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding transcendent beings began to show flickers of hope in their eyes. The leader of the ancient Fang City shelter, Zhao Hongfei, nodded in agreement. Xiang, continue. Yes, leader. Encouraged by Zhao Hongfei's affirmation, the young man became even more confident. Everyone, as I just said, we are not here to defeat the White Watch Legion. Our goal is to temporarily stall and even delay the White Watch Legion. He addressed the crowd once more. But even if we can delay them, what does it matter? Can we hold them off for 3 days, 5 days, a week? In the end, won't we still be defeated? Someone pessimistically countered. Just as that person finished speaking, Yuan Xiang immediately shook his head. Not necessarily. As soon as he uttered these 3 words, everyone was taken aback. Yuan Xiang then stood up and paced around the conference room, looking at everyone with a serious expression. Everyone, I believe you're all aware of how Xinjiang has treated us transcendent beings. They have completely disregarded us, the chosen ones of the new century. So everyone, are you angry about Xinjiang's behavior? Yuan Xiang asked loudly. Upon hearing this, all the transcendent beings in the conference room, to varying degrees, displayed grim expressions. They were indeed angry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered here. Exactly. We are angry. And not only are we angry, but many transcendent beings from other parts of Zhongzhou, even from beyond Zhongzhou, are equally furious about Xinjiang's unfair treatment of transcendent beings. And their anger is the reason we can stall the White Watch Legion and even the entire Xinjiang. The crowd was shocked to hear Yuan Xiang's words. Stalling the White Watch Legion was one thing, but to stand against Xinjiang? Wasn't that a bit ambitious? Facing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Yuan Xiang did not stop but continued to speak. Everyone, I believe that the vast majority of the shelters still occupied by Xinjiang are closely watching our battle with the White Watch Legion. So, as long as we can demonstrate that we have the strength to hold off the White Watch Legion, as long as we can delay their advance, tell me, doesn't this give them confidence? It shows those shelters that do not wish to be conquered by Xinjiang that as long as we unite and resist, we will not be conquered by Xinjiang and will not become prisoners of Xinjiang. As long as they see this hope, they will rally behind us. The alliance of 4 shelters can withstand the White Watch Legion. What about the alliance of 8 shelters? Or 16 shelters? Even the remaining shelters, both within Zhongzhou and beyond. All those occupied shelters can unite. With that, even Xinjiang will have to treat us with caution. They will know that they need to respect us transcendent beings. Yuan Xiang spoke as if he were a wise orator. His passionate words made the more than 30 transcendent beings who had just expressed doubt, along with those who believed their efforts were in vain, feel a renewed sense of hope. Good. Well said. In the conference hall, another young man stood up. He looked at Yuan Xiang, his eyes filled with immense approval. Thank you, Leader Jiang Chen, for your recognition. Looking at the young man who stood up, Yuan Xiang politely expressed his gratitude. Jiang Chen is the leader of the Wanshui City Shelter, the next stop after Gufang City. Despite his young age, he is currently the most powerful, extraordinary being among the 4 major shelters in the Alliance, possessing the highest extraordinary rank and the strongest awakened extraordinary abilities. He wields an S-class ability, Metal Rage. His extraordinary rank is at the peak of level 1. Moreover, it is rumored that he will soon advance to extraordinary level 2. At that time, he was also a staunch opponent of the resistance in Xinjiang. This time he came to Gufang City with reinforcement from Wanshui City, and the manpower and supplies dispatched were almost equivalent to the combined resources of the other 2 shelters. Everyone, as my brother Zhang has said, I believe that as long as we can hold off the White Guardian Corps and show the other shelters that are currently watching us our united strength, I believe they will definitely extend a helping hand to us and even strengthen our alliance. And once our alliance grows stronger, even Xinjiang will have to hear us say no. Jiang Chen spoke earnestly to the crowd. He was backing Yuan Xiang. The leader of the Gufang City Shelter, Zhao Hongfei, expressed similar sentiments. After all, Gufang City is their base, and when it comes to this battle, it is Zhao Hongfei who needs to fight the most. Seeing that these 2 shelter leaders were supporting Yuan Xiang, along with Yuan Xiang's words, indeed gave them some hope. Thus, the extraordinary beings who were initially pessimistic about this battle began to gather their spirits momentarily. They chose to give it a try. Seeing everyone nodding, a smile appeared on Yuan Xiang's face. Everyone, we must believe. Unity is strength. Moreover, since this plan was proposed by me, I will personally go to the front lines. I will command this battle from the front line. Xiang brother, I will go with you. When the White Guardian Corps leader Zhao Long arrives, I will deal with him. Jiang Chen immediately followed up. Right. With leader Zhao here, I am even more confident. Everyone, believe that we will definitely win this battle. Yuan Xiang proclaimed loudly. Just as everyone was preparing to cheer for victory with excitement, another urgent message arrived, dousing the flames of their rekindled confidence like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fire of hope. What did you say? The young master of the Jiang family from Xinjiang, Jiang Chen, has already set off with the White Guardian Corps toward Gufang City. Upon hearing this news, even Zhao Hongfei, the leader of the Gufang City Shelter, turned pale. The other extraordinary beings present felt a wave of despair. Even Jiang Chen, who was the most staunch supporter of the resistance, showed an indecisive expression at this moment. Just the mention of Jiang Chen's name brought a pressure greater than that of the entire White Guardian Corps. After all, this person is the highest authority in Xinjiang. One could say that the name Jiang Chen represents the will of the entire Xinjiang. I believe that the arrival of this young master of the Jiang family, in some respects, might actually be a good thing for us. Just as everyone was in despair, and even the other 2 shelters were contemplating whether to withdraw from this battle, Yuan Xiang's voice, taking a deep breath, rang out again. A good thing? Hearing this statement from Yuan Xiang, everyone was stunned. Exactly. A good thing. Everyone, why do you think this young master of the Jiang family came to the White Guardian Corps? Is it really just for our small Gufang City? I don't know how you all think, but I absolutely do not believe that this young master of the Jiang family came specifically for our Gufang city shelter. Yuan Xiang spoke very seriously. Upon hearing Yuan Xiang's analysis, everyone gradually calmed down and began to think. Xiang is right. Our Gufang city, it is not significant enough to warrant Jiang Chen's personal visit. Since he isn't here for our shelter, then Jiang Chen's trip must be for something else. Zhao Hongfei nodded in agreement after hearing Yuan Xiang's analysis. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes flickered intensely. Wait, could it be that place? Gufang City has a secret, and only a few people, including Zhao Hongfei, the leader of the Gufang City shelter, are aware of it. However, others may only know a little about it, just that something unusual exists there. But he knows, he personally witnessed the descent of that thing, and made that area a forbidden zone for humans. Even as an extraordinary being, he did not dare to approach it. If there is any place in Gufang City that is worth Jiang Chen personally visiting, it is probably only that place. But how did Jiang Chen learn about this secret? Thinking of this, Zhao Hongfei's expression became somewhat gloomy and uncertain. He had originally intended to keep that place for himself to explore in the future, which was also one of the reasons he supported the defense of Gufang City so strongly. But now, with Jiang Chen's arrival, he vaguely realized that this secret was no longer exclusive to him. However, he still held a glimmer of hope that even if Jiang Chen came, he wouldn't be able to enter easily. In fact, it wouldn't be impossible for Jiang Chen to suffer a loss there. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongfei took a deep breath, exhaling a sigh, and spoke to the crowd again. Everyone, I believe in Xiang's analysis. I don't think Jiang Chen will personally participate in this battle. In fact, Jiang Chen's arrival might make the White Guardian Corps less able to act freely. They will have to consider Jiang Chen when issuing any orders. So, just as Xiang said, Jiang Chen's arrival might, in some respects, be a good thing for us. Exactly. Just as leader Zhao Hongfei and Brother Zong have said, if Jiang Chen really came specifically to deal with us, then he is lowering himself and bringing down his own pedestal. I don't believe someone like Jiang Chen would do something so foolish. Zhao Chen also said. Hearing this layer of analysis, the crowd nodded again. Given the current situation, they could only think this way. Moreover, whether Jiang Chen would take action personally would soon be revealed in the morning. And in the corner, unnoticed by anyone, a figure who had just been sitting in the shadows listened to the discussion, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. Chapter 91. Everything. Waiting for dawn to arrive. Asterisk. Ancient Fang City. Asterisk. Southern suburbs of the urban area. Asterisk. A massive army was marching here in the evening. The rumble of tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled artillery engines attracted all the surrounding zombies. They even formed a small-scale tide of corpses numbering over 10,000 to charge forward. However, facing this tide of corpses, the army didn't even wait for them to rush within 100 meters. Their concentrated firepower completely annihilated the horde. Young master, we have reached ancient Fang City. Zhao Long, the commander of the Grey Watch Legion, said respectfully while looking at the city cluster not far away. Jiang Chen opened his resting eyes and gazed through the car window at the shadowy outline of the city gradually dimming under the nightfall. Send a small unit to advance into the city for reconnaissance. The rest of the troops will set up fortifications and establish a quarantine line. Remember, do not attract the tide of corpses here. Jiang Chen methodically issued his orders. Yes, young master. Zhao Long nodded and immediately ordered the 1st Regiment commander to lead an elite unit into ancient Fang City for reconnaissance. In this brief moment, Jiang Chen glanced at the approaching darkness in the distance and revealed a subtle expression that was hard to detect. Let you all go scout the way first. Taking advantage of a moment to relieve himself, Feng Zhua had slipped away from the team. Holding a rifle, he cautiously made his way into the city area of ancient Fang. However, before he could go far, he suddenly felt someone grab his neck from behind. Before he could react, his mouth was covered. Startled, he quickly tried to resist. But the next second, the surprised voice of the person made Feng Zhuo relax. Feng Zhuo? Why is it you? Ugh. Feng Zhuo hurriedly grunted. Do you know him? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Feng Zhuo felt an instant surge of excitement. Ugh. He quickly grunted. The elite soldier of the resistance, seeing this, also removed the cloth covering his mouth. Tang Wan, it's me. I'm Feng Zhuo. After the cloth was taken off, Feng Zhuo quickly shouted at Tang Wan, who was dressed in a tight black combat suit. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's crimson pupils furrowed as she looked at Feng Zhuo. Feng Zhuo, seeing that it seemed Tang Wan had almost forgotten him, Feng Zhuo became anxious. How could you forget me? I'm Feng Zhuo. After you failed to assassinate Jiang Chen last time, I met you, remember? You even gave me this. Feng Zhuo hurriedly took out the iron badge that Tang Wan had given him back then. Seeing the badge, Tang Wan gradually remembered and nodded. So it's you. That's right, it's me. Tang Wan. I knew you would come. Seeing Tang Wan again, especially in that tight combat suit that perfectly accentuated her curvy figure, she was still so beautiful. Just as he was lost in admiration for Tang Wan, the next moment, a long knife in Tang Wan's hand suddenly pressed against his neck. The sharp edge even made his neck ache. Jiang Chen will come to ancient Fang City. You told him that secret, didn't you? Her cold pupils stared at Feng Zhuo with an overwhelming killing intent that sent chills down his spine. And no, absolutely not. I only told you that secret. Feng Zhuo exclaimed in panic. No? Then why is Jiang Chen here in ancient Fang City? Tang Wan's icy voice made Feng Zhuo's heart tremble. I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't tell Jiang Chen that. I have deep enmity with Jiang Chen. How could I possibly tell him that message? Feng Zhuo shouted at Tang Wan, explaining loudly. The sharp pain beside his neck made him not doubt that if his answer was off, Tang Wan would kill him without hesitation. Really, Tang Wan, believe me, I would never collaborate with Jiang Chen. If this news gets to Jiang Chen through my mouth, I would rather die a horrible death. In order to make Tang Wan believe him, Feng Zhuo had already sworn an oath. Seeing Feng Zhuo like this, Tang Wan's gaze flickered, and she retracted the long knife that was about to be pressed against Feng Zhuo's neck. Lead the way immediately to the place you mentioned. Without delay, if you dare to play tricks, I can guarantee you will be the first to die, no matter what happens. Tang Wan said coldly. Yes. Feng Zhuo wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. Now he didn't dare to talk about anything else with Tang Wan. He knew that he had no ability to have an equal conversation with her. He had to obtain that item within the ancient square city to awaken his extraordinary abilities, so he could have the right to converse with Tang Wan on equal terms. Moreover, being captured by Tang Wan and her team wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Feng Zhuo. On the contrary, it was a good thing. After all, as a mere mortal, it was too dangerous to infiltrate the ancient square city alone. Now, with Tang Wan, a powerful, extraordinary being, and the elite members of the resistance protecting him, he felt much safer. As Feng Zhuo led Tang Wan and her group into the ancient square city, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. In fact, he was resting comfortably, completely unconcerned that Feng Zhuo and the others would get there first. Young master, the defensive line of the brigade has been established. The frontline team that went to scout the situation in the ancient square city has also set up a forward base. The intelligence agency has obtained the detailed coordinates of a shelter in the ancient square city, and several strong biochemical bait bombs from the Air Force are ready and can be deployed at any time. Do we need to move immediately? Night had completely fallen, and the dark night enveloped the entire world. From time to time, low gunfire could be heard near the defensive line of the Watchman Brigade. No rush. Let's rest first. We'll move at dawn, Jiang Chen said, eyes closed, to Xiaolong. Roaming in a city that had succumbed to a zombie tide at night was not a wise move. The most crucial point was that the zombies in that area were not ordinary zombies. Although Jiang Chen was confident in his own strength, he knew that caution was necessary when facing such things. As for the movements of Tang Wan and the others, Jiang Chen was not worried. After all, even if Feng Zhuo had memories of this place, they were still vague. He only knew that there was something in this area, but he had no clues on how to enter that place and obtain that item inside. Clearly, even if Feng Zhuo had known about that item in the ancient square city in his previous life, it was not very detailed. He had probably only heard about it at most. So, it was better to let them scout the way first. Putting on a miniature earphone and turning on the car's display screen, Jiang Chen watched the city in the infrared imagery and listened to the cautious voices of Feng Zhuo and Tang Wan in his earphone, a faint smile appearing on his face. At the same time, news also reached the Watchman Brigade about the ancient square city entering the outskirts of the ancient square city. Even though it was deep into the night, the extraordinary beings from the four shelters gathered to hold a meeting. Everyone, the Watchman Brigade has arrived, but they haven't entered the city directly like before. Instead, they are building positions outside the city. It seems that the Watchman Brigade is also afraid to engage in battle at night. They clearly plan to wait until dawn before launching an attack. Yes, it's in line with the Watchman Brigade style. Now we just have to see if Jiang Chen will take action personally in the morning. I hope he won't. He definitely won't, Yuan Xiang said with certainty. Hearing Yuan Xiang's confident words, everyone nodded, as they could only trust his words for now. Of course, what was even more crucial was that the four shelters had already completed the construction of their defenses in the ancient square city. They had made full preparations. The eastern suburbs of the ancient square city had almost completely turned into their defensive area, and they had even dispatched extraordinary beings to clear the surrounding zombies. This showed how seriously they regarded this battle. They believed that with such preparations, even if the Watchman Brigade led by Jiang Chen made a slight misstep, they would still collide head-on with their defenses and suffer. The outcome of everything would be revealed at dawn. Chapter 92. Your enemies are the zombies. The long night stretched on, and Zhao Chen found it hard to sleep. Last night was undoubtedly the most unbearable night he had experienced since the day the apocalypse began. Under the pressure from the undead watch and Jiang Chen, the lord of the capital, his mind was constantly tense, and he hadn't truly slept at all. Fortunately, the long night had passed, and the dawn was gradually revealing itself on the horizon. After splashing cold water on his face, he felt much more awake. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he pulled out a slightly yellowed book from his pocket. Opening to the first page, he looked at the name written in pen, his eyes revealing an extraordinarily gentle expression. This was a gaze completely different from the one he wore when facing others. Who would have thought that our leader Zhao Chen is also a believer? A voice came from nearby. Zhao Chen turned to see Yuan Xiang approaching with a friendly smile. Haha, I can't really say that I'm a believer. I just followed her into reading it because she has strong faith. But clearly, I have no talent for this kind of thing, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Oh, she? Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Yuan Xiang looked at him with some curiosity. Noticing Yuan Xiang's gaze, Zhao Chen felt a bit awkward. Leader Zhao is indeed different from us transcendent beings. I've heard that the transcendent beings in Wanshui City are the most disciplined and fundamentally do not exploit the common people or force the poor. The ordinary soldiers you brought from Wanshui City, I've observed them, and they are all loyal to you and exceptional, Yuan Zhang remarked with a sigh. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, pride showing on his face. Because in my heart, mortals and transcendent beings are the same. We are all humans and should not have any special or differentiated treatment. Therefore, in my Wanshui City shelter, transcendent beings and ordinary citizens, aside from some necessities for transcendent beings, everything else is equally supplied. Moreover, as transcendent beings, we should use the power in our hands to protect more common people in this chaotic world, rather than using our powers to rule and exploit them. As she said, we, the ones chosen by the Lord in this chaotic era. The Lord has granted us extraordinary powers, making us warriors of the Lord. We should use this strength to protect and redeem the Lord's believers, rather than to exploit and trample them. This is the quality we transcendent beings should pursue. Only in this way can we allow human society to coalesce and emerge from the shadow of the apocalypse. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuan Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then subtly looked at him with a strange expression before nodding in agreement. The vision of leader Zhao is something I cannot match. Haha, there's no need for you to say that, Brother Xiang. I believe you are different from those other transcendent beings, Jiang Chen said, patting Yuan Zhang's shoulder. After yesterday's speech, he held high hopes for Yuan Zhang. He even considered the possibility of persuading Yuan Zhang to join their Wanshui city shelter. Thank you for your praise, Leader Zhao, Yuan Zhang replied with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled back, then tucked the yellowed book of scriptures away into his pocket. Out of the corner of his eye, Yuan Zhang seemed to catch a glimpse of the name on the first page of the book. Saint Yaki? A foreigner? However, Yuan Zhang didn't think much of it. Whoa! At that moment, a violent rumbling echoed from the sky. Upon hearing that sound, the expressions of Jiang Chen and Yuan Zhang, who had just been chatting and laughing, instantly changed. Alert! Air raid! Jiang Chen shouted with a voice full of transcendent power. Hearing this command, the soldiers of the frontline shelter, still somewhat drowsy, immediately snapped to attention, steadying their weapons. In the rear, the transcendent beings who had still been asleep were also startled awake by the roar of the aircraft, quickly rushing to the front lines. The roar of the aircraft had completely roused the entire defense line of the ancient Fong City shelter. Has the Undead Watch Legion started the battle? Has Jiang Chen arrived? What are the casualties? Can we hold them off? If we can't, we should retreat. Before this transcendent being could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen shot him a cold look, causing him to swallow the words that were already at his throat. Just now, several planes from the capital flew over our defense line. We thought they were going to air raid us, but they seemed like they were just waking us up, taking a glance before leaving. Yuan Zhang said with a furrowed brow. Waking us up? Hearing this, the other transcendent beings were momentarily stunned. They looked at each other. Indeed, this waking up seemed quite accurate. The entire ancient Fong City shelter was now in a state of heightened tension. What exactly does Jiang Chen want to do? Jiang Chen gazed towards the distant city, which showed no signs of life. Logically speaking, the Undead Watch Legion should have launched their attack by now. Yet, they had not even seen a shadow of the Undead Watch. They probably intend to clear the zombies in the city first, just like they did in other cities, before turning their attention to us, one transcendent being said. But there's no sound of artillery in the city now. The others began discussing among themselves. No matter what the situation is, everyone must stay on high alert. I suggest everyone immediately return to your respective defense zones and be ready. A major battle within this day is absolutely inevitable. Yuan Zhang said earnestly to everyone. Ro, you immediately take your people to your defense line. Jiang Chen promptly supported Yuan Zhang's command. Yes, leader. The designated transcendent being from Wanshui City nodded. Immediately, several extraordinary individuals from the Wanshui City shelter left the area. Seeing this, the other extraordinary beings did not hesitate and hurried toward their respective positions. But at that moment, in the sky, whoosh, another intense sound of airplane engines echoed. And this time, unlike before, the sound was accompanied by a sharp noise that tore through the air. Air raid! The extraordinary individuals present were all shaken. They rushed to take cover in the shelters, and even the front lines exhibited brief panic. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out. The noise made everyone's hearts skip a beat. However, soon they regained their composure, realizing that the sound of the explosions seemed somewhat off. Moreover, there was no bright fire or significant shockwave accompanying the explosions. Instead, A deep green smoke slowly rose from where the bombs had fallen. What is this? Jiang Chen looked at the deep green smoke rising from various positions, and a sudden bad premonition arose in his heart. This is a biochemical bait bomb. Suddenly, Yuan Xiang seemed to recognize it, and his expression changed instantly. Biochemical bait bomb. Hearing these unfamiliar words, the extraordinary beings present were momentarily stunned. However, Yuan Xiang couldn't care less about them now. He gritted his teeth and crawled out from the shelter at once. Everyone, get out. Don't hide in the shelters. The corpse tide is about to rush over. Quickly, retreat to the defense line. His voice, infused with extraordinary power, shouted. Hearing this voice, everyone was taken aback. Corpse tide? Where did that come from? Hadn't they already cleared all the zombies around? Moreover, the corpse tide should be attacking the White Watch. Why would it come for them? Some extraordinary beings even wondered if Yuan Xiang was speaking nonsense due to the pressure. Suddenly, in the distance, a chaotic, rumbling sound, which even made the ground tremble, approached. Hearing this sound, the ordinary soldiers could not help but swallow hard. The tremors of the earth gradually intensified, and that sound became clearer. Clearly, whatever was causing this tremor and sound was rushing toward them. Sweat appeared on their faces, then was shaken off by the vibrations from the ground. At this moment, they didn't even dare to breathe. They stared with bloodshot eyes at the street ahead. The waiting was long and filled with fear. Before long, the sound became increasingly clear, and within that sound, there were familiar, terrified, and trembling cries from the ordinary soldiers. Roar! At the moment this sound fully resonated in their ears, it evoked deeper fears in their hearts. At this moment, under the incredulous and shocked gazes of everyone, like a tidal wave, countless zombies, an uncountable number of them, roared and rushed forward in a frenzy. Even the abandoned cars and buses blocking the road were violently pushed aside by the frenzied tide of corpses, creating a gap. What? This? Those witnessing this scene were so shocked that they momentarily forgot what they were supposed to do. Artillery! Fire! At this moment, Yuan Xiang's furious voice rang out. The artillery in the rear immediately issued the order to fire. Boom! 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 The few remaining towed artillery pieces in Gufeng City began to roar. Shells flew through the sky, whistling with an incredibly sharp sound, landing on the tide of corpses rushing toward the front lines. Boom! 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 The intense explosion instantly shredded hundreds of zombies. As the zombies were torn apart, the soldiers on the front lines were awakened. They hurriedly raised their weapons and began to pour firepower into the tide of corpses, filled with fear. Fortunately, thanks to Yuan Xiang's immediate command and their preparation for resisting the White Watch, they were still somewhat ready. Otherwise, just this first wave of the corpse tide could have completely broken their defense. At this moment, others also regained their senses. The artillery and bullets on the positions crazily attacked the approaching tide of corpses. They even disregarded the White Watch. At this moment, these zombies were their immediate priority. How could this happen? Why are there so many corpses rushing toward us? The Gufeng City shelter is not in the city center. Logically, there shouldn't be so many zombies here. The extraordinary beings in the rear exclaimed as they looked at the endless tide of corpses rushing toward them. It's because of the bombs that the Jing City Air Force dropped on our positions. The deep green gas emitted by those bombs has an unparalleled attraction to the zombies. That's why they are rushing toward us. But now is not the time to discuss this. Everyone, I have received news. Our shelter is surrounded by zombies from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Currently, we've been surrounded by all the zombies in Gufeng City. Prepare for a fight to the death. Chapter 93. The battle begins. Motorcycles and helicopters. At this moment, outside the White Guardian's base, young master, the biological bait bombs have been successfully airdropped. Over 60% of the zombies in Gufang City have been attracted to the defense line of the shelter by the biological bait bombs. Even those zombies a bit farther away have entered the range of influence of the bait bombs due to the intentional attraction from the frontline teams stationed in Gufang City. Zhao Long, the leader of the White Guardian Corps, respectfully reported to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen set down the fork in his hand and took the paper towel handed to him by the female officer, elegantly wiping the corner of his mouth. We've exterminated so many zombies. Now it's time for them to play with the zombies too. With the combined strength of 4 shelters, not fighting zombies would simply be a waste, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Have the Corps stand by and keep a close eye on the situation at the Gufang City shelter's defense line. If they can't hold on, they can call for air support. And if they run low on ammunition, we can airdrop some supplies for them. Just one thing. Let them exert their full value and bleed their last drop of blood on this land. Yes, young master. Zhao Long nodded immediately. By the way, young master, we still have people inside Gufang City. Should we rescue them? Zhao Long looked at Jiang Chen and inquired. In response, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. Let them share hardships with the remaining people and do their utmost to help them get through this crisis. After all, only after sharing hardships will one see true feelings. Additionally, prepare yourself. It's time for us to carry out our mission. Standing up, Jiang Chen gazed at the desolate urban area of Gufang City not far away and said softly. Hearing this, Zhao Long immediately perked up. Understood, young master. Meanwhile, inside Gufang City, Feng Zhua and Tang Wan's group had an extremely difficult time with their night operation last night. At night, the zombies' various senses became more acute, but for humans, even someone as extraordinary as Tang Wan was weakened by the darkness, let alone the other ordinary members of her team. So shortly after entering Gufang City, they were quickly discovered by the zombies due to the pitch-black visibility. They immediately faced a thrilling chase. In fact, a rebel elite soldier chose to sacrifice himself to draw the zombies away to give them cover. Only then were they able to escape the pursuit of the zombies. This made them realize that attempting to infiltrate at night was far too difficult and perilous for them. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Tang Wan immediately ordered them to wait in a nearby house until dawn before making further moves. It was a correct decision as they had managed to hold out until just before dawn. But it seemed that misfortune always accompanied them. Just when they were leaving the house to continue their operation, the surrounding quiet zombies suddenly erupted into inexplicable chaos. Countless zombies rushed out from street corners, from tall buildings. Some even jumped down from rooftops, instantly splattering into a mess. This left Tang Wan and her team, who wanted to act cautiously, completely unprepared. There were too many zombies around, so many that they could hardly believe it. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? At that moment, even Tang Wan, the extraordinary one, felt despair. However, just when they thought they were about to be overwhelmed by the tide of corpses and were preparing to fight to the death, the zombies bizarrely seemed to ignore them and all rushed toward the western suburb of Gufang City. Seeing this, they were puzzled and bewildered. When the booming sound of artillery fire echoed toward the direction of the Gufang City shelter, they slowly began to realize. Biological bait bombs. It must be the biological bait bombs. Otherwise, these zombies wouldn't be so frantically rushing toward the Gufang City shelter. Feng Zhua immediately understood, combining it with what they had seen earlier regarding the White Guardian's methods for clearing zombies. So the White Guardian Corps has dropped biological bait bombs on the defense line of the Gufang City shelter, one person exclaimed. Exactly, it has to be that way. Otherwise, there's no reason for these zombies to rush toward the Gufang City shelter for no reason. Feng Zhua affirmed. With so many zombies, can the Gufang City shelter hold them off? We need to know that there are still hundreds of thousands of survivors inside the Gufang City shelter. At this question, everyone fell silent. With the strength of the Gufang City shelter wanting to hold off so many zombies, it seemed impossible. Just because the Gufang city shelter won't submit, Jiang Chen is going to use such a cruel method, even involving tens of thousands of innocent survivors. He's simply not human. Even though Feng Zhuo knew Jiang Chen was ruthless, seeing this scene still made his heart tremble. Let's go. If we can find that thing, maybe we can still go back and rescue them. Tang Wan sighed deeply as she looked toward the direction of the Gufang city shelter. At this moment, even if they wanted to help the Gufang city shelter, it was already too late. However, if they could get that item, they might still have a chance for rescue. Now they just hoped the Gufang city shelter could hold on. Feng Zhuo and the others nodded in agreement. They began to rush quickly toward their destination. Since the vast majority of the zombies had been lured away, their journey became much easier and faster. But just then, top, 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 tops. A violent sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Hearing this, Tang Wan and the others' expressions changed. They quickly hid. Looking at the sky, they saw 3 helicopters emblazoned with the Jiang family emblem flying swiftly toward the target point they were headed for. Jiang Chen. You must know about that place too. Tang Wan's expression turned grim, and Feng Zhuo could hardly believe it. Although he had previously suspected, he never truly believed Jiang Chen would actually know the secrets within Gufang City. Now, seeing the direction in which the 3 helicopters were heading, even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept that Jiang Chen really did know about the secrets inside Gufang City. We need to hurry, Tang Wan said coldly. If they continued to delay, Jiang Chen would arrive there before them. Big sister, we might be able to use this. One of the rebel soldiers pointed to the motorcycles parked in front of a nearby shop and said. Seeing this, Tang Wan's eyes lit up. At this moment, aboard the helicopter, the pilot was focused on maneuvering the aircraft swiftly toward the target point. Just then, the radar screen of the helicopter suddenly detected several unidentified objects rapidly approaching. He quickly looked down at the direction indicated by the radar. He saw several motorcycles swiftly maneuvering along a street below them. Young master, he quickly reported. Focus on flying your helicopter. We've already seen them. Zhao Long's faint voice came through. After speaking, he looked down at the street below the helicopter, watching the few motorcycles speeding by. Young master, should we take them out? A battle commander respectfully asked Jiang Chen. In response, Jiang Chen simply smiled and shook his head. He watched the people below with great interest, especially Tang Wan. At that moment, it seemed as if Tang Wan sensed something. She looked up and met Jiang Chen's gaze from the helicopter. Without hesitation, Tang Wan slammed on the brakes, removed her helmet, and with a cold smile, she raised her middle finger towards Zhao Long and the others, despite their furious stares, as well as Feng Zhuo's shocked expression. Seeing this scene, the soldier operating the mounted machine gun couldn't help but aim his gun at this audacious woman. Boss! Retreat! Several rebel soldiers shouted loudly. However, Tang Wan showed no signs of panic. Calmly, she put her helmet back on and revved the motorcycle engine. This time the sound was incredibly loud. Even the people on the helicopter could hear it clearly. This was a blatant provocation. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiang Chen's orders, Zhao Long and the others would have already charged down to confront them. It seems that the last time scars have healed, and she's forgotten the pain, Jiang Chen reacted with little concern. In fact, he found Tang Wan even more interesting now. However, letting her act so arrogantly was unacceptable. So, a glimmer of extraordinary power flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. The next second, thick vines as wide as a bowl burst forth from the ground right in front of Tang Wan. Seeing this, Tang Wan's expression changed instantly. By the time she realized what was happening, her motorcycle was already unable to evade. She gritted her teeth and leaped off the motorcycle just in time. The motorcycle crashed heavily into the vines. With a loud clang, the front wheel of the motorcycle was knocked askew. Boss! Tang Wan! The rebel soldiers and Feng Zhuo shouted in alarm at this scene. I'm fine. Tang Wan, being an extraordinary person, clearly wouldn't be injured by such a thing. However, it was evident that this was Jiang Chen's response to her provocation. She shot a furious glance upward. In response, Jiang Chen looked at Tang Wan, a smile playing on his lips as he moved his mouth slightly. As an extraordinary individual, Tang Wan's gaze could easily catch the movement of Jiang Chen's lips. She could read his words. Not done yet. Just as she deciphered this statement, her expression changed dramatically beneath her helmet. The extraordinary power surged in her eyes. However, before she could react, several vines shot up from beneath her feet and swiftly bound her. Moreover, due to the tight-fitting night outfit she wore, the sight of her being restrained looked incredibly alluring. But it was only for a moment. Before Feng Zhua and the others could even see it, Tang Wan's inner fury surged, and her long knife instantly turned into a shadow, slicing through the annoying vines. Breaking free from the bindings, Tang Wan looked up at Jiang Chen in the helicopter. The anger in her eyes had transformed into a deep-seated killing intent. This guy, shameless and despicable. Yet Jiang Chen showed no concern for her murderous glare and even glanced meaningfully at a certain part of her upper body. With a smile on his lips, he moved his mouth again. Nice touch. After saying this, the helicopter quickly flew away. When Tang Wan read those words from his lips, her killing intent sharpened further. But among that sharpness, she couldn't help but feel a rush of shame and anger. However, soon all these emotions were swept away from her mind. What replaced them was a pair of trembling eyes hidden beneath her helmet. Just now, that smile that spread across Jiang Chen's lips. Why did it look so much like his? No, absolutely not. What am I thinking? I must have misread it. Yes, I must have wanted to know who he was too much and misread it. Tang Wan took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil. But deep down, a hint of suspicion she dared not face began to rise. Boss, Tang Wan, are you okay? At this moment, Feng Zhua and the other rebel soldiers had come closer. Especially Feng Zhua, who looked at the vines on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion again. How did these vines appear? Isn't Jiang Chen's extraordinary ability gravity manipulation? I'm fine. Just my motorcycle won't start. Tang Wan took a deep breath, forcing down the fluttering feeling in her heart. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhua's eyes lit up instantly. My motorcycle is a big one. It can fit 2 people comfortably. Tang Wan, you can ride behind me. But just as he finished speaking, the other rebel soldiers looked at him coldly. Feng Zhua felt a bit dejected. However, after a moment of consideration, Tang Wan nodded. Seeing this, Feng Zhua's heart surged with excitement as he imagined the beautiful scene of Tang Wan riding behind him, holding onto his waist. But before he could finish that thought, that's a good idea. Huangbo, you sit on Feng Zhua's motorcycle. I'll take yours. Hey, okay, boss. The rebel soldier called Huangbo nodded immediately and, taking advantage of Feng Zhua's twitching mouth, sat behind him and hugged Feng Zhua's waist. Just sit. Don't move around. What? Feng Zhua, isn't this what you wanted? What the hell? Wait, don't get so close. What? Are you scared? I'm afraid of going too fast. Damn it. You were going faster than me just now. Wait, what's that pressing against me? Shy? What do you think it is? Guess right, and I'll reward you. F***CK. You pervert. Stop it. Shut up. You're the pervert. This is a gun. Ha ha ha. Watching Feng Zhua's antics, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Tang Wan, hidden beneath her helmet, couldn't suppress a smile. Chapter 94. The primeval forest growing in the city center. At this moment, Gufang's city shelter. The sound of artillery was deafening, and bullets rained down like a torrential storm toward the front lines. Countless zombies, showing no signs of fear, charged forward amidst the overwhelming gunfire, roaring and crazily rushing toward the Gufang city shelter. Zombies and humans are not the same. Humans, when hit in their limbs, have a high chance of losing their combat effectiveness, but zombies are different. Even if their limbs are shattered or their chest cavity is torn apart, they can still fight. Therefore, when facing such monsters, it is best to use large-caliber explosive ammunition, as a single bullet can dismember an entire zombie. just like the new 12mm explosive bullets developed by Shunjing for super soldiers. However, to load such large-caliber, high-explosive ammunition, the strength required for the firearm's body will also increase significantly. Thus, the explosive firearms developed by Shunjing are nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers to use, except for super soldiers. After all, even if you can lift it, the recoil is enough to make you understand what it means to shoot with one hand and then go to the back to receive a medal for your glorious service. Of course, all of this was still too far from the Gufang City shelter. After all, the Gufang City shelter had only gathered its weaponry thanks to support from the other 3 major shelters. As for everything else, they were truly out of options. Under the hail of bullets, the zombies continued to launch wave after wave of assaults on the defenses. At the front lines, the flesh and blood of the zombies even filled the trenches. Under the mad charge of the zombies, Gufang City had already abandoned its first line of defense. Now, they had retreated entirely to the second line of defense, relying on nearby buildings for cover and resistance. Even so, they had already blown up some cars parked on the roadside to create firewalls. But despite this, the horde of corpses continued to surge toward Gufang City's defenses, putting immense pressure on the defenders of the Gufang City shelter. Inside the frontline command center of the Gufang City shelter, Yuan Xiang was meticulously issuing orders one after another. Although he had received training in this area, facing a horde of millions of zombies at this moment still made him feel overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he persevered because if the zombies broke through the defenses, anyone would die. He had to hold the zombies back. For that, he was willing to pay any price. "Chief Jiang Chen, I will be troubling you next," Yuan Xiang said seriously, looking at Jiang Chen. "Don't worry, you don't have to work too hard. The situation on the battlefield has gradually stabilized, so you can relax a bit," Jiang Chen replied with a nod. He could see Yuan Xiang's efforts and hardships, and he increasingly felt that this person possessed talents that were difficult for ordinary people to reach. Even if the Gufang City shelter ultimately could not hold on, he would still take Yuan Xiang and his people away from here. "Thank you for your concern, Chief Jiang Chen. I will take care." Yuan Xiang smiled and nodded. "Good." After saying that, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and walked outside. As long as he was there, the southern main defensive line could not be lost. Just after Jiang Chen left, a figure walked into the command center, holding a cup of coffee. Looking at the coffee on the table, Yuan Xiang raised his head, puzzled, and looked at the newcomer. "Are you Mr. Luo Wei?" Yuan Xiang recognized him. This person was Jiang Chen's subordinate. However, from his observations, he vaguely sensed that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Luo Wei was not very good. "Mr. Xiang knows me. I am honored," Luo Wei smiled slightly. "You're right, Mr. Luo Wei. I remember you were in charge of the western defense line of the shelter, right? Did you come to the command center for something? Just to be clear, I have no personnel left, but regarding ammunition, I can still support you a little, considering Mr. Jiang Chen's side," Yuan Xiang said with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you very much, Mr. Xiang. This cup of coffee is my way of expressing gratitude." With that, Luo Wei turned and left. However, just as he was about to exit, he said, "Mr. Xiang, Gufang City absolutely cannot be held. I think you should make your plans early." With that, he left under Yuan Xiang's tightly furrowed brow. Luo Wei knew better than anyone whether Gufang City could hold on or not. But what did he mean by saying this? Did he want him to submit to the Wanshui City shelter? To win him over to confront Jiang Chen? He should know that he and Jiang Chen had a good relationship. How strange. Shaking his head, Yuan Xiang secretly noted this in his mind and then shifted his attention back to the battlefield at the front lines. At this moment, inside Gufang City, 3 helicopters slowly descended into a place that resembled a primordial forest. The front was blocked, and the helicopters could not get any closer. After testing by the crew, a layer of mysterious turbulent magnetic field was found covering the forest ahead. Any electronic devices that entered would malfunction. If they didn't want to crash, their helicopters could only stop here. standing at the edge of the forest and looking at the scene before them. Even Zhao Long and the others showed shocked expressions. It was hard to imagine that there could still be such a place in Gufeng City. What met the eye was a forest of towering, lush green trees. These trees in the city center looked like ancient trees from 1,000 years ago, with dense branches and leaves intertwining and extending. It was a scene reminiscent of a primordial forest. If they didn't know that this place was once a botanical park before the end of the world, as well as the dilapidated skyscrapers behind them, they would almost doubt that they had walked into a secluded mountain forest. This is simply a miracle, an accompanying researcher from the Evolution Research Institute exclaimed while taking pictures with a camera. In a world like this, miracles are everywhere. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Let's go. Let's take a look inside. After speaking, Jiang Chen stepped forward into the forest. Zhao Long and over 10 elite warriors from the White Watch, along with 5 researchers, quickly followed. Not long after they entered, Tang Wan and the others arrived on motorcycles. Seeing the helicopters parked nearby, they knew that Jiang Chen and the others had already gone inside. Let's go. Without time to marvel at the magnificent scene before them, Tang Wan removed her helmet and led Feng Zhua and the others quickly into the forest. As they entered the primordial forest, the previously bright world suddenly became ominous. The dense branches and leaves of the trees overhead had completely covered the sky, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. It's truly unbelievable. Feng Zhua marveled as he looked around. Aren't you familiar with this place? Why are you still feeling amazed? Tang Wan glanced at him. Feng Zhua shook his head. I only knew that there would be good things here, but the specifics, I'm just as unclear as you are. However, it will be very dangerous inside, so we must be careful. Feng Zhua took a deep breath and said, he had heard stories before. Most people who entered here had disappeared. As for where they disappeared to, no one knew. In any case, it was definitely not a good place. Roar! Feng Zhua, get down! Just as Feng Zhua was recalling related memories from before, a roar came from ahead. Seeing this, Tang Wan immediately shouted. The moment Tang Wan's voice fell, Feng Zhua quickly bent his knees and crouched down. In the next second, a chilling flash of a blade swept over his head. Swish! Ahead, a deformed zombie was instantly cut in half by Tang Wan's strike. Even though it was cut in half, the zombie still let out a fierce roar. Tang Wan stepped forward, and with a swift motion, the zombie's head was severed. Only then did the zombie finally stop moving. However, when Tang Wan looked at the severed body of the zombie and the position of its head, she discovered that the zombie's insides and brain had completely vanished. In their place were various mushroom spores that made one frown. Rustle! Before Tang Wan could think carefully, another series of sounds approached from around them, in the horrified expressions of Feng Zhua and the others. Roar! Zombies and even aberrations charged out from the forest, roaring. They looked at Tang Wan and her group, their hollow eye sockets exuding a dead and eerie gray light. Seeing this scene, Tang Wan's expression slightly darkened, and she tightly gripped the long knife in her hand. She knew the real test was about to begin. Chapter 95. Forceful Kiss on Jiang Chen. Huangbo, you guys go ahead, I'll hold them off. Tang Wan, wielding a long knife, had her crimson pupils rapidly brewing extraordinary power. Under the shining light of her extraordinary power, even the long knife in her hand seemed to glow with a fierce edge. Understood, boss. Upon hearing this, Huangbo and the others didn't hesitate. They understood that as an awakened S-rank ability user at the peak of level 1, these zombies and other creatures would not be able to harm Tang Wan. Although they were well-trained, ordinary people, if they were held back by zombies and other creatures, they would still meet their end. That would only become a burden to Tang Wan. So, with Tang Wan's command, they quickly retreated forward. Roar! A withered wolf-like creature, seeing Huangbo and the others trying to escape, howled and pounced toward them. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared beside it. Before the wolf creature could react, the sharp, long knife swiftly passed through its head. The wolf creature collapsed to the ground, and Tang Wan glanced at its severed head. Just like the previous zombie, its flesh and brain had vanished, replaced by fungal spores. Is it because of the fungi in this forest? Tang Wan frowned slightly, but she had no time to think further. At this moment, zombies and other creatures were charging at her. Seeing this, Tang Wan's gaze turned cold. In the next moment, the long knife in her hand glowed with extraordinary light as she charged toward the zombies and creatures. With each slash, the air erupted with waves of blade sounds, as if she was slicing through the very atmosphere. What she didn't notice was that every time she killed a zombie or other creature, some fungal spores would scatter from the dry corpses, contaminating her body. In front of them, at this moment, Jiang Chen was also engaged in combat with the zombies and creatures that suddenly emerged from the forest. However, it was different from Tang Wan. Under Jiang Chen's deliberate command, these zombies and creatures were being shot down from a distance by the White Guardians. Every time a zombie or creature was shot down, Jiang Chen would also release a fire, scorching the air around them. Although Zhao Long and the others were puzzled by Jiang Chen's actions, they didn't question him further. Two team leaders beside him, however, were itching to engage with the zombies and creatures. But since the young master had said they could only shoot from a distance, they didn't dare disobey Jiang Chen's orders. Bang! 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 Under the big-bore explosive rifles wielded by the White Guardians, the surrounding zombies and creatures couldn't even get close to them. With the targeting assistance from the tactical helmets, these creatures were often shot in the head before they could approach. The fungal spores hidden within their brains and bodies would disperse when their heads exploded. As a result, Jiang Chen's eyes quietly ignited with flames. The intense heat instantly burned the fungal spores into nothingness. Just then, the researchers from the Evolution Research Institute behind them had finished inspecting several bodies that Jiang Chen had purified. Master, we have already detected that these zombies and creatures have no traces of any viruses in their bodies. Even the most basic vital factor, water, has completely disappeared. Logically, they should have lost all vitality, yet they are still able to function. We speculate that the fungal spores in their bodies have drained the flesh and blood from these zombies and creatures, occupying their bodies and controlling their movements. Upon hearing this from the researchers, Zhao Long and the others were shocked. Could this mean that the fungal spores had consumed the zombies? However, what shocked them even more was the next statement from the researchers. Moreover, young master, we suspect that these fungal spores, which have completely drained their hosts, will continue to control the empty shells, seeking their next living host, whether it be a zombie, another creature, or even a human. As long as it is a living being composed of flesh and blood, it will become their target. Their method of spreading is through liberating the already drained shells, transferring the fungal spores to another host. With the researchers' words, Zhao Long and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Especially the team leader who had been itching to engage felt a shudder in his scalp. Fortunately, the young master had not allowed them to engage in close combat with these zombies and creatures. Otherwise, just the thought of these fungal spores draining them like a zombie made his bones feel numb. At this moment, behind them, Feng Zhuo and the others, who had just caught up, were quietly observing Jiang Chen and the others. When they heard this statement, their expressions changed dramatically. Because behind them, Tang Wan, who was responsible for covering their retreat, was entirely engaged in close combat against these zombies. If what the researchers said was true, wouldn't Tang Wan's body be covered in those deadly fungal spores? Quick, we need to warn Tang Wan. Hurry, Feng was shouted, rushing forward. At this moment, he clearly forgot that Zhao Long and the others ahead were all extraordinary beings. As soon as he blurted out his anxious words, they were immediately caught by Zhao Long and the others. Who's there? Zhao Long's expression turned cold. The two team leaders beside him had already rushed over. Huang Bo and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Before they could even pick up their guns to resist, they felt a pain in their heads, and then darkness enveloped them. They knew nothing more. They were just a few ordinary people. For the two elite, extraordinary white guardians, capturing them was far too easy. Even Feng Zhuo wanted to loudly tell Jiang Chen something, but before he could say anything, he was knocked unconscious. "Master, should we kill them?" The two brought Feng Zhuo and the others up, respectfully asking. In response, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Why kill them? Aren't they perfect test subjects? Let's throw them out. Let them get covered in some fungal spores. I'm quite curious to see what they will eventually turn into." "Understood, young master." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, they threw Feng Zhuo and the others beside the destroyed corpses. Soon, the fungal spores began to swarm toward Feng Zhuo and the others. At this moment, behind them, Tang Wan had also caught up. She could sense that something was wrong with her body. Her strength was quickly fading, and she was feeling weak. The most intense sensation, however, was an overwhelming thirst. As a transcendent being, her physical capabilities were far superior to those of ordinary people. It was rare for her to experience hunger or thirst, but now she felt parched. All she wanted was to quickly meet up with Feng Zhuo and the others, where they had various supplies, food, water, and even emergency medical kits. However, just as she caught up, she saw Feng Zhuo and Huang Bo lying unconscious on the ground. Tang Wan's expression changed. "Did you catch up? Quite fast, huh?" A gentle voice came from beside her. Tang Wan immediately turned to look. In front of her, a strikingly handsome figure appeared, causing her heart to skip a beat. No matter where he was, his posture radiated nobility and elegance, not put on for show, but inherent to him. Anyone who didn't know Jiang Chen might assume he was a refined young master from a wealthy family, kind and amiable. Indeed, Jiang Chen's noble demeanor was exceptional, and he was a young master from a prominent family. But Tang Wan knew all too well that this man was anything but kind and amiable. "Jiang Chen." Tang Wan looked at Jiang Chen, her crimson pupils revealing a strong killing intent as she spoke in a low voice. "What did you do to them?" Upon hearing Tang Wan's blunt tone, Zhao Long and the others immediately cast dangerous glances at her. Jiang Chen remained silent. They couldn't act recklessly. "Hee, I haven't done anything to them. You can rest assured they're still alive, just fainted for a while. If you don't believe me, you can go check their condition." Jiang Chen's eyes, as beautiful as stars, reflected a kind gaze. It was hard to believe that this man was the ruthless tyrant of the capital. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Tang Wan furrowed her brows. She was worried this was a trick of Jiang Chen. But did Jiang Chen really need tricks to deal with her? Thinking this, Tang Wan stepped toward Huang Bo and the others. However, just as she got closer and was about to check on Huang Bo and Feng Zhuo, she noticed glaring spots appearing on their faces. At the same time, a familiar scent wafted from their bodies, one that reminded her of the zombies she had previously slain. Angry, she turned to Jiang Chen, but before she could speak, Jiang Chen had already appeared before her, holding a mirror. In that mirror, her originally fair and beautiful face was marred with the same glaring spots as those on Feng Zhuo and the others. Tang Wan's expression froze. What's happening? At this moment, she didn't even care about Jiang Chen anymore. She snatched the mirror from his hands, trembling as she looked at her face, and even her hands began to show these abnormalities. Jiang Chen stood beside her, a smile on his handsome face. "This isn't my doing. You know the reason you all look this way is entirely due to the fungal spores in those zombies. When you killed them, those spores attach themselves to you. And once they cling on for too long, you'll start to see the changes you're experiencing now. If it goes on longer, they will take root and grow inside your bodies, and your flesh will become the best nourishment for their growth. In the end, you will all become like those zombies you killed, mere vessels for these fungal spores waiting for the next unfortunate soul to appear." At this moment, as Jiang Chen's soft, magnetic voice reached Tang Wan's ears, it felt like a terrifying story that sent chills down her spine. She wanted to convince herself that Jiang Chen was just lying, but her current state and that of Feng Zhua and the others, told her that everything Jiang Chen said was true. Tang Wan lowered her head, gripping the mirror tightly. Crack! The mirror shattered in her hands. Watching this scene, Jiang Chen sighed. What a pity for such a beautiful girl to end up like this. Is it a pity? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Tang Wan spoke in a low voice. Jiang Chen smiled without losing his composure. Tang Wan raised her head to look at him. Even now, the glaring spots on her face were becoming more pronounced, yet they couldn't hide the stunning contours of her face. Yes, it really is a pity. Jiang Chen even seemed to want to reach out to touch her face, but just as his hand reached halfway, he stopped. Then, he was about to retract his hand, but suddenly, Tang Wan grabbed his hand. In the midst of Jiang Chen's slight surprise, she smiled at him. Since you think it's a pity, then let me give you one last chance to savor it. Saying this, she tightly embraced Jiang Chen, and amidst the furious gazes of Zhao Long and the others behind, she directly kissed Jiang Chen's lips. Chapter 96. The Arc Pyramid in the Forest of Origin. Young Master. Zhao Long and the others immediately rushed over to pull Tang Wan away. However, Jiang Chen gestured for them to stop, signaling them not to approach. Seeing this, Zhao Long and the others were anxious and worried, but they did not dare to disobey Jiang Chen's orders, so they could only watch helplessly as Tang Wan repeatedly and fervently sought a kiss from Jiang Chen. Even his strong demeanor made Jiang Chen show a hint of surprise. He looked into Tang Wan's crimson eyes, and she looked back at him. In her eyes, there was even a glint of gloating. It had to be said that Jiang Chen was indeed handsome. At this moment, seeing him up close only highlighted his perfection. Even Tang Wan felt a bit envious of his looks. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered now. She had personally destroyed his perfection, and he would die with her. Even in death, she wanted it to have some value. Being able to die with this perfect tyrant Jiang Chen meant she wouldn't just lose out, but would actually gain something. Thinking this way, she gradually enjoyed the kiss with Jiang Chen even more intensely, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. After all, Jiang Chen was her first. Putting aside Jiang Chen's actions, just considering his abilities and appearance, giving her first kiss to him seemed quite nice. With this thought, she held Jiang Chen even tighter. However, slowly, Tang Wan began to feel something was off, especially when she looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, seeing the hint of panic and strange colors within them. She even detected a teasing glint. It was as if he was mocking her for being overconfident. You, Tang Wan's pupils trembled, disbelief rising in her eyes. He didn't seem to be infected by the fungal spores on her body. At this moment, Tang Wan quickly tried to push Jiang Chen away. But Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her from behind, giving her another deep kiss despite her angry and embarrassed gaze. Not knowing how long they kissed, until Tang Wan's consciousness began to blur from the encroaching fungal spores. Jiang Chen finally released her cherry lips. As she retained the last bit of her clarity, he leaned close to her ear. His lips parted, carrying a breath that made Tang Wan's earlobes tremble. Not bad thanks for the treat. Jiang Chen. Tang Wan stared fiercely at Jiang Chen, and after calling his name one last time, she could no longer hold on. She collapsed into Jiang Chen's embrace, looking at Tang Wan in his arms, observing the vitality in her being quickly consumed by the fungal spores. Jiang Chen's eyes, as calm as the starry sky, rippled slightly. The next moment, several thick vines burst forth from the ground beside him. It was a bit painful at first, but since you all have passed out, I suppose you won't feel it anymore. A smile curved Jiang Chen's lips, just as his words fell. In the painful gaze of Zhao Long and the others behind him, the thick vines stabbed toward the back of Tang Wan and Feng Zhua's heads. Despite these vines appearing thick, their tips were as smooth as jade and as fine as a needle. Moreover, the vines only penetrated to the depth of a pinky finger. Then, the vines broke, leaving only the most refined tips embedded in the back of several people's heads. Zhao Long and the others looked on with curiosity at this scene. Soon, as they were astonished, Tang Wan and the others' bodies began to twitch as if in a spasm, and then, strangely, they stood up straight like puppets. Moreover, the flesh and blood nutrients that were continuously being consumed by the fungal spores on their bodies also came to a halt at that moment. "Go find it," Jiang Chen said calmly as he looked at Tang Wan and the others. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, Tang Wan and the others began to walk deeper into the forest. Their steps were stiff and bizarre, resembling zombies from a post-apocalyptic movie. "Young master, what is this?" Zhao Long and the others asked in confusion upon witnessing this scene. "Follow them, and you'll understand," Jiang Chen replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long and the others nodded and quickly followed behind Tang Wan and the others. Although Tang Wan and the others moved awkwardly, surprisingly, they walked very quickly. Under their lead, they encountered no other zombies or anomalies along the way. Soon, they passed through layers of forest, and the vegetation ahead gradually opened up. As the towering trees began to disappear, an open space hidden in the forest suddenly appeared before them. What shocked Zhao Long and the others even more was that in the center of this open space stood a black stone building resembling a flat-topped pyramid, nearly 20 meters high and covering an area equivalent to 2 football fields. At the very top of the pyramid, there was a fruit radiating extraordinary light. Clearly, this was the S-grade extraordinary fruit that Feng Zhua had mentioned. "What is this?" Zhao Long and the others gasped in surprise at the sight. When did such a massive flat-topped pyramid structure appear in the ancient territory? Jiang Chen looked at this pyramid with a smile in his eyes. They found it. This was a well-known artifact from an extraterrestrial visitor, also referred to in Feng Zhua's memories as the Arc Pyramid, a creation of the gods. Moreover, this divine creation was not just something described by him, but a true artifact made by the gods, according to Feng Zhua's memories. In fact, the god who created this was still within the Arc Pyramid. Boom! Just as Jiang Chen and the others were observing the Arc Pyramid, suddenly, the ground before them erupted. A flurry of earth and rocks flew up, and boulders the size of small cars came roaring toward them through the dust. Upon seeing this, Zhao Long and the others' expressions tightened. They leaped forward. Their extraordinary powers surged violently. With the enhancement of their white watchtower special armor, they punched the giant stones flying towards Jiang Chen away. Not a single boulder was spared. Just then, amidst the dust, a tree root as thick as a water barrel swept toward them. Seeing this, Zhao Long shouted angrily, and his fist, wrapped in special metal, became even more unstoppable under the enhancement of his extraordinary power. At the moment his iron fist made contact with the tree root, feeling the immense force contained within, Zhao Long's face showed a serious expression. The extraordinary power within him surged once again like a wellspring. Bang! With that, he managed to repel the thick tree root. However, he was also shaken back 10 steps by the residual force of the vine. After Zhao Long's strike, the dust had completely dissipated. Before them, to the incredulous eyes of the group, a massive, monstrous tree almost half a meter tall appeared. The trunk of this monstrous tree was extremely thick, coiling like a dragon's muscle. Moreover, it was covered with various fungal growths that looked like pus-filled sacs, pulsating as if they were breathing, making one feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. Beneath it, the ground's root system twisted and writhed like a group of pythons. Chapter 97. Golden Light, Divine Being? What kind of monster is this? Even Zhao Long and the others, who were already well acquainted with the apocalypse, couldn't help but be stunned as they witnessed this scene. They had seen zombies and aberrations, and even encountered mutated insects in research facilities. But they had never seen such a strange tree before. As they were still in shock at the existence of the bizarre tree, dozens of zombies were suddenly pulled out of the underground from the massive roots of the tree, as if they were toys. Although these dozens of zombies were insignificant to the strange tree, in front of Zhao Long and the others, especially the few giant zombies that stood over 2 meters tall among them. Their eyes became fixed with intensity. The rotting ones. These figures were all rotting ones. Moreover, these rotting ones were clearly different from those outside. They were even larger, and on their bodies, they were wrapped in armor-like vines. The most important thing was their aura. Zhao Long could clearly sense that the foremost rotting one was exerting a pressure that made even him feel uneasy. In other words, this rotting one possessed the strength to rival a grade, a transcendent. The 4 other rotting ones behind it all had peak-level strength as well. This combination was daunting even for Zhao Long and the other leaders behind him. Roar! The rotting ones, looking straight at Jiang Chen alone, let out terrifying roars. They charged towards Jiang Chen like mindless killing machines. Let's go. Protect the young master. With Zhao Long's furious shout, transcendent power surged around him. The special armor covering him flickered with a mysterious light, and steam-like mist began to spout from the gaps in the armor. He was operating at full capacity. The 2 battle team leaders behind him showed no hesitation either. They rushed forward to block 2 of the rotting ones. The remaining 4 officers worked in pairs to delay the last 2 rotting ones. The ordinary White Watch soldiers, meanwhile, wielded explosive guns, continuously unleashing the most powerful firepower against the surrounding lower-level zombies. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely unconcerned about the zombie battle, seeming like an outsider. He merely gazed quietly at the distant arc pyramid, his deep-set pupils flickering with a mysterious light. But just then, at that very moment, a violent tremor erupted beneath his feet. Jiang Chen looked down, and in that instant, a sharp root suddenly shot up, piercing through the ground where he stood. Dust swirled. At this moment, Zhao Long and the others finally came to their senses. They looked at the place where Jiang Chen had just stood at the clouds of dust and at the root that shot up into the sky, exclaiming, "Young master!" They wanted to break free from their current opponents, but the rotting ones had them firmly ensnared, making it impossible to escape. Damn it! Get out of my way! Zhao Long gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with a transcendent light reaching its peak. He threw a punch. Even that grade A rotting one, covered in layers of root armor, was sent flying by his blow. Breaking free, Zhao Long quickly charged towards Jiang Chen's direction. However, several lower-level zombies rushed up at that moment, entangling him again. By the time he killed those lower-level zombies, the rotting one he had sent flying was already charging back. Zhao Long's face was filled with extreme anger, but he simply could not break free. But just then, a faint voice came from the dust. It made Zhao Long and the others' faces light up with joy. Focus on your own tasks. Don't worry about me. As the dust settled, Jiang Chen's figure reappeared, standing next to the tree root, his posture still elegant and serene. Even the splashing dust did not touch him. Yes, young master. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unharmed, Zhao Long and the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts and began to unleash all their pent-up anger on their opponents. In no time, these enhanced rotting ones were being forced back by them. Zhao Long even directly ripped off the giant arm of the rotting one he was facing. Even though the rotting one suffered such an injury, it still let out a series of shrieks. While it couldn't feel pain, it could sense that a part of its body had detached from its control, leaving it gradually weaker. At this moment, the strange tree seemed to have locked onto Jiang Chen. The entangled roots began to surge towards him in an assault. In response, Jiang Chen calmly dodged the repeated attacks. His figure danced in the air, and even the tree roots became his assistants in this performance. He wove through the roots' assaults, spinning and turning, seemingly just inches away from the danger, yet perfectly avoiding it, as if performing a graceful waltz. The strange tree, unable to capture Jiang Chen even after repeated attempts and failing to even touch him, began to tremble violently, shedding its leaves as if it were enraged. The fungi on its body began to emit a strange glow. In the next second, A wave of pale yellow gas was expelled by these fungi, rushing towards Jiang Chen and the others. Master, General Zhao, there are an enormous number of fungal spores mixed in this mist. Once contaminated, even a transcendent will be instantly drained. A researcher from the facility shouted a hurried warning. Hearing this, Zhao Long and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They were currently entangled with the rotting ones and had no time to escape. You don't need to worry about us. Jiang Chen's calm voice rang out again. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen flew to the front of them at a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He hovered in midair, and a crimson flame began to rise around him. In the astonished gazes of Zhao Long and the others, Jiang Chen extended his palm forward and softly uttered 2 words. Fire come. Boom!